astronauts to the moon.
Ignition sequence start. 3, 2, 1.
Houston, we have a problem.
Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
We copy you on the ground. You got a bunch of guys about to turn blue.
What you're seeing here is a mirage.
What's going on, everyone? It's Jaron from Jaronism back with another live video for you. Thank you very much for joining me. But before we get to our guest, let me first tell you where you can find not just me, but my guest as well on November 15th and 16th, 2018. So let's watch.
Are you ready? Because we're taking it to the next level. The world is waking up. Join us in Denver this November for the Flat Earth International Conference 2018. Tickets are now available at fe2018.com. FEIC USA Edition. Bigger, better, higher, and still as flat as ever.
So, yes, that is where we will both be, and that is coming very soon, about a month away, almost a month and a day. So make sure that if you're available, that is going to be in Denver, and you can join us there. That would be awesome. But my guest, first and foremost, you might know him as a member of the Globebusters. He's been with the Globebusters for at least a year, and I think has made the show much better. That's no doubt. And he's currently upside down in Argentina, or maybe he has his camera positioned to where he'll be right side up. He is 𝘎𝙤𝙢𝙚𝙨. Iro, are you right side up? Are you upside down? How are you?
Yeah, but I have a special tool from NASA that correct the orientation of the camera. So for you,
excellent.
I'm straight up, but in real life, of course, I am upside down, man.
Right.
That's no doubt.
We have NASA to thank for that special bit of technology. And I love your shirt. Show off your shirt. That is
please. And I'm gonna give the thanks for the guy who sent me. Is a follower of my work in Spanish. It says anti-Illuminati and has the compass and the square with the forbidden sign, and here says against all. And I will add against all heliocentric complices. And it's a really provocative T-shirt. Here, you must remember, but the city where I live is one of the most Masonic cities in the world. It was created like Washington city. So, walking around in the street of my neighborhood with this T-shirt could be, a little bit dangerous, but I bring my jacket, to cover a little bit.
Just in case.
In case, exactly.
Now I'm trying to remember.
In fact, it doesn't say against Masons. It just says anti-Illuminati. That will be my excuse if 10 guys step outside in front of me.
Well, awesome. Thank you very much. We just got a super chat. Appreciate that already early on. And just so people know who we're looking at, who we're talking to, that is 𝘎𝙤𝙢𝙚𝙨. Born in La Plata, Buenos Aires, Argentina. Underneath his job, he's listed as a VFX technical director for 20 years and a 2D, 3D motion graphics artist. As a researcher, he has down that he's been an NWO researcher for 13 years, Flat Earth researcher for 4 years, conspiracy radio show for 4 years, and basic Germanic medicine and neurolinguistic programming, symbolism, and ritualism. And in my opinion, one of the best NASA investigators out there. Why don't you tell people first and foremost, how did you get going? How did you stumble upon the NASA hoax faking space since 1958?
Well, I must be said that I was a really huge fan of NASA. Even that I didn't believe that they take us to the moon. You can understand how the mind work. It's a really strange way because I never believed that, and I always believed that NASA are lying us, but to the other side, I was a really huge fan. So it's like something that are not good. And let me just correct my camera.
There you go.
And like you said, and like you read before, I was in the conspiracy, conspiracy shows since 4 years ago. I have my own radio show, and I was in my house, searching for something to share with my audience, and I come across with the article talking about the non-existence of satellites. Not existent are they like they tell us, but all the functionality that supposedly represent a satellite is made by a complete and huge arrangement of other equipment, like antennas, radar, balloons, blah blah, fiber optics, blah 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 blah.
Right.
And the end of the article proposed to find one picture of real satellite, from the ground, or even the real picture of the globe. And as a visual effect artist, I work doing that a few times, for History Channel, for commercials, and all the time that I made that kind of motion graphic pieces, all the time we focus at the concept art in fake images, just concept art images. So in my mind start to start falling all the pieces together, and after that moment I never can go back to the globe. And that is what happened.
If people have any hard time understanding Ďeřu, obviously English is not his first language, but I'm super impressed with the amount of English you know. I certainly don't know that much Spanish. I can say, ¿qué pasa? About it. A couple more things. I worked at a Chevy's Mexican restaurant for about 2 or 3 years, so that's the extent of my Spanish ability.
That is your expertise,
that is my
in the Spanish language.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
So I will be tonight if I can. If he says something and I need to help interpret it a little bit,
please.
I will step in and kind of help out. But so you're basically saying that you had seen some questions about satellites and whether or not there was pictures of the globe. Now, you said that you had worked for History Channel and some other TV productions. Have you ever done you've done motion graphics of the Earth? But made,
yes.
But made from what? How do you put together a motion graphic of the Earth? What do you use?
Basically, you create a 3D model of a sphere, a perfect sphere, and you download it from NASA. Pictures, flat pictures based on Mercator maps, and you wrap around the sphere, and then you start working on, creating the atmosphere and creating the glow of the atmosphere, putting the clouds, but that are all different layers. So you can animate the clouds and making morph together and also rotate around the Earth. Depends on how pay your client and how quickly you need to create. You're gonna dedicate more time than the others. For example, if you make a globe for a news intro, you make it like more graphic style. But from movies, you're trying to get into the detail perfectly to trying, to convince the audience that was real. Right. And we made both of those situations, even creating also satellites.
Mm-hmm. Awesome. Yeah, and if people have not seen Globebusters, you should, and congratulations to us that today we hit 40,000 subscribers, which is unbelievable, amazing, something that was never expected when it was just started 3 years ago is, hey, let's go live tonight and call it Globebusters, and that was, the rest is history. But so congratulations on us for that. Thank you, Bob. And I know he's out there. Thank you, Bob. Thank you all the mods, too, and everybody in the chat. Appreciate you joining us. What we're going to do tonight is we're going to have Ďeřu kind of present, do a presentation. He does this a lot on Globebusters, and if anybody's watched the show, you'll know he has great organizational skills, far beyond mine. He's able to pull up videos and some of his 3D graphics so quickly and fluidly that sometimes you think he's got it ready, where no, he just went and grabbed it out of his computer and decided to share it just because we were talking about it. So he's got a little bit of a presentation tonight, but you can also see, I'm sure he's got in the presentation some of his 3D modeling, or go watch the show from today. I thought today he did a great job showing how the rays of the sun are actually radial and are not parallel unless you're looking at a very local area. So if you go outside today with the sun out and you're looking at two telephone poles, chances are those shadows are going to appear to you to be perfectly parallel. He showed today how if we took a camera and moved it back away from the earth or got up higher, we would get to see the truth about those shadows. So I thought that was really good. But those are the kind of things I think that are presented by 𝘬𝙤 that are without par. I don't think anybody else does as good a job at kind of busting NASA. And I have to say, for me, I thought there'd be so many more people that would see some of the stuff, and I'm not tooting my horn. I'm just saying when I started to discover some of this stuff, I said, well, man, all other people need to do is start seeing what I'm seeing, and they'll start making videos of themselves. And that's what 𝘬𝙤 did. I'm not sure where it coincided with my stuff, but it seemed like I loved watching.
A lot.
Yeah, and I loved watching 𝘬𝙤's stuff. Anybody else doing NASA debunking or Mike Helmick, or there's so many people in the community, other people that have really torn NASA a new one. And so hopefully we get to see that tonight. So 𝘬𝙤, without further ado, floor is yours. Present.
Okay. Oh man, you are telling me that I can present.
I know,
my
it's
screen.
rare.
No, I can't believe this is. You're gonna kill me, man. It's so exciting.
I just hope your sound works and we don't have any audio issues, then we'll be fine.
Okay. I'm going to start sharing my screen. It's internal shock, for the people
Yes.
that maybe doesn't understand why I'm so happy to share my screen. So I start presenting now. I don't know if you are looking at me. I'm going to turn off my camera so I don't waste bytes.
Yep, you're perfect, and I squared up your screen. You're ready to go.
Okay, so really quickly, I was in terms of, for example, the topic that I talked a few minutes ago, talking about creating the spherical Earth. For example, we can see the famous Tesla car in space, supposedly. And if you go just simply to one of the most commercial sites to buy a 3D model when you don't have the time to start creating models, for example, Turbo Squid. And here you can see this is a planet Earth from $500. And if you start compare that, it's like the same kind of situation. I mean, there is not much difference in this Australia and in this Australia. In fact, if you are in the background of the motion graphic and special effects, you're gonna see that shadow there, this sharp, black shadow from the clouds. This is a bump channel. It's just a black and white image that you put to give the feeling of some kind of depth. But for me, it's no doubt when you see these crabs, you can really quickly understand how it's made. The other situation is they are faking everything, or they are putting a screen and then make the car rotate in the platform. That is what I believe they're doing. That is why you get this reflection and things like that. But they can fake it really easy in our days,
Yeah, absolutely. Some of the stuff that they're using now and this augmented reality too. It's just the time has passed for us to be able to really pick apart some of their footage. That's why I love going through the old stuff, because it seems like with the newer stuff, it's going to be tough to differentiate real from fake. And that's why we're trying to point out as much as we can this stuff now, because motion graphics are getting too good.
Yeah. In fact, that is why for me in the old days, they have making better, because what they did is just painting a ball. And this is, a U.S. patent. This is in Spanish, but it said like a device for reproduce illusion effects. And this was patented on 1905. And you can see the example. The example is a sphere with the world painting over. And then you have, for example, the Mercury engineering trying to cheat us, basically. And that is why the people say, hey, at that time there wasn't any kind of digital composition, of course, but there was matte painting by hand and analog composition. So they paint in the balls and they film those painting balls, and that is all. It doesn't have any kind of irregular situation, or you didn't, be a magician to create this. The matte painting artist exists from the Hollywood start. It is one of the most oldest techniques to recreate a landscape that you never gonna have in real life. So
right. And then think of how easy it would be to, circulate a sun around it and get your shadows and get your, people would say, oh, well, it matches what we see, and it matches what you would see on this supposed sphere that they've obviously presupposed and told you live on. So, yeah.
Yeah. In fact, one of the most iconic guys behind the fake moon landing, it was this guy. All the time I show 𝘎𝙧𝙖𝙧𝙞𝙀, which was a Freemasonry guy. He worked for Walt Disney, for the CBS, and this was known in Hollywood like the guy who created the moon. And he make all these models, and then they project into infinity motion system to record and present it like you see here. This kind of image is just a miniature in front of a screen, and the screen is playing an infinite loop, and that is why you have like 10 different styles on the moon landing when they show the outside pictures. You can see like a really sharp moon, and then you pass from this kind of really sharp image, really clear image, to these ones like it was like self-illumination sphere. And you say, why is that difference between one take and the other? And this is why. Basically,
yeah,
is the techniques that they are using. I mean, this kind of, when you see here, you say you mean this moon is like a transparent moon, and that is because it's a screen, and you have the own light in the screen,
right? And
you have the miniature in front.
Yep. And why would they need to be doing that kind of detail unless you were going to be trying to fake the landing of it?
Exactly.
There's no need.
Exactly, man. And the Russians guys are making the same thing, and there is all part of the team. The Russians are no longer Russian after the First World War, so they have everything arranged and really easy for cheat people at that time. I mean, we are talking about a time in history that you are not able to even raise up the hand to ask a question.
Mm-hmm.
So, in fact, my presentation is going to come more to that side than the technical stuff.
Okay. And Iro, just so people know, I wanted to point out that in the description is both your website and your channel. But how many subs did you have on your channel when it was removed?
I was 14,000. I was hand by hand with Globalition subscribers, and they closed my channel. And I mean regular guys who are not sharing my research, and they are a really huge fan of NASA and Anunnakis and reptilians stuff. So they start to sending message to Mr. Google and Mr. YouTube, and Mr. YouTube attended those message and closed my channel. So right now this is my main channel, which is with 12,000 subscribers. I also have a secondary channel with 14,000 subscribers, but since that I create my own web page where I put all the research that I made, and in fact I also add some YouTube channels in the Spanish language and also in English language, just for sharing. And soon I'm going to translate the web. Until now you just can click translate to English, and you're gonna have at least where is text, HTML text, you're gonna be translated. Of course, the video, no. But my idea on the videos are just, it's in a Spanish video, but a lot of my video has, that, like I show today in Globbuster, that has that tiny part when it doesn't matter if you understand or not the Spanish. What you see is the important thing.
Right, the visuals are the important.
This is part of my presentation that I made in the UK convention in the early of this year, in April. So at that time I make it really fast because the time, the clock start ticking, and I only have 1 hour, and I have a lot of information to share. So if you don't mind, man, we can spend in the next 2 hours sharing this stuff.
Shoot it, let's go.
And I'm going to start, this is my YouTube channel that I showed a few seconds ago. And my presentation is based, the presentation has a lot of slides, and I'm not going to show everything because it's a lot, and part of this is going to be presented in Denver. And in fact, all the slides that talks about the electrical universe, I just scrolling down to everyone see how much information that I have in this PowerPoint. Is about 5 gigabytes of of information. Yeah.
Well, yeah. Try and pick the best stuff if you want. Maybe we could try and keep it to an hour, but you can go as long as you want. If you've got good stuff to share, share it.
Okay.
I ain't going nowhere.
In fact, maybe if it's a little longer, you can split in two after that.
Okay.
You can do whatever you want, but I want to go in the first 60 slides, which is more in the social situation about flat Earth. It's mixing with technical things, but for me, one of the most important topics is trying to understand why and how and who are creating the heliocentric model from the scratch, and how it's easy to to put that kind of belief into the people when you're controlling the media. And this is why I like to share this presentation. It's not just technical stuff like I regularly do in Globalisation or even in my channel. So maybe something that some videos that I'm going to show, everyone have been see it before. But for the, because I want to keep the order of the slides, I'm going to present it also. So, like this kind of video that I'm going to show, everyone see Obama talking about the flat Earth. But the real thing is a lot of people that they doesn't believe or they don't give any attention to the flat Earth. When you show real people talking about this at this level, because a president is, for the regular mindset of the people, the president of the United States is like God on the earth. So when you start looking and when they start seeing these kind of characters talking about the flat earth, they start to wondering, what is going on? Why this kind of guy, which supposedly is a governmental guy, why he's talking about the flat earth? And he didn't once, he didn't twice, he didn't like 6 times, 5 times, and also other guys, and that spread into mass media like sports or whatever show you want to call it, because it spread all over the place. So that is, for me at least, is something that at that time caught my attention and start thinking, what is going on? Why these guys are talking about the flat earth? So I'm going to play this, and I'm going to use this little video about a minute, and you tell me that everything is good with the audio.
Sounds good. I think it should be okay.
I say that the world is round, and someone else says it's flat.
If some of these folks were around when Columbus set sail, they must have been founding members of the Flat Earth Society. They would not have believed that the world was round. We don't have time for a meeting of the Flat Earth Society.
Let me just underscore, you don't need to be a scientist to know that the Earth is round.
And we need to make clear that those members of the Flat Earth Society,
the current members of the Flat Earth Society in Congress,
we got some people at high levels of aspiration who are the Flat Earth.
We have Flat Earth Caucus.
The Earth isn't flat. In other breaking news, the world is round, not flat.
And you don't need to be a scientist.
And we need, as responsible leaders, to take account of science.
Thank you.
So we prepared a contingency communications procedure. And guess what? We don't need that anymore.
There should be a legitimate debate between whether the Earth is round or flat. Because after all, any idiot can walk outside and look and see that it's flat. To debate this?
Is NASA lying to us?
And this is, basically what caught my attention. And this is another kind of show that, I believe in our days, from the beginning to now, you are not going to be able to put all the quotations about flat Earth in the media. Because it's like rise up a huge number.
Yep. And everybody, just so you know, you're listening to 𝘎𝙤𝙙𝙚𝙤𝙀 Live, and I'm here with 𝘬𝙤𝙀𝙚𝙀𝙀, a CGI artist who obviously has seen what NASA is doing and is now in the camp of the belief that NASA is faking space. So go ahead, continue.
Okay, so after that, that I just put as example because, like I said before, for, normal people out there, trying to live every day, when you see that, when they see this kind of guys talking about the flat Earth, it's really shocking. At least I tested with my family when I show this kind of situation. I say, why Obama is talking about the flat Earth or Sean Kerry or, so, and even in the regular science programs or news, and that was really, like a starting point for so many people. Of course, then everybody knows that when you go to statistics, you're going to find, like, surprisingly, because I never think in this situation where it's, prestigious companies, when they present some of these statistics, they talk about like 1 in 4 Americans thinks the sun goes around the Earth, and 1 of 3 Russians thinks like the sun spins around the Earth, which is something that maybe if you don't read it, you never think about it. I mean, right. You see all day looking up in the sky and see that the moon and the sun have the same size, spinning around above you, but you never think it in that thing.
No, nobody watches a sunset and thinks to themselves, "Oh, I happen to be falling backwards at, twice the speed of sound, and that's why I'm seeing the sunset." Even though that's what you have to believe if you're a heliocentrist, that the sun is not moving, that you're the one spinning away from it, and you just don't think about it.
Exactly, and this is just a few articles. You can find it out there now. Supposedly, like the 3% of Russians believe in flat Earth, which is a huge number. In fact, 1 in 4 Americans is like 100 million of people just in America. And you start feeling that you are not alone, when you start have this kind of thinking. And at that time, when I was prepared this presentation from the UK convention, I just captured this image, trying to show some statistics. And that time, when you get into YouTube and type flat Earth and you filter by uploading videos, this was the results that YouTube gave me. And now, for example, if I make the same thing and I type flat Earth and I filter by uploading date, nothing happened. I mean, maybe it's something here in my machine, but they don't show you any kind of number, or at least I didn't see it in my browser. But I tried in regular Internet Explorer, in Chrome, in Opera, and Mozilla, and it's like they changed this. In fact, it's not only changed it. When I did it live, the result was 330 million. So, I did it live on one of my shows here in Argentina, and I say, what happened? 1 week ago was 20 millions, and now it's just 13 million. And now I can't even find it anymore. So, you start wondering why this kind of, like they're trying to hide something.
Right. Yeah, I just did the same thing for my machine and got the same results. So, yeah, I don't see a number there.
And I don't know why they changed that situation. I mean, it could be inside, if you, instead of touch 1-2 buttons, you must go another page and do another things. But before it was just one click, and now you don't have it more in one click.
Mm-hmm.
So after this, when you go to, at our days, 2017 and 2018, because we are, I think we are creating and making some really, really nice work spreading this topic. The mass media and all the guys out there, they don't have any more chance that attempting this situation and trying to ridiculize or do something else to try to distract you. And I represent this in this short clip based on media, and I'm going to make a play.
And the number of people who think so is growing. You may think it sounds crazy, but in 2017, thousands, if not millions of people still believe the world is flat.
Now, scientists say that's actually a symptom of a bigger problem, and it's the subject of tonight's special report. Flat Earth theory is actually getting pretty popular.
Yeah, believe it or not, in 2017, the number of people who believe the Earth is flat is actually growing. The biggest concern with the Flat Earth movement is how fast it's gaining steam. To leave you with a scary thought this Halloween night, scientists are worried that Flat Earth could become a political issue, like climate change, vaccination, or evolution. Guys.
All right, fascinating stuff. All right, Aaron, thank you.
Very interesting. All right. Oh,
my goodness.
So we're talking science stuff.
All of this with the global warming and that, a lot of it's a hoax. It's a hoax. I mean, it's a money-making industry, okay? It's a hoax.
And I put that short clip because when you start looking and you start hearing the guys on the mass media, of course, that is only one TV show, but represent a lot of other TV shows. And they finish the presentation or the news talking about the political issue like climate change, vaccination, and evolution. So why the people in 21st century start questioning these three pillars? You must be wondering, because the people is not turning crazy.
Right.
And and when you have this kind of character like Donald Trump talking about the industry and the business of the global warming, of course, a lot of people can think, no, but that is a puppet, I don't believe anything that guy says. And you can choose whatever you want, but we have a Nobel Prize, Ivar Gavier. He was a Nobel Prize from physicist in 1973, and he is talking the same thing. So you don't even take into consideration the words of a Nobel Prize guy, which said the same thing.
Global warming really has become a new religion because you can't discuss it. It's not proper. And they say you cannot discuss global warming because we believe it's happening.
And I just put, a little part, but he have a lot of presentation talking about how the commit of the global warming are pushing him to participate and give numbers that they are fake numbers about the global warming. Mm-hmm. So the guy said, okay, I don't want anymore the Nobel Prize. Take it away. I am not going like people. And he started a campaign doing presentation talking about that the global warming as they present it is fake.
And you said he's won a Nobel Prize. Is that what you were saying?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, and you can find it the presentations online of that guy. And I just put that little clip just to people understand what I'm talking about, but he have a full presentation that are really showing the religion. He talks about the religion behavior behind the global warming. And that is what we see with the science today. We start seeing that the heliocentric model is a religion, it's not science. So you have, that parallel situation between all the topics, because evolution is also become a religion.
Yep, and one of the, if not the worst religion that there is, because they don't even know that it's a religion. At least other religions know that they are basing their beliefs off a belief system, and they know they can't prove that, Jesus rose from the dead, or they know they can't prove this or that, but they at least accept the fact that, I can't prove it, but I'm basing it on my faith. Well, the problem with heliocentrism is these people think that these things are based on facts, that we know the distances to these stars, and we know that the sun is 867,000 miles wide, when it's just a religion. Those are your beliefs. They're no different than a Catholic's beliefs or somebody else. It's just a belief.
Exactly. At least when you go to religion, they don't lie. I mean, they lie a lot, but they telling you must have faith.
Right.
But when you go to some science place, they don't tell you that. They talk about facts, not about faith. So this is a short clip, just to illustrate my point, because I want to get to the point with understanding who create the educational system and how they are, mixed science with religion inside our educational system and blah, blah, blah. So I'm going to play this short clip. Of course, everyone out there seeing what I'm going to show, but it's just for taking the things in order.
Is it round or flat? Don't ask a brat. Results from a new study reveal a third of young American millennials aren't sure that the Earth is round.
National poll found that 18 to 24-year-olds are the largest group in the country who believe the Earth could be flat. It seems the older you get, the more you believe the Earth is round.
Here's what 18 to 24-year-olds said when asked, do you believe the world is round or flat? 66% have always believed the Earth is round, yippee. 9% always thought the world was round, but more recently became skeptical. 5% always thought the world was flat, but more recently had doubts. Good for them. 4% always believe the world is flat.
That people should have a better understanding of why it is they believe what they believe. And they'll just say, the answer really is because all the smart people say so. And that should never be your baseline of why you think something is or is not true. I did not think I'd get applause for that, by the way. That was nice.
And that for me is the really starting point. I never in my life, before entering the flat earth, system, I never questioned myself why I believe what I believe. And exactly that he said, I believe because I assume that people is more intelligent than me. Mm-hmm. And when you start research, you start finding that guy maybe could be or not more intelligent than you, but he also is lying. Or at least is that possibility. Because he took the information from other and from other and from other. And when you start going back, you're going to see who was the first institution that present that information. And you're going to realize that guy who teach you, they don't, or at least, he never questioned himself why they believe or teach what they teach, what he teach.
Right, yeah. No, Max Planck quote says that anybody who has been seriously engaged in scientific work of any kind realizes that over the entrance to the gates of the temple of science are written the words, ye must have faith. It is a quality which the scientist cannot dispense with. So yeah, how many people think that science doesn't have anything faith related, that it has nothing that has to do with faith, when they don't realize the entire body of science is a faith-based system? And Max Planck, one of the greatest, is right here saying that the entrance to the gates of the scientific temple says ye must have faith.
Yeah. In fact, here we have iconic picture when you enter into one of the biggest lodge of Masonic, that the poster or the image in top of the ceremony rooms, it's tell you faith in science. directly to your face. I mean, without any kind of reinterpretation, you know, I mean, it's faith in science. And I'm talking about this image here. Let me just put in there this triangle here up in this upper part of the door. It says, I'm going to translate, but it says wisdom, strength, and beauty. And here it said faith in science. And you have the Jesuit sun, which you can recognize by the straight triangle and the wavy lines here representing the duality of the light. And here it says science, justice, and work, hope, and like friendship, brotherhood. So why into a Masonic lodge talk about this faith in science? And when you see the whole picture, you know, this is why, because for the Big Bang, for the evolution, for the gravity, for the spherical Earth, you must have faith. You're never going to see it. You're never going to prove it. And well, you know, some really nice paragraph, that the woman in the news said. It was, it's like when you get older, you're gonna believe more in the spherical Earth, but when you are younger, you're gonna believe less in the spherical Earth. And for me, it's a really important, you know, situation to understand, because that is why we are, you know, like rape in the childhood and put so many ideas that you're never going to prove. And you have the institution, at least for the occidental part of the world, which is in arrangement with all the other institutions like the ONU, like the OMS, like the OTAN, like the FMI, with the UNESCO, which is all made in the same base, you know, owners. I mean, they create all these institutions, are the same guys that present even the information of the mass media, the science information. They are all the same guys. Mm-hmm. So when you start looking into UNESCO, you immediately you are going to find that the mystical and the hermetic and the mystery school are presented just in that institution at the beginning of the creation of the UNESCO. Of course, the UNESCO is the educational, scientific, and cultural organization. It's not just an educational, like, okay, it's the institution that create the regular, you know, stuff for the school children, or, you know, the higher school. No, it create also the scientific education, not just the cultural. We know, you know, that the words, I like to study the words, and because in the words you're gonna have a lot of symbology, and all the time these guys are referring to one, you know, to the one order, the one world, the one institution, and you're gonna see it, you know, when you read from left to right, or when you read right to left, or in so many language, because maybe if you are an English guy, you're never gonna understand what it means une, but if you are in Spanish, you're gonna understand that. And they create all these layers of symbology for distract you, or for you didn't understand what they are talking about. So when you go to the first reference, who was the first director, for example, of the UNESCO, you're going to find that was Julian Huxley, from the British family of Huxley, which was an internationalist, eugenist. He was the first director of the UNESCO, and he also was a British gentleman, And of course, he was, the family was the famous for beginning supporting the Charles Darwin religion. And that is, you're going to start to realize that the educational system is just to create, little humans, robots to work for their factory and just receive not education, but instead you receive an indoctrination. You receive like a software to do what they want you to do.
Right.
And the brother...
He's a eugenics, right? He was into eugenics, which is
exactly
the science of improving the human population by selective breeding, basically.
Yeah. The whole, evolution theory of Darwin was based on Malthus studies that he said the more rich people is going to survive. Not the more, efficient based on nature. It's an eugenetic behavior. They want that. In fact, in the Malthus studies that also taken from Charles Darwin, he talks about like the white people and rich people are at the end of the evolution chain, and the black people and women, are in a situation which doesn't have any value at all. It's just for work, And if you want, you can go really deeply and study the original book of Charles Darwin, and you're gonna see the kind of spirit these people have.
Now,
and of course, the brother.
Okay. You were gonna get into it. I was gonna say, isn't he the brother to Aldous Huxley?
Exactly.
Go ahead.
Exactly. No. You can have all the descendant tree of these guys, and he was the brother of Aldous Huxley, which was famous to work in the mysticism world, spiritual subjects, parapsychology. He created a happy world. He created the perception, the door of perception, the Iceland, which is like, we can create human to take advantage of what we want, the organs or the handwork or whatever you need, because they are just like, meat walking, And he also wrote the adaptation of Alice in the Wonderland, which is a really occultist movie from Disney, and something like, for example, the demons. He was the brother of the guy who directed the UNESCO.
Yeah.
So
and, Brave New World is the book that people in the United States would be familiar with because we were all required to read it. So most high schools required you to read Brave New World, which was by Aldous Huxley.
Exactly, and if you share the bloodline, I believe these guys sometimes they get together and to have a dinner with the rest of the family and talk about, hey, how we can, what are you going to teach in the school?
Right.
What are you going to be your plan of study?
And I've told people before, do you really have to put yourself in a position of being a rich family with a lot of power? And if you got together and decided, hey, what are we going to put in school books? You need to think to yourself, would it be we want all these children growing up to be as smart as we are? We want them to know the truth. We want them to challenge our business. We want them to try and take our money. Or do you think their mindset is more of one where they say, well, if we make all these children coming up as dumb as possible and have them all believe the same thing, we stay in power, we keep our money, and we keep getting richer? I mean, which one really makes more sense if you think about it? There's just not a lot of rich people out there saying, how can we give all of our money and all of our knowledge and all of our power away? It just doesn't happen.
Exactly. That is why for me it's really important to understand how we get here at our day believing a lot of bullshit that you're never going to feel it or prove it or measure, but you still have faith in that. And this is where it started, in the modern life, because it's come from 500 years ago. But like you said before, he's considered one of the most important representatives of modern thought. So this guy, was a mysticist, an occultist, which, well, and I just, I take from Robert Bassano YouTube channel. This is one of great document he present, and his, here is the same. In our educational system here in Argentina, we have the same books and the same thing. It's not just something like happened in the United States or in Europe. It's all part of it because it's all made by UNESCO, which represent the unique institution for planning the studies. And for example, here you can just see a study made in the Illinois University. Here is the name of the project. You can download it because it's available. But the bottom part of this is like they mix together guys, children's from 19 Greek children with 60 United States children to ask they for how they perceive the day and night, the movement of the earth, what they think about it is gravity, the movement of the earth, and the rotation around the sun, because they want to try to see how the people, when you are young, start to questioning the model. Because,
right.
Okay, no, I believe you're gonna extend it a little bit.
Nope, no, you're doing perfect.
Okay.
I totally agree with everything you're saying, and that's definitely what they've
okay,
done
man.
from day one.
And of course, for the people in the chat and the people is gonna see maybe tomorrow, as my English is. I know you understand what I'm saying, but please take into account that if I make this in Spanish, I'm gonna have a more tool and more language to develop the main goal of my presentation. So the result of the study showed that the children in both samples construct similar initial concept about the Earth. Both the Greeks and the American children conceptualized that the Earth as flat and stationary, and thought it was located in the middle of the solar system. They also thought that things fall down not towards the center of the Earth, a spherical Earth, and that the day and night cycle is caused by the movement of the sun and the moon. In the process of changing this concept, the Greek and American children form similar misconceptions. So they are called it, if you think all this, there are misconceptions. They put you in that place, you are wrong immediately. And that is, it's all about it. I mean, I can see with the sons of my brother in comparison with myself. I start study the solar system at the age of like 8 years old, and now you have in the kindergarten when the child he never even know how represent 10 centimeters. They are talking about 19 years. They don't have any kind of rebuttal opportunity because they don't understand nothing. But they put the software at, the most young you are, the better to indoctrinate you with this system. Mm-hmm. So when you go to, for example, this is a text from the university here in Argentina. When you go at the first year in University of Psychology, for example, they give you this paper to read. Of course, it's a book, it's a complete book. This is just a page of that. But I show this because for this heliocentric radiation, it doesn't matter the age. They're going to start as soon as possible, but they are going to keep repeating through the age of your life. And you must be taken into account that a person here in Argentina entered to the university at the age of 18 years old, 19 years old. So the first thing you're going to read, for example, in all social studies, it's not just in psychology, it doesn't matter, it's based on the social careers. They're going to teach you like the heliocentric theory, the evolution of the species theory, in fact they type theory, and the discovery of the unconsciousness based on the Freud ideas. So here you can see the same behavior, the same planning of brainwashing. So when you start looking out there, all the careers that you can pick up and choose for your life, when you see here, there's one that you can choose to study. And it's in a green color from the center to the top. And yeah, it's exactly that one, which is the astronaut career. So, for example, for being a pope, you're not going to study that. I mean, you're going to be selected by a finger. To be an astronaut is the same. To be a 33-degree Mason is going to be the same. There are, for be the director of the ONU, of the director of the UNESCO, of the director of the OMS, all those institutions that really have an impact in the real life of the people doesn't enter in the democracy system because you are not going to select them. No one of those representative, help me. Well, I want to, chairs, if you want to see it in that way. Right. You're not going to select any of those people that are going to sit on those chairs. Mm-hmm. And when the people start asking, but if the flat earth was true, you have to have, so many people into the conspiracy to, all the pilots of all the mathematicians, all the biologists, all the blah, blah, blah. No, because they are received the same educational system. Right.
Yeah, they're all reading from the same books. And I've said before that, no astrophysicist has been to space, so therefore all astrophysicists who are the PhD, the smartest it gets when it comes to outer space, none of them have ever been there. Zero. And it's just something that, of course they all believe the same thing. They're given the same textbook and told that they have to regurgitate it. And whoever does the best at memorizing what's in that book, those are the people that become your astrophysicists. Whoever are interested in those mathematical equations and the fantasies that they put on paper, those are the people that move on and then teach that to the younger generation. So, no, none of them have to be in on the lie at all. Zero.
Exactly. In fact, as we're going to see, all the, when you're talking about, I like to see in this, like this, I'm opening the image in the other monitor, so that is why I'm taking my time. But I like to see these, equations and all this system like an old computer system. And I mean this. In early times, even in until 1960, 1970, before the first computer graphic was created, for convincing people about the spherical Earth or the gravity or whatever, those things that you never can test in lab, you create equations, and the mind of the people that receive the instruction to interpret these numbers, they create in the mind, in their brain, the image. Mm-hmm. It's like the computer does today. When I look, or when I show this helmet here, and sorry because I opened this, is from a work, but when you see this situation here, you believe this is a real object inside the computer, but it's just number. The computer have the instruction via the programming software to interpret those vectors into polygons and then into a coherent shape. And when I click render, it represents all these lines with the light bounces, the shaders, the shadows, blah, 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 blah. And you have the image. But this same concept was this one, from the mathematicians or the physicists. These numbers represent an idea into your brain to understand what they're trying to show you that is impossible to show, which is a black hole, or which is, all these supposedly forces out there. So they put into your mind a lot of numbers, and your brain is start forming that picture,
right?
Instead of computer.
Right. Mathematically, they can show you some idea of the Big Bang, but that's why it makes no sense to talk about when you're saying everything came from nothing in a nanosecond or in an instant, and there wasn't even space here. Then all of a sudden now there's space, and it's all mathematical. It's just their version of the same pictures that maybe we have in our mind when we picture an exploding star or something's exploding, but it's just a different way of looking at it, a mathematical way. And yeah, is it more exact than a mental picture? Sure, but the problem is it doesn't make it real.
Exactly. It doesn't make it real. Doesn't matter the beauty of the equation.
No.
It doesn't make it real.
Nope.
And so when when you start, I just show a few modern examples and what we are today with the educational system based on heliocentric concepts. But when you start looking backwards, because, for example, when you start asking who determinate the distance from the Earth to the Sun and how, in that time, you're going to see a Jesuit put in there. When you start asking who create the concept of the Earth being spherical and have a core, melting, core inside, it was a Jesuit. Who create the first system of projection image? It was a Jesuit. And everything you start looking in the Occidental part of the world, which supposedly was made by scientists out of the dogmatic system, it doesn't come to that. It was made from a guy who was maybe a scientist, but inside of the dogmatic system. Mm-hmm. So when you start asking what was the, quote unquote, the first universities, the first one verse of the history, where it come from, you're going to see, of course, the first guys who have access for study. We must be back really, really in the beginning of time, if you want to see like that. It was just religious people. Mm-hmm. Nobody get access to study like maybe you have today. It doesn't matter if you have money or not. You must give your entire life to the order and enter in some religious institution. It doesn't matter if it was the Catholic or the Christian or the Veda or the Buddha. It doesn't, or the Sumerian or Babylonian. It doesn't matter. You must enter into this order, which never was allowed to enter women's, for example. It's just men's, and you give your life to the order to have access to understand what letters means, words means, because the rest of the world is just workers.
Mm-hmm. Illiterate, usually. Especially back then. They couldn't even read or write.
Nothing. And in fact, that is one of the first things that I'm starting to say, okay, man, the Bible, for example, who write the Bible? Because if you want to believe the original story, the apostles, they don't know how to write. They don't know how to, they are not educational people. They
Right.
just fishing guys, supposedly. And at that time, they don't even have ink or paper to write nothing. They don't come to home and say, I'm going to write what Jesus tell me.
No.
And pick up a paper and then, a pencil and start writing.
No, and it was over 100 years till they even say that happened. So, yeah, it's an oral tradition, passed from mouth to mouth and then written down long after. Same thing with the first part of the Bible.
Exactly. But again, for having that kind of knowledge and having that kind of access, you can be a regular people and say, I'm going to be a study and then get away from the order and live my regular life with my family.
Right.
Never. So the first guy who started studying the sky, the cosmology, the mathematics, the alchemy, the biology, all that kind of real important knowledge, there was all highest priest. They never was, regular people. So after that, you're trying to look at like in the timeline. After these guys, put all together and start saying, okay, we need to create, like people that represent us in the community, and start creating these layers of power, which in our days you can see it like the Masonic guys or the Illuminati or the Malta order, or you can name it, because in our days we have a lot of them. It was the alchemist. This kind of knowledge, the first people that receive, and that is my opinion, okay? But the first people that start receiving this kind of knowledge was the guy who ended be, like an alchemist, like these people that live all the time inside of, quote unquote, lab or laboratory and work for the queen, for the crown, or for the church, and makes things like, like in our days, who finance, who give the money to the scientists? The same institutions.
Right. Governments.
Exactly, government. And when you start looking, who give the money to Galileo? It was who? The church.
Mm-hmm.
Who give the money to Newton or to Kepler? Who put the money to make that discoveries or creating the tools? It was the church. So when you start following the route of the money, you're gonna see who is behind.
Yeah, and if you really want to get crazy, you look into the Jesuits and Islam. As crazy as that might sound to people, could Islam have been created by the Jesuits and the Vatican? When you look at the Quran, the only woman mentioned in the Quran is Miriam, which is Mary, Jesus' mom. She was born without original sin. The Quran mentions Jesus more than it mentions Muhammad. The Quran says that Jesus will return. It says that he will come again, but it doesn't say that about Muhammad. It says Muhammad is dead and will never return. So really, it says that Jesus is the Word of God, that he's God's representative. So when you really look at the Islamic story, all of a sudden you see it's just the Catholic story with some added pieces, and really it looks like it's created by the Vatican. And look at the wars and look at the people killing each other over a book that is basically saying the same thing.
In fact, the Masonic Lodge, it's, when you go to history, you're going to see that was created by Jesuit order. Because they use all the Orwellian way of thinking. They create the opposite and, the synthesis and the, I don't know how is the name in English.
Yeah, antithesis.
Exactly. And they give you the final result. And so when you start looking into the symbols inside of Freemasonic Lodge, you're going to find the same symbols as you have in the Jesuit order and the Jewish order. In fact, one of the most biggest lodge in our days of Masonic order is from Jesuit. From Jewish people. And it's had a name that I can't recall now, but you haven't there. Because when you understand the symbols, you're gonna understand a lot of other things that you are not going to understand ever if you don't look into the symbology. That is why they put that famous pyramid with the eye in the $1 bill. So you must study this kind of information, like the Kabbalah and the alchemist and the symbology, because if not, you are not going to understand nothing about even science or religion or whatever you can name it, whatever you need to understand. You must understand how it was created.
Yeah, and I think some people are missing the point. I see some people in the chat saying, read the Quran. It says that God has no son, and that means that they're different. Well, that's the point. It's just like when we say that the Jesuits may have started both science and religion and pushed both of them. So you might say, well, they're totally different. One says Big Bang, one says creation. One says that the Earth is 6,000 years old. The other one says 4.54 billion. Well, yeah, they're different things, but we're saying that the same group pushed both stories. So what I'm saying is the same story. Yeah, in Catholicism or Christianity, Jesus is God's son. In Islam, he is not. But if you look at the people who wrote each one, if it's the same person, then that's how you would write it, because you want to have control over both people. Meaning, if you think Jesus is God's son, then you'll be a Christian, and if you think he's not his son, well, then maybe you'll be a Muslim. So it's kind of the same thing. Where that's my opinion. Is that's why. And I went to a Jesuit high school. I've told people that many times. And what I thought was the strangest thing about that high school is that they pushed both religion and science. And that's what turned me away from school. As I said, I don't understand any of this because I grew up religious, and then all of a sudden I'm going to a Catholic high school to where they're pushing religion and teaching you Big Bang and teaching you these things that I thought we weren't really believing, and it kind of got me stuck. But now I look back and realize, well, they want to push either one because either one is a belief system. And they don't care which belief system you adhere to, whether you adhere to the strictly Catholic belief system or whether you adhere to the strictly scientific belief system. Both of them are belief systems, which means they control you. That's their whole goal. That's everything that we're talking about. If you believe what they tell you, they control you.
Exactly. In fact, I like to think in the way that we, as Occidental people, we read books that was translated by English and Romance people. I mean, you don't have the access to the original books of anything that you read from a spiritual world, if you will want to look in that way. Even the Buddhist books you read was translated by English people.
Right. And I always say don't trust men, and that's why I don't have the same belief. Do I think the Bible has truth in it? Absolutely. It's a book written by people. I'm sure there's a lot of truth in it. But when you start to get down to, are we reading original documents? No. That they've been passed through many, many hands and many, many different scribes, and some of them were told to write things into there or may have written things on their own. We don't know, but it's impossible to say it didn't happen. So, if I can't prove that the books that I'm reading are exactly as presented, and that's why I ultimately don't think that, in my belief, I don't think that the Creator wrote a book for that exact reason. If the Creator wrote a book, he would know men would come along and change the words of that book, which would make the book obsolete. It's no longer, that's what men do. Men write books, not gods.
Yeah, in fact, when you start to look into, at least this is my transformation in terms of a spiritual paradigm. I mean, the real book of the Creator is the nature out there.
Absolutely.
When you start to contemplate the aurora borealis, how the water works, how the earth was created, how the weather, the cosmology, all the constellation, the stars, the sun, the moon, that is the book of the Creator.
Yep. And in the
I
only
like
way
to
that
see that way.
Yeah, me too. It makes it more comforting to know that it's the same thing presented to everyone, right? That's the way that it would be done. Not that a book that can be translated, mistranslated, whatever you're talking about, the oral tradition, it's given in a different way. We all know that if you play the telephone game, right, you pass it down, and people whisper each other's ear, that the best version of that story is the very first one, is the very first person who heard the words out of the mouth, and then after that it gets scrambled up. Well, we're way at the end of the line now, no matter how you look at it. And I think what Iro is doing a job pointing out too is all these books that we're studying, all these books that were handed out to people were basically printed in the 1600s, 1500s, 1600s, around the same time that all this started to happen. That's when the printing press came into play. And if they were ever going to lie to the entire world, that was the time to do it. That was the
exactly.
time. Yeah,
in fact, was the church who founded Gutenberg.
Right, exactly. Yep.
I mean,
because it has to be financed. Everything has to be financed, and that's another thing that I say that that is a trick by the elite, is to teach the world, oh, truth should be free, and so if any kind of truth channel goes out and says, hey, I'm taking donations or we're doing this, well, then everybody comes down on them. Truth should be free. You shouldn't be asking for money. When the secret is that money is responsible for everything that we see happen. The Gutenberg printing press would have never gotten off the floor if it wasn't for being backed by all this government money, or in this case, religious money. But it's the same thing for every journey. Captain Cook, Wilkes, all of these trips down south were all financed heavily by governments and by the Vatican. And that's why they were able to happen. And so today, when somebody's saying, well, how does the sun work? Or what's the angle of the sun? Well, I don't know. And I shouldn't be expected to know. I have not had any government funding to take 2-year trips down south and to track the sun and to get the exactitudes of every direction. Those things were done in the past, and you're free to believe them if you want. But for me, I don't believe them because I just look at the history of them and see Captain Cook turned in his logs to the Queen, and they didn't get, they didn't get put out to the public, or they didn't get produced until 3 years later. In fact, his second journey, his papers were turned in, and he was already gone for his third journey, the one that he supposedly died on in Hawaii. He never got to see the pages of his second journey. So when we're reading that book about what's gone on between Captain Cook and where he went, well, all those things he never even got to read because he was dead first. So it becomes very important to look at who is printing this material, how is it getting out, and go to the Bible and look at who owns the Bible, and how the fact that the crown is the copyright to the Bible. So I mean, it just should make you question as to, if you want to believe the Bible because there's lots of good things in it and it teaches you to be a good person, well, by all means, do that. I don't care how you are a good person, and I don't think that the creator of this world cares how you're a good person. I don't think it matters that, well, this particular person was a good person because they believed in Jesus and they thought Jesus died for their sins. That's fine. You're a good person. But really look at the history of these religions that you're believing in, and look at the bloodshed that's been taking place. I mean, that's what convinced people it was okay to have wars, is that you would be forgiven because you were doing it for God's sake. Before that, it wasn't okay just to go around killing people because you knew, or at least people thought, there was a God and you'd be judged on earth, or you'd be judged eventually for your actions. But when it became a holy war, and it became the doctrine of discovery, go out to the new world and evangelize and put the cross in the ground, and if people don't listen to you, shame them, make them go off by themselves for days at a time, and if that doesn't change them, then kill them, so that our religion takes over. So recognize that that's the reason that the majority of the United States believes in a religion that was forced upon the people that lived here. It was forced on you. You didn't have a choice. It wasn't like, well, hey, we're bringing over Christianity. Take a look at it. If you like it, join us. If not, don't. There was no choice. So we have the choice at this point in time. And if you still want to follow in the footsteps of those who were forced to believe that, hey, that's your choice.
Yeah, I totally agree. And to live clear, out there, they mix through with lies. So for me, the religious books are nice to read it, but you need to contrast with so many other information, because if not, you are not going to extrapolate what is quote unquote true. That is my opinion. Is my method. But I mean, the Bible itself is an astrological book, and is historian book, is a mathematician book, is a occultist book also. So when you go to a regular church, you're going to receive the first layer of that book. You're not going to receive the real meaning of that book. So, and we are never going to receive that, because, for example, why the most important library is in the Vatican and nobody has access?
Right. And I tried. It is not easy. I tried to get access to a book that I know is in there, and there's just no way. You're not going to get it.
Never. You're never going to get there. So, in fact, what I show in these slides is that, the beginning of the educational system was the religious order. Then they transfer and they create all this line of thought based on like the Kabbalah, the alchemists, the Jesuit, the Masonic, and you can name it whatever you want. But I mean, that was like the first pass of the information, the filter information. And then, of course, they started to create all the libraries, which, in Spanish, library is pronounced biblioteca, like the Biblia, biblio, because everybody knows that the Bible is like a compendium of many books. It's not just one book. It's taking, a lot of writings and put together and form the Bible, which leave apart books like the Enoch books and other, don't authorize writings. So they just take it what they was convenient to share with the, indoctrination people, and they share that information, really filtering. And of course, if you want to study, you must go to a monastery. You're never gonna be, I mean, until 19th and 18th centuries, there was no, open school,
right?
Open university. And I was talking about just 150 years ago. We are not talking about 12,000 years ago. Yeah, go ahead.
No, I was just saying we're talking hundreds of years ago.
Yeah, exactly. Even in our day, because it just the university is like a makeup of those monastery and those one system of education. It's like a makeup, but it still are in church via the church. Like we're gonna see in a few moments. But what I'm trying to say is, you again, to receive education, you need to give your life to these people, and your family needs to put a lot of money, and you're gonna receive not only the scientific quote unquote education, but you're also going to receive how to love the order and to complain the order. And after you go out of this kind of educational system, you have doubt with them, and not just monetary. I don't know if I pronounce well.
Mm-hmm. I think I got it.
Okay, so a few nice characters that appear in the history that nobody talks about it. And for example, the first one that I came across was Kircher has been compared to the fellow Jesuit Roger Boscovich and to Leonardo da Vinci for his enormous range of interest, and has been honored with the title of Master of the 100 Arts. So, all the time in history books, you're going to have the information about Leonardo da Vinci or Roger Boscovich, but nobody named this guy, which suppose has the same abilities or the same, skills of those other two guys. And these guys, of course, when you go to the Wikipedia also, it says like the Jesuit Athanasius Kirchner, a recent postgraduate course of the University of Granada on Hermetism, magic, and alchemy has regained its memory. The symbology, secrecy, magic, Kabbalah, that is something that you may think that own the Jewish people. But again, we start to see how these work together. At the end, the Catholics and the Jewish, they use the same customs, the same dress, the same hat. Mm-hmm. They use the same color system. They use the same Bible. They say that Jesus was a Jewish. Mm-hmm. I mean, you can start see how they work together. That is my opinion. This guy also was an alchemy and ultimately an occultist. So why the Jesuit? It's all these titles. All the skill of these guys is all this. The mystery of human knowledge forbidden to mortals and transmitted from remote antiquity from the Egyptian. And then you can start see why you have a pyramid or obelisk in all capital cities in occidental part of the world, and not just the capital cities. I have here in my city like 3. And, I mean, all the occidental part of the world have this kind of monument.
And sorry, go ahead.
No. Okay. Please.
I remember you talking about the city that you live in, and it reminded me. Didn't you say that you've got like a center of your city, and then there's like an outer edge that is called Antarctica or something?
Yes.
Yeah, tell us about that real quick, just because that
was that kind of thing that you never think about it until you become a flat earther.
Right. So tell people what it is real quick, just because I can't quite remember. I remember you saying it was this over a year ago.
Yeah, I am looking for the picture just for illustrate myself when I speaking. This is my city. This is this is the city of Washington. You can see here the pentagram, and this is the city of Buenos Aires, which is the capital of my country, of Argentina. In the middle of the capital of my country, you have this huge obelisk. And not just that, recently, like I don't recall if it was 8, 10 or 5 years ago, there was a reconstruction of this part of the square around the obelisk. And the shape of this new architectural shape is the Eye of Horus. That's combined with a really short diagonal, which cut there. And this, you can see it here. I mean, there is no other kind of explain nothing about that. And this is an obelisk here in my city. This is the city of La Plata, which have the same properties of Washington City, which is, it was planning before building the city. So here you can see the square and the compass is forming by this square here with these diagonals. And when you come to, for example, my city is the capital of the capital of Argentina, right? You are following?
Wait, the capital of the capital?
Yeah. My city is the capital of Buenos Aires, and Buenos Aires is the capital of the country.
Okay.
Because
gotcha.
the most city with all universities in my country is my city.
La Plata.
My city is one of the most important city to the people come from the outside of the country to get an education, because it was made by Masonic guys. So they ponderate the reason age, the educational for the people. Right. So the most important universities are in my city. Mm-hmm. And this square, this rectangle, this square represent the city itself. So when you come from Buenos Aires, you start traveling to the street to get into my city. You start entering for this part, and this street here, it's called Antarctic. So symbolically, you come out from the Antarctic and enter into the Masonic or my city in this case. But this is a Masonic city. You have the name of Antarctic. It's the only street in my city. There is no other street called that. Mm-hmm. In fact, all the street in my city are numbers. They don't use names. You have that name only.
Crazy.
Yeah, it's crazy if you don't understand the symbology behind it. But that is my city, guys. And I have this T-shirt. So You must have in mind that this is a really risk to walk in the neighborhood.
In the name
but
of
you
truth.
can see, yeah, I mean, the symbology of the obelisk, you can represent it in our days based on the modern rocket. And that is why they use all the time these symbolic names to trying to penetrate the sky. You know, it's all symbolic. It's all Osiris fault worship. It's all sun worship, like all the religions are worshiping the sun. At least the Occidental religions. I don't mean maybe the more like we have here in Argentina. We have the guys, the original guys that was here, that they don't worship the sun. They worship the earth, the Mother Earth, and they consider that the sun and the moon are the childs of the earth, and the earth was created but by some intelligence. So getting back here, you start see that this guy, this Athanasov Kirchner, he was, like I said before, an occultist, Kabbalist, a magician, a secrecy, symbology, blah, 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 blah. And they create the first magic lantern, which in our days is Hollywood. Mm-hmm. When you go to cinema, you're going to use an invention made by Jesuits. And look how iconic that it is, the image that they project in the magic lantern. Why they don't project a nice landscape with the, no, they project a demon. It's crazy, man. I mean, they trying to put all the time, fear in your spirit, fear us, because if you do bad things, you're gonna come a Jesuit Kirchner and gonna rap you. So you can start see how these orders are created based on the Egyptian knowledge and transforming that Egyptian knowledge into their own convenient system. That is how I like to see. So this guy also proposed that the Earth has a nucleus, a molten rocks in the middle. And this was the first guy. So why they never teach you this in school or in the university when they talk about the nucleus of the Earth?
Right. They want you to think that they've sent down probes and have dug down to 4,000 miles or something, when that's not even close to being true.
Exactly. Athanasius Kirchner, sorry for the pronunciation, Kircheri, Mundus Subterraneus. This guy was one of the first in our society to promote this. And you can see the spherical Earth, the volcans, having the veins into some of the deposit of fire, and that deposit connects to a big deposit of fire. And you have here the Coriolis effects, based on the angels that are blowing away the wind. And here you can see the same thing, the concept of the Coriolis effects blowing by these guys. This is the Coriolis effects.
It's more believable than the stuff we're told now. So.
I believe that, yeah. And here you can see, the angels contemplating via telescope, trying to penetrate the clouds. Because in this picture there is a lot of symbolic things, and here you can see the sun with the own rays, the own light, the moon with the own light, the shadow maybe come from this object in the middle, which represent the Polaris, and these wings and the snake represent the Aurora Borealis, the green serpent in the sky moving, bringing on the knowledge, the divine energy. And here you can see like another sun emitting rays, which is the Jesuit symbology of the sun that we have in our flag, for example, in Argentina. And this is like another energy and another concept different to the sun and the moon. And of course, the Earth, in this case, is a sphere, but is hanging on the change in the middle, where the Polaris is, aligned or passing over, or wherever you want to see it. It's really tricky to interpret because we are not Jesuit. But if you start looking into the time and you start see what symbols are putting the winds and the serpent and the you're gonna realize that, for me at least, this represent the aurora borealis, the Polaris, the moon, the sun, and the shadow, maybe cast by an object in the middle. I just dropping on the table. I am not saying that this is the cause of the shadow in the moon and things like that, but it's just there in this picture. And of course, like I mentioned before, this was the guy who present us at that time the idea of the nucleus of the spherical Earth, which nobody proved. Everybody knows the super deep collar hole and how the humans in our modern days can reach more than 12 kilometers via machines, right. And maybe with some radar bounces you can reach 30-40 kilometers. It doesn't mean that the Earth is a sphere. Only means that the Earth has volume, nothing like that, and nothing more than that.
Nothing telling us there's a molten iron core.
Exactly. So this is what I talked earlier. I mean, don't forget that the Vatican has the most important library out there for share with the people and try, but they never gonna show you and share with you. So forget about that. But why they go into the secrecy? Like this guy, into secrecy all the time. And that, you have the famous speech with Kennedy talking about how disgusting is in our days talking about the secrets and the secret societies. And these are the secret societies. So we are going good, Jen?
Yeah, I would say continue some more.
Okay, perfect. So when you start, after this religious institution, then go to this intermediate institution like the Kabbalah and the alchemists and the Masonic guys, blah, blah, blah. Then come to the universities, and the modern universities was directed by Masonic guys. And that is why there is out there a lot of books that call about the invisible college, the modern birth of science and cultural institutions, and was made by the Royal Society. So when you start looking into the Royal Society, you're going to come across which was the father of the Freemasonry and the Royal Society. And one of those names are the guy who called Elias Ashmole. So he's considered one of the father of the Freemasonry and contribute to his extensive knowledge related to the Egyptian and Hermetic symbol. So you have the connection. He dealt with astrologers, alchemists, mathematicians, and a large number of scholars, along with whom he founded the Royal Society of London and the Philosophical Society of Oxford. So there you have it. I mean, this is the educational system that in our days are based. It's based on alchemists, mathematicians or magicals, Egyptian and Hermetic symbols, and was created by Freemasonry. And who created Freemasonry? The Jesuit order. And who created the Jesuit order? the same school of mystery of the beginning of time. So when you go to 𝘾𝙤𝙙𝙤𝙚𝙨, you can see a few pictures trying to establish the idea of the spherical Earth, but he also talked about the flat Earth. I mean, it's like, if you are inside of these circles, you're going to have some kind of teaching, and outside this circle, you're going to receive another kind of teaching. And that is what is happening today, based on how you pay. But it doesn't matter at what school you go, you're going to receive the same heliocentric model. I didn't know any kind of university that doesn't promote that. It doesn't matter how much you pay, you're going to be a slave.
Right.
So after that, when this guy died, when the magus of Freemasonry, when 𝘾𝙤𝙙𝙤𝙗, which is considered a scientist, alchemist, and founder of the Royal Society, dies, it's come this guy, Robert Plot, which he have a really nice surname to all this situation, because when I start looking into trying to associate the crop cycles into the flat Earth, this is the guy who present not just the crop cycle, also the first concept art of a dinosaur. And again, nobody talks about this guy in any university that I know. This was an English naturalist, first professor of chemistry at the University of Oxford, and the first keeper of the Ashmolean Museum. In 1686, British naturalist Robert Plot reported on rings or arcs of mushroom, and then come the famous history of the mowing devil, which was like the first idea of the modern crop cycle. And it's like the aliens.
You're saying crop circle, right? Not crop circle.
Yeah, crop cycle. Mm-hmm. I pronounce bad. Sorry.
No, it's good. You're saying cycle. I thought crop circle.
No, sorry. Crop circles.
There you go.
Okay, so thank you. But I mean,
don't mess up again. There's gonna be a test at the end of this.
Okay, thank you, man. thank you. And but it's like the ET is getting better as the modern life come better. I mean, at the first time they draw like this kind of shit in the crops, but even past the time, when the time go by and the technology get better and better, the ETs create better crop cycles. Where is the advanced technology of this alien,
Yeah, it came along
something
with
like. Yeah, they teach with us.
Yeah.
They are friends of us. Yes.
Learn at the same pace, I guess.
Exactly. And this was the first guy who proposed the dinosaurs. It doesn't Darwin or some of his friends. This was the first guy who drew the concept art of a dinosaur, which, is a little suspicious, at least for me.
Before they found any bones.
Before nobody found any bones.
Right.
So when you start looking, you can see how they make like some reverse engineering, because they took, a little of turtles, a little of giraffe, and a Komodo dragon and rhino, and they created Triceratops, and they created the T-Rex, and it's just that, it's like the first movies of alien invasion in Hollywood. Mm-hmm. They took, like, for example, a little lizard or little ant, and they film with these lenses, and they create like a huge ant walking into the city. And this is the same thing. They took these concepts in their real nature, and they transform in this big, supposedly, dinosaur out there based on the necessity asking for Darwin, because the first idea for the modern age that we need to find some dinosaur bones was via Darwin. But for me, at least, here you can start see how long they took to planning all this, maybe ending with the fake alien invasion. Because I remember Bill Cooper talking about that the first time he listened talking about faking an alien invasion was in 1894 in Japan. Not in our modern age. It was 2 centuries ago. And 4 centuries ago, you have like the first of the beginning of this, ET, alien beings presented. So, in our age, in our times, you're going to still have the same institutional system, which is based in Jesuit schools and universities. Of course, the first, the father or the highest guy in the creation of the Jesuit order supposedly is Loyola, which come from Spain, and that is why you have universities with that name all over the place. You have the symbols, in the institutional religious education. Doesn't matter is from the business society or a scientist society or from Argentina or from United States or whatever. And the people, maybe they don't know that this, all the time when you see this in the round of conspiracy guys, all the time they talk about the Saturn cult, the cult to the Saturn. But they are based on Jesuit. I mean, when you get over the university, they dress up you like a Jesuit. And that is really profound, because this is what I'm trying to talk all this time. I mean, when you go to this institution, you have doubt with this guy, because you become like a Jesuit. It's not just you receive education. You transform yourself to these guys. Mm-hmm. And of course, they put the same kind of dress and the same kind of colors. And you have, for example, in the University of Yale, referring to lux spiritus, which is like light is the true. All these references to the light, to Luciferian situation. Then you have, for example, another way of coding the reality, which is writing or talking in Latin. And here you have, for example, the OTAN. OTAN have another arm, which is called SHAPE, the Supreme Headquarters Allied Powers of Europe. And in their own logo, they have Vigilia Pretium Libertaris, which is mean the price of freedom is the surveillance. And this is an institution that still are working. And that is when you start looking how much increase the surveillance of the citizens.
Jeez.
But they tell you in the face, you want to freedom? This is a price. Mm-hmm. So, for finishing the presentation, for example, some people believe that maybe the words are not important or they are just, random created words. One of the most important words that I learned in this study of how the words are created, it was the word family. Because the word family is presented really, really, with so power to the society by the church. The church is who present the family is the first, all the family together, our family, the family of that or family of this. But of course, because the word family which come from Latin, it means slave directly. It means servant or slave. In fact, the word famulus, which here in Argentina, when people come from the Hollywood scenario, we call them famoso. Famoso, famulus, it means slave or of the elite. So you have the family, which represent the group of slave, and then you have the famulus, which represent the slave of the elite. It's like when you go back in time to the Roman Coliseum, and you have that guy which was a famulus fighting, for entertaining the people. Well, that same symbology is our, musicians or actors in Hollywood. So you must be understand, or the people out there must be understand that one of the original language was the Sumerian and pre-Sumerian language, and then start to come in all this, updating of the language. In fact, the Hebrew people, they still remain with more pure language than we used to use, because our Anglo-Saxon and Spanish language, it comes from Greek and Latin, but we have like the worst software for talking, Mm-hmm. The most, and for me this is really hard because, but you can see all the time, for example, when you talk about, I believe this is, when you talk about life, you're talking about evil. Mm-hmm. When you talk about my son, it's literally my son. It's, when you're talking about, I can't recall everything, but I mean, you have so many words in English and Spanish that refer to the reverse of supposedly means, mm-hmm. which is, something that you can start understand following these breadcrumbs. Of course, this is the famous, all the puppets of the elite are famous, be part of the family, be part of a slavery system. And why we have so many trouble to understand that? Because we don't receive the same educational system that maybe the family member or the lineage, the bloodlines mm-hmm. members of these elites have. And I'm talking about even in the universities, they don't receive this kind of educational system, which is the trivium and quadrivium system, mm-hmm. which is, they tell you in the face, is cultivated by free men and opposed to the servile art, typical of the servant or slave. So we receive all the time systems based on slavery, not based on freedom. It doesn't matter which school you go, it's the same thing.
And I see that quote you have there in the corner that millionaires don't use astrology, but billionaires do, which is so true. And I've told people before, having the bookstore and the most expensive PDF book that I've ever seen, and I've never been able to get a hold of it, is doing the stock market by the stars. And it's like to get this, it's a PDF, a book, you think you'd be able to get it for free or maybe $50, $100. Go to Amazon and you'll see the book I'm talking about for $8,000. It's a PDF, $8,000, and it's just simply how to play the stock market by the stars. So if you think that that's crazy, and you that's up to you. But you got the J.P. Morgan quote right there telling you that the millionaires don't use astrology, the billionaires do. So
yeah,
hey, go ahead.
No. Sorry. Keep going.
Nope. Go.
Okay. No. What I mean is that is why is when you talk about astrology and astronomy, there is this historical battle, because from the astronomy they want to use the word astrology, because astrology means the study of the stars, but astronomy it just means name naming of the stars. You are not studying the star. You are just naming. And in fact, the church has a unique divisions made by women's sisters to counting the stars. That was the work that the church gave to the women to participate into the study of the heavens. Just counting the points. You are not able to do anything else. Amazing. But when you start looking into the astrology, you understand that if the Earth is flat and all those lights, even the planets, are close, they have influence on us. Like you have influence from the lamp to your side. So, and that is not only have influence in our, in ourselves. It has influence in all the system, in all the plants, the earth, the water, whatever. So that for me is a really good quote, because that he's telling you that, if you don't understand the cycles, you're never gonna understand the real world. And you can apply that whatever you want, to business or to spiritual guide or whatever.
Hey, Ebro, can you mark this spot right here? Because I think that I was trying to keep my videos at least a little bit shorter. We're at 2 hours right now.
Okay.
So if you stop right here.
I finish here. I finish in these 3 slides.
Okay. Do you want to do the rest of it, though? Because I'm free the rest of the week if you want to come. Oh, I have my show Raw on tomorrow, but maybe Tuesday or Wednesday or.
Yeah, I will like, because, something that really, like of this presentation is to share with the people until this slide here, that is going to connect with the presentation in the Denver. But in Denver, I only have 50 minutes. So it's a way to share this presentation. So if you want to, I finish right here. I only left these 3 slides before entering the geometrics.
Okay, perfect.
So this kind of school system, you're gonna see really understanding and teaching via the modern occultist guy, like Aleister Crowley, for example, and that is the gematria. This is the code that the elite used to communicate himself without the masses notice. And if you start following who create or who participate in the creation of the NASA institution, like Jack Parsons, which was a disciple of Aleister Crowley, and Aleister Crowley was a disciple, or he studied the Madame Blavatsky or Albert Pike. So you can start see the connection all the time until our present days with the symbols of Jesuit order and Jewish order. In fact, even I don't know if you guys have it on United States, but here we have a game when you are old, a game which is the square magic, but not with numbers. You just make cross and circles. And if you arrange 3 circles or 3 cross together, you won the win.
Right.
But
tic-tac-toe, it's called here.
Okay. But, all that kind of things, it come from these antique methods. All the time. You have present in a lot of games you do when you are young, is based, believe me or not, on heliocentric system. All the time. So in the antique times, the Masonic has this code to communicate himself. It's like ASCII code in computer, or it's like a crypto language to communicate himself. This is the magic square of Jupiter, the magic square of Mars, and the magic square of Saturn. And all the time they use all these names of the planet, of course. So you can start here, see the connection. And when you start realize that at the end of all this knowledge is resumed into vibration, because a symbol is a vibration to your brain, an equation is a vibration to your brain, the voice when you speak, when you write a letter, when you write a word, all those are vibrations. It's not just like the vibration is something that, because you drop a rock on the water or you blow the wind in the air or whatever. The brain generates vibration waves. So for me, the concept of if you want to find the secret of the universe, things in terms of energy, frequency, and vibration, is not just trying to understand the optical things that you can see and measure. Vibration is also this concept that I show. And that is my opinion, of course, right? But I mean, who's going to put into a doubt that when you speak, you make vibrations?
Right.
Or when you see a symbol, it's interpreting an image in your brain.
Right.
And for your brain works, it needs to vibrate and have energy and have a frequency. And what gives you the frequency of your brain is your heart. Because the brain is too easy to trick. But the heart, it's a little different. That is why the concept in our modern age is like put into a pedestal the brain. The brain is the most important thing. When you die the brain, you become in the state of vegetarian. I don't know which is the name, but I mean, if you die the brain, you still are alive until your heart stops. If your heart stops, you disintegrate yourself. So for me, it's more important the heart than the brain. Of course, you need both, but if you die your brain, you still have astral emotions. A lot of people that come from the coma talks about seeing the things in the room or have other experience out there. So this is the concept that I like to think beyond the standard concept of Nikola Tesla. And I finish here the presentation, this first part. This is, for me, the Aurora Borealis is like the most, optical concept of the divine energy, of the creation, of the energy that's the ether, or whatever you want to call it. And after this, man, we can finish here, and other time we enter into the Gematrix, which means combining the gematria and the actual world that is surround us.
Okay, super. So yeah, I'll talk to you, and if you can do it Tuesday or Wednesday, let's do this again. This way you can continue and finish off your presentation. I know I talked a lot, which I'm sure kept you from moving swiftly through it. So
no, man, I really enjoy that. I really respect your opinion, man. For me, it's better if we do like this.
Cool, awesome. Yeah, I like it too. Okay, great. So thanks to 𝘬𝙧. I wanted to say thank you to the mods. I really appreciate it. You guys are the best. And thanks to everyone for joining me tonight. I appreciate it, obviously, as always. And check the description for links to 𝘬𝙧's website and his channel. Subscribe to him, please. And subscribe to Globebusters so you can hear us both. That's every Sunday at noon Pacific time. Or you can come to Denver on November 15th and 16th, and you will get to meet us both. That's at the International Flat Earth Conference. You can get your tickets at Flat Earth 2018, or I'm sorry, at fe2018.com. And we'll play this for you one more time.
Are you ready? Because we're taking it to the next level. The world is waking up. Join us in Denver this November for the Flat Earth International Conference 2018. Tickets are now available at fe2018.com. FEIC USA Edition. Bigger, better, higher, and still as flat as ever.
I don't know how they knew I'd be higher, but they may have got that right. So be there or check it out online. It's going to be great to meet all the new people. and some of you that we haven't seen in a year. So join us. It'll be great to see you again, Iro. Hopefully you have an easier time going through customs than last time.
Thank you, man. If not, I make you call.
Okay, give me a call. I'll talk to the cops. I'll get you free. So, yeah, and if you want to join the coolest group on the internet, you just need to head over to patreon.com/Ďeřinism. That's to become a patron. And thank you to all my patrons. You guys are awesome. And thank you for everyone for your support. You can also support me at paypal.me/Ďeřin. And if you want to donate to Iru, he would love it. He needs it a lot. Money's not quite the same down there as it is up here. So a little bit from us helps him a lot. And he's got his trip coming up to Denver here in about a month. So you can donate to Iru at paypal.me/Nur, N-U-R, para, P-A-R-A, Todos, T-O-D-O-S. So that's paypal.me/Nur, para, Todos. And lastly, if you want to help me by not paying anything, you can go to my Amazon link. I get a percentage of all the sales there, and that link is j.mp/JarenAMZ, or just go to Ďeřinism.com. You can click up in the upper right-hand corner and hit Amazon, and you just go there, and you don't pay anything different. You do your normal shopping, and then I get a percent. So I'm certainly not telling you to go shop at Amazon. If you don't do that, that's just for those who do shop Amazon. If you do, and you use my link first, you can help me out a little bit with that, and I certainly do appreciate it. So, and I think that was all I had going for tonight. And again, Iru and I will be back later this week, probably Tuesday or Wednesday, and that will be awesome. So other than that, be kind to everyone and don't lie. And remember to do your own research, because if you do, you'll never again believe what you've been taught. So till later this week, or till tomorrow night on Raw, which is 6 to 8 p.m. Pacific, and that is on Truth Frequency Radio. So join me over there. Till then, guys, it's been fun. This has been Ďeřinism. Till next time, peace.
Peace.
What's going on, everyone? This is Ďeřin from Ďeřinism, back with another live video for you this evening. Part 2. If you haven't seen part 1, you can check out the link in the description, and maybe you want to start there. Or if you've seen it and want to start here with part 2, excellent. Let's get started and try to keep this moving. With me tonight from Argentina for this second conversation is Ďeři Landucci, 37-year-old from Buenos Aires, Argentina. And I guess I'll let him tell you a little bit about himself. And let me see if I can get him on the screen. Oh, he just has the screen up. But Ďeři, how are you, my friend?
Ďeřan, hello, man. How you doing? Pleasure to be here. Hello for everyone in the chat. I'm from La Plata, 40 kilometers from Buenos Aires. One of the most Masonic cities in my country. In fact, is based on the Washington design. All the creators and founder of my city are Freemasons. So, you know how Argentina is, man. So if you have any doubt, check out the flag. You can see the heliocentric symbol with the Jesuit sun in the middle of the waters above and below. That is the colors in the flag. Blue, white, and blue.
Yep. And before we get going, Ďeři's got the second half of his presentation. I did want to show one thing to those who might be interested. I found it awfully interesting. The other evening, and I don't remember if it was 2 nights ago or 3 nights ago now, I sat down at dinner to watch the World Series, the MLB Baseball World Series. Turned that on right at the beginning, and I caught something interesting. I heard the voice of good old Neil deGrasse Tyson and thought, what in the world is this guy doing on baseball? Let me show you exactly what he was doing. Let me show you my screen. Yeah, you'll love this. Oops, hold on one second. I'm having a little issue. I'll fix it. 1 second. I didn't put in this window capture. 1 second. Sorry about this. And there, and let's go with this one. All right. 1 second. We're going to make this a little bigger. All right, here we go. So I have clipped it. This is for fair use, obviously, for commentary and critique, but I claim no copyright. This is obviously that of Fox and Major League Baseball. So let's go ahead and hear it. 1 second here. Make sure that you can hear the sound. All right. Oops, I don't know what that was. All right, here we go. Now let's see if you can hear this.
universe we know was created billions of years ago. It encompasses all of space and time, the planets, and more stars than the eye can see. But in October, you won't find brighter stars in the baseball galaxy than in the World Series. The constellation we call the Red Sox has been shining brighter than the diamond on which it plays. The Dodgers, though, are still waiting for a big bang of their own. Can they stop the Red Sox rocket ship and avoid falling into the black hole of an 0-3 deficit? You don't have to be an astrophysicist to know that tonight's game will be out of this world.
Nice, man.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Unbelievable. Number one, for those who like to dig deep into conspiracies, if you listen back to a couple things he said in there, obviously, number one, it was written right before the game because he included details about the series, talking about the Dodgers being down 2-0 and needing their big bang. And he says, you don't have to be an astrophysicist to know that tonight's Game 3 will be out of this world. Talks about, the danger of falling into the black hole of being down 3-0. Well, exactly what he predicted came true, that the game was, quote-unquote, out of this world, becoming the longest World Series game in history at 18 innings. The Dodgers crept out of their black hole by winning one game and did it with a, quote-unquote, big bang with a walk-off home run in the bottom of the 18th. So just funny when you look at it that way. But also, even a funnier way to look at it is what other science needs to sell itself to the world like that? Where do we ever see anything like that? It's just the heliocentric religion, the space religion, being sold to little boys, whoever is watching the World Series. I think that they probably get maybe 20 million views. I don't know. I think it used to be a lot higher, 40 million or something. But I think nowadays the World Series viewership is down quite a bit. But it's just funny to me to see at this time. I mean, I've watched a lot of World Series games in my life and never anything like that coming on before. It just seems so desperate. What do you think about it, Iru?
Totally, that is the word. They are so desperate because, of course, every sport that we play in our days was created by Freemasons, starting for the first of all the sport, which is the soccer. Created in the 80s, 60s in Scotland, and if you start go a little, just scratch the surface of the sport, you're gonna find a lot of symbols and numbers built in it.
You mean like
because there are just rituals, and there has the sport have a lot of layers of indoctrination, and also the sports are to like it's like being created by like absorb your energy, but not like a fashion thing. No, you go to the sport to have that behavior where you express yourself like an animal, and go, you dry your energy in the sport. And here in Latin America with the soccer, you can clearly see how the people get angry and excited, and it's like shaking the the humans, and of course after any play, soccer play, you go to your home again and you are dry of energy, literally. And when you start reading Orwell, or when you start reading I can pronounce in English, Hegels, the guy of the World of Words.
Yeah, H.G. Wells.
Yeah, that one. He put in the textbooks. I mean, how create sport to manipulate the male in the tribu.
Right, and if you look right at the screen, I left this little image up just because if you look at a baseball diamond, it is the compass and square. It's
totally
right there. It's right in front of you. So yeah, we have Neil deGrasse Tyson reconfirming this space religion, basically selling space, indoctrinating, well, everyone who ever watches it. But do we see this in other sciences? I mean, I've never seen chemistry try and sell us at the beginning of an NBA Finals game. The Boston Celtics are like the rearranging of molecules. Their recent reactions with the Chicago Bulls compound is, give me a break. It's such a joke to hear it, and I hope people recognize it because it's quite obvious. I'll play it one more time just so we can hear it again so you can get an idea of what I'm talking about. But just imagine what would have had to happen. This has to be Neil deGrasse, I'm guessing, or somebody from this science world going to the Major League Baseball and saying, hey, we'd love to read a little something we wrote today before the game. I don't know how it comes about, but it's definitely Neil deGrasse selling you his religion. Let's listen to it one more time.
The universe we know was created billions of years ago. It encompasses all of space and time, the planets, and more stars than the eye can see. But in October, you won't find brighter stars in the baseball galaxy than in the World Series. The constellation we call the Red Sox has been shining brighter than the diamond on which it plays. The Dodgers, though, are still waiting for a big bang of their own. Can they stop the Red Sox rocket ship and avoid falling into the black hole of an 0-3 deficit? You don't have to be an astrophysicist to know that tonight's game will be out of this world.
Yeah, so classic. Total joke. But again, people love it. They have adopted it as part of their belief system, and they believe in the fairy tales of outer space and space travel and planets and all these crazy orbits, and the sun that you see in the sky that you can cover with your thumb is actually 1 million times bigger than the Earth itself, than all that we see everywhere every day. The sun is 1 million times bigger than that, and 93 million miles away, and all the religion that goes with it, the religion of the vacuum of space and endless space, and the spinning ball religion. So I guess they have to sell it. That's what you have to do when no one's been there, and you just want to keep doing what you're doing. So we will switch screens over to 𝘬𝙁 here, and 𝘬𝙁, you can get started with your presentation. I'm all ears.
Okay.
Let's hear it.
Okay, yeah, in fact, let me just very quickly, because you start the subject, but here you can clearly see all the symbols in sports. This is one of the most famous soccer player in the world, which is from Argentina. It's called Messi, doing the sign of Horus, the logo of the World Cup in Brazil, which is clearly a depiction of the Horus, Egyptian god. You can clearly see here how they literally worship Baal and the Luciferian symbols, doing all the horns, the tattoos, the symbols of the Masonic are implicit in the sport. A lot of rituals of the Masonics are implicit in the sport. For example, you play into a rectangle, 11 guys confronting another 11. When you make a lateral, you put the balloon on your head, and you put, like in the triangle, the legs to drop the balloon inside the field. All the guys all the time are doing the same kind of symbol that you're gonna find in the religion of scientism today, when you see these guys doing the horns and the 666 and things like that. You have literally here nothing to hide. The tattoos are totally Luciferian depiction of the antiquity Babylonian gods. So I just quickly show this because a lot of in fact, my presentation is going to come like this, trying to understand how the real world is controlling by the symbol. In fact, maybe if we wait enough, we can see the really World Cup, because the World Cup must be done like this, not like this. So let me just change the screen. So you are looking now the PowerPoint presentation?
Yep, got it.
Perfect. So let me just check. So, remember the last presentation that we made. We talk about, maybe more modern situation about the flat Earth and how everything starts to be manipulating from the educational institutions. We start looking into the founders of the UNESCO, the educational programs that they teach us, not just in the elementary school, but also in universities. We start to talking about where the first universities come from, really basic, but the idea is that people can understand at least the basic and how the Freemasonry was infiltrated in all these institutions, how they create the models of the modern educational system, the military institutions, the scientist institutions. And we come to the end that we start talking about, or not talking about, but presenting the alternative educational system that some of the elite people use, which is the trivium and the quadrivium. It's not the only one, but maybe it's one of the most common alternative. And of course, they self saying that this educational system is based on free men's, opposed to the typical servant or slave education. So every time they treat us as slaves, and we start to looking into why for us is so difficult to understand the symbols and the gematria, because we didn't get that into school. So for example, when you see the field court in the baseball game, you don't understand that the drawing of the field is a Masonic square and compass. Mm-hmm. Or when you look into another sport, you don't be able to understand how it was made or built based on rituals or symbols or, gematria itself. So that was, just very quickly trying to understand this concept of understanding the universe in terms of energy, frequency, and vibration, and not refer only to empirical experiment. Also, we must be taking into account that our voice, our thoughts are energy, are vibration, and has a frequency. So anytime that you see a symbol, it's also contained these three elements. So the idea of the second part of the presentation is just presenting what I call, but it's just a fashion name called geometrics, which is like a combination of the gematria and the matrix that they imposed over our reality. It's like the elite code. Simply, it's just a fancy name, but the idea is trying to look into our modern world and try to, share with the people what I research based on a lot of other researchers via YouTube, via books, documentaries, regular stuff. But the idea is share with the people a few of my research based on this and trying to apply into the heliocentric reality. Reality for them, of course, not for us, right? So the first thing, it's because I live in a country where we have a lot of obelisk. In fact, I believe you guys have a lot of more than me in my country, but this is like symbol everywhere in the occidental part of the world. And maybe the people doesn't associate with the shape of a rocket, and it's just a little it's like the symbol of penetrating the Mother Earth, the atmosphere, trying to reach the sky, like the Tower of Babel, but like in the modern depiction. When you combine, if anybody out there see the old documentaries from the Dominic operations, you can remember the rocket, one of the rocket that they launched into the atmosphere, and the name was Thor. And we are talking about military guys that uses this kind of name, which refer to the hammer that you can break, the dome. So all the time they start using the symbolic names that refer to the antiquity Babylon rituals, which is trying to, ascending to the place of, if you want to call it God or whatever, the creator, you can name it whatever you want, but the real symbolic is like that. I tend to see the rocket like a flying obelisk, literally. So when you start looking into our modern life, because maybe in the last presentation, in the first presentation, we talk about, old scientists, old Jesuit scientists, but in our modern days, we still have the same thing. For example, one of the most knowledge guys out there are referring to the space industry, which is the Elon Musk. I picked this news, which was on 14 February 2018, and it called, the title is Ad Astra, which means like to the stars, the hermetic school that Elon Musk created to give a different education to their children. And why he give supposedly a different education, but not the different, is the hermetic school. It's not just another educational system. Unhappy with the education their children receive, Elon Musk did what many other parents would do, took them out of school, ad astra, toward the stars, surrounded by a halo of mystery and secrecy. So, this guy supposedly, is like the new genius of the 21st century, supposedly. But
supposedly.
Supposedly. But, all the time, look at the symbol, look at the logo of the new school, which is Ad Astra School. You can clearly see the symbol of the Illuminati pyramid that you can find it in $1 bill. The name, is really a strange name because Elon means light in Greek and Musk means younger son. And this is not the first time that you can combine those names to trying to, understand that they are just symbolic names. It's like the guy who is behind the binocular telescope of the Vatican, the guy Consol Magno is the surname. Consol Magno, which means in Spanish is with the magnificent sun. So that is the surname.
Right. You're not making that up.
Exactly. And for example, let me just open. This is out of the presentation, but
I never like to interject too much because I don't want to spoil further parts if you talk about it. Do you talk at all about Wernher von Braun and his book and Elon Musk?
For example, I didn't have it here, but please share with us.
Well, yeah, if you haven't read it, and some people have seen it, that the head of the Mars Society, or the group of elders, is called the Elon, the E-L-O-N, the Elon, in Wernher von Braun's book, and isn't it a coincidence that we got Elon Musk? Go ahead, though.
Exactly. Yeah, it's in the page, I believe, 76. I'm trying to find here in my computer, but what kind of, this is the book, Project Mars,
right.
And it's really nice because it's a technical tale. It's not.
Oh, I was confused. I thought it was like a fairy tale. No, it's a different kind.
No, it's different kind, man. It's different kind. So here is a technical tale. Like it's like, see it's like the.
It's kind of fake, but kind of real.
Yeah, exactly. But it's like the Bible of how we can live in the in Mars,
right?
Because they use the same kind of concept for illustrate our modern concept of living in Mars. It's just the same thing. So I was trying to find. I'm not going to lose time, but that is the book. You can find it. Here is. I mean, what kind of coincidence could in the heliocentric Big Bang universe can give you this? Martian government was directed by 10 men. The leader of whom was elected by universal suffrage for 5 years and entitled Elon. I mean,
in quotation marks and everything.
In quotation, yeah, of course.
Yeah.
So here we have Elon Musk.
You know what kind of universe that can happen? The same universe where it ends up that the sun and moon are the same size in the sky, but actually 400 times different. That kind of universe, I guess.
That kind of universe, exactly.
Magical.
Magical. The fact is that, for example, a few months ago, Elon Musk was elected as a fellow of the Royal Society of London, and that is real life. This is the tweet that he made. Of course, the Royal Society is based on the Sir Francis Bacon knowledge, which was a Freemason. We have books, really interesting book like The Invisible College, The Royal Society, Freemasonry, and the Birth of the Modern Science, because the modern science was based or was created or at least presented by Freemasons. Of course, the heliocentric model and the education, like we share in the first part, was created by the religious people. But to the ordinary public, it gives us from the Freemasonry. They are, behind the modern science, the birth of the modern science.
Mm-hmm.
So, of course, these guys also belong to the actoral, realm, actoral kingdom, like the Grace Tyson, like Bill Neal, like so many guys out there. And, with this kind of picture, I really doubt that he's the son of the light, but
I doubt it.
Who knows?
But you never know.
You never know. Exactly. You never know. But all the time they play with us. They do this kind of symbolic thing in his presentations. Of course, people out there can believe but this is forming the X of the SpaceX. But if you go a little back in time, the same symbol is used by the Skull and Bones. So then you must make your own research and find the truth. If you believe this is just a coincidence or is part of the Royal Society, which is part of the Freemason, which is part of the Skull and Bones, which is part of the Illuminati, and blah blah blah, it's up to you. But if we keep going into analyze at least the who is behind the space. I'm start with this example, with this modern example, which is Elon Musk, because he's out there in all articles and news and papers and things like that. But when we start talking about the creation or the founder of the modern space science, we must be start with Wernher von Braun and that other guy. But for me, one of the most iconic and occultist guy out there is Chuck Parson.
Mm-hmm.
This is like the one of the father of the rocket scientist. And when you go even to the Wikipedia, you can find it like the religious belief, which it was an occultist, joined by the esoteric organization by Crowley. He belonged to the Ordo Templi Orientis. And the most funny thing for me is when you go to the death and say person died in 1952 after a chemical explosion in the laboratory of his house, according to the popular belief, while performing a magical experiment. So he died in explosion performing a magical experiment, not performing, new rocket.
Right.
So, and anytime you're trying to explain to the people that the science is, totally infiltrated by these guys, they don't even consider this the thing. And one of the most important is that he prayed to pagan god Pan. And this is a word like you can find in a lot of places, not just in NASA, but also in our geographical education about the Earth. Of course, I just put some of book covers from that time, showing the orange, the 33 geometric number of the color orange. So that is why they use this kind of colors, the 66, 66 cents of six of, all the time you're going to have these symbolics behind what they do. But when I see these people dressed like this,
right,
and try in my mind trying to also putting into a NASA headquarters, working every day, trying to find a way to get out of our planet.
Mm-hmm.
There is something that, make some sparks.
Right. And I mean, Jack Parsons too. A lot of people don't know that he, had so much to do with Jack Parsons' lab, or what it's called now is JPL.
Exactly. Supposedly the Jet Propulsion Laboratory, but also have that the name of he. And something that I want to mention about the names and things like that. I'm gonna come later because I don't want to mix up so much. Right now I have my brain, trying to think in English. So I mark the part of praise to the god Pan, because, for example, when you start looking, you're gonna find this symbolic of Pan everywhere. This is the real Pan. The real Pan is a demonic pagan god of sexual perversion, pedophilia, penis erect, which is like an obelisk, like a rocket, trying to penetrate the Mother Earth.
Phallic symbol, trying to drop off its deposits out there in space. Yep.
Exactly. The attribute or symbol associated with Pan are the goods, holy goods, the pastures, the umbrella, the phallus, and the flute. In fact, in Germany, pan flute is the name for they don't call just flute, they call pan flute, because that is the magic, the magic symbol or the magic tool for make the child go into the goods and have that perversion acts. So when you see this kind of symbol, a television is like a flute. I mean, it traps you in a hypnotic state that they can, take you wherever they want, virtually speaking. So, for example, if you go to this image on the on NASA archives, you're gonna find this picture, which called Robert Reeve Pan. And then they have another picture to the right in other separate file that continue anoramic. Oramic, so why you split the word pan oramic like that? I mean, you can split whatever you want, but if you start looking in this kind of symbolic things, you're gonna understand that this split is on purpose. Is to, or at least I like to look in that way, because when you start to connecting the dots, you're gonna understand. Jack Parsons loved and pray to the god Pan and create the the GPL. So
and played around a lot with L. Ron Hubbard, conjuring up spirits and doing all kinds of crazy nonsense. Go ahead, continue.
Exactly, man. So then, for example, we can found the name Pan also in the geographic science. You remember the Pangea, which mean, because the word Pan depends of where you're going to find it. If you go to the Greek language or the English or Babylonian language, it has different meanings, but the same core, and that core is mean demonic, demon. So when they trying to say that at the beginning the earth was all together, the land masses are all together, and that was the time of the Pangea. It's like in your face telling you that is the land of the demon. And anytime I trying to imagine this, this kind of a scenario, I mean, where is the body center going in this situation? I mean, when the earth was a ball with all the continent together, what happened with the ecliptic and the
real balance too,
Yeah, what is the balance, Exactly.
Yeah.
So here you can start seeing, of course, maybe we can understand why in our days we see a lot of this in the media, science guy and astronaut guys all the time referring to the horns, referring to the 666, the all this symbolic that they camouflage all the time, because when they put this, for example, in historics television series like Star Trek, you cannot associate. You see Obama doing this and you believe that he's a fan of Star Trek, but this is a Jewish symbol also. When you see a rock star doing the horns, you believe that he likes heavy metal. That is how the works in the people's mind. So this is just a quick compilation of few of these. I mean, and this is without the audio, but I remember when they present this, they literally talking about, they make rituals to PCA the gods before doing the missions.
Yeah, they say we need to do this to appease the gods before we go out on our spacewalk. Yeah.
Exactly, and you can see all the time referring to the horns. You see this, hiding symbols, doing this ISIS, for example, with the T-shirts. And you have here, for one of the commanders, actual commanders in the ISS that come from German, and he show how you can dry your hair without having hair. But he showed that, and he's pointing to the camera the eyes of Horus in his shoulder. Mm-hmm. And I mean, you can tattoo whatever you want, but you have all this constantly present, not just in the astronaut, also with the guys who works with astronaut, having the demon tattoos, making the horns. And this is just the 5% of you can find it out there, doing this kind of, experiments that I can see in space with one eye, with one eye, but of course you can see with one eye. It's, but all the time they trying to use these cool angles to take a picture, but it's also referring to other symbols. So when you see that the old astronauts are all part of Freemasonry, but with credentials, without even hiding, what you make think that the modern astronauts, they are not in the same institutions.
Yeah, it's all new guys now, so they must not be in the same fraternities or whatever. I pulled up real quick on Jack Parsons before we leave that. This is a little article I found. I don't remember when it was, but this is an interesting little line here. I'll read it real quick. It's talking about when he died, and it says, when he died in a mysterious... Oh, it's from the website motherboard.vice.com. But it said, when he died in a mysterious explosion at his home laboratory, the tabloids weren't the only ones to label him a mad scientist. So too did the scientific establishment. The The story of Parsons was locked in the attic, hidden in footnotes, and swept under the launch pad of the U.S. space program. But Parsons' scientific legacy is impossible to ignore. He forced the United States government to explore a science that it had previously mocked, and laid the foundation of the rockets that carried man into outer space. He was one of America's greatest space pioneers. He just happened to also be one of its greatest occultists. If you were to tell someone you were a rocket scientist during the 1920s and 1930s, they'd have either laughed at you or backed away with a worried expression on their face. No universities taught rocketry courses, and there was no government grants allotted for rocketry research. To the public, rockets were pure science fiction. In established scientific circles, they were even worse, synonymous with ridiculous, far-fetched, the lunatic, a byword for insanity. So isn't it funny how far we've come? Go ahead, continue.
Yeah, man. And in fact, let me just add this. I sorry because this is in Spanish, but if you go really back, this is from the 𝘾𝙚𝙡𝙚𝙚𝙨, which was a guy born in the 490. He was the assessor, the scientific, the guy who, make the scientific predictions for the Queen Isabel I. But he also was a magician. I mean, I just, he draw maps. He studied in Cambridge. He make a really great work with people like Gerardus Mercator, creating the vanguardian maps. I mean, all these guys that come from England, that work on the Britain Encyclopedia, that study in this Oxford, Cambridge, blah blah blah. They are the scientist guys in their times, but he also are a magicians or a magic guys. I mean, it's the same thing over and over again.
Over and over again. If you look up John Dee in Wikipedia, I know it says that he straddled the worlds of magic and modern science. So, and
exactly,
supposedly
and this
talking
is like,
with aliens and people from beyond, and the story of John Dee is an incredible one.
It's incredible, exactly. And he was, I mean, I can imagine doing this, 𝘎𝑚 Parsons, dropping this, dust of angel.
Angel dust.
Angel dust trying to fly a rocket, man. So, yeah, our modern science is not so different in terms of the core. From the old days. In fact, for example, this is from Brazilian politicians that they are into the Freemasonry, and also he works with NASA, and this is modern stuff. Mm-hmm. And this is from another country. It's not from United States, but this is how they work. They infiltrate in every country to perpetuate the lies, right? So we can go, returns to the 𝘎𝑚 Parsons times, and we can start see the first try to ascending into the heavens, and you're gonna find that Gerard Picard and Wernher von Braun work together. It's not just that Wernher von Braun work with only 𝘎𝑚 Parsons. All the science guy at that time work together. We used to talk about Picard, I believe was the grandfather of Gerard Picard, which supposedly, see the Earth from 10 kilometers and describe like a flat disk and blah blah blah.
Right.
He only ascended 10 kilometers.
Right.
So leave that clear. I mean, they don't reach 120 kilometers.
No, only 10, and then described it from there as a flat Earth with an upturned edge.
Exactly.
And if anybody hasn't seen the video, I'll put it at the end of this one. But I did a video a while back about Wernher von Braun and the way NASA provides these education guides for teachers. And I covered an education guide where what they're trying to teach teachers to teach children is that because Wernher von Braun got people to the moon, that he can be forgiven. Basically, his crimes as a Nazi can be overlooked. And this is an actual document for teachers, and basically teaches children that the ends justify the means. In the end, when it comes to Wernher von Braun, you are to respect him and pay no attention to the fact that he killed many and saw many killed on his watch there at his rocket factory.
Yeah, in fact, something that for me is, and I'm not a religious people, but I am a study people, open-minded people, and I like to see everything I can, because I believe that in every book you can have some good stuff.
Agreed,
and for me, when you see this guy who comes from Nazis, I have a different opinion from the Nazis guy. But what I'm trying to say is this guy worked from NASA like with a gun in the head. I mean,
right.
He wasn't a slave. He's not, oh, what a great day I have. I work in NASA. So, but this guy, for me, is really important because when he died, like everyone knows, he lived in his placate of death, the Psalms 19:1.
Right.
Which talks about I'm sorry because this is in Spanish, but he talks about, the father of the rocketry and the supposedly guy who sent the man to the moon, in his death placate, he doesn't, you don't have like, with love, your child and your wife. No, he just typed this, which refer to there is up there a firmament that anybody can pass.
Right, I'll read it here. 19:1 Psalms is, the heavens declare the glory of God, the skies proclaim the work of his hands. So that's Psalm 19:1, which, like you said, where's not a quote, not his wife's name, not his, goodbye to my children or anything, just Psalms 19:1, and he's out.
Exactly. The guy that supposedly sent the man to the moon, and even more, and we can talk about in other episode, if you want to allow me, talk about the Blue Beam project, the NASA Blue Beam project, because this guy was one of the say, hey,
whistleblowers, really.
open your eyes because it's gonna come a fake invasion. Alien invasion, and he talks about the Blue Beam project. So, but in all his glory, he worked with Disney. So he isn't like Justin Bieber, he's an artist of Disney. That is just how a person can pass from this kind of, friends to this one.
Yeah, I've got a video on my channel under the playlists. If you look at it, it's one of the men who was actually in one of the camps, the rocket building camps that von Braun was at, where he said that von Braun ordered one of the people to be hung from the rafters every day. So real good guy, quality guy, got us to the moon. So it's pretty cool.
Nice. I didn't see that. So, you can start to see the connections, how everything is mixed up, but they have the same core, which is the occultist, the hermetic beliefs. Even in our days, you can see the parallel, merchandising, like, in the early 50s, the man in space, great by Walt Disney, and in our days, Spaceman. At least they changed the order. It's the same propaganda, An astronaut unlikely journey to unlock the secret of the universe. This guy can even unlock the door of his house. Everybody knows him. This guy which talks about the first time that they was in the ISS control room and they pray that the astronaut up there show us they are really in space. I shared this in Globalisation show.
Yeah.
So this guy, supposedly he repaired the Hubble telescope, and you can see the parallel, situation here.
Didn't he's the one that was on the interview with Mark Sargent as well?
Exactly, and he was member of Freemasonic Lodge also. In fact, I Rob Skiba show that document. So again, you can see all the time how they share the same beliefs. In fact, at that time, Walt Disney has an educational company. Walt Disney Educational Media Company. Well,
and look what they're buying too. They own everything now. I mean, Disney owns Fox and ESPN, and I mean, it's going to end up. It'll be Mickey Mouse all over the place. Yeah, but in fact, the first, like Disney Park today, but at the beginning of the 60s, trying to manipulate or set up the brains of the people, they create the first inner space adventure park, which is this one. And all the games was financed by Monsanto, the same Monsanto that is all over our plants, right? Vegetables and fruits. Exactly. Here you can see the logo, and even it's here in the in the billboard. I mean, Adventure Through Inner Space presented by Monsanto. And if you go to the videos that are uploading in YouTube, you can see all the games that they have with rockets and atoms, and all the time trying to make you believe that the quantum physics is real, the rocket is real, the space is real. But this is all set up by the kind of institute like the Tavistock Institute of Human Relation that was created by the Rockefeller family and other guys, of course. So I mean, they are really magicians in terms of putting ideas in your mind, and they're gonna use whatever they want into their hands, basically. And you have to look at the middle of the screen there. You'll see the Walt Disney logo, and the 666 is painstakingly obvious. It's not even like somebody's having to go through a stretch, or maybe they're flipping one or something. I mean, it's completely obvious. Another one is, I'll show you this one. Have you ever seen this logo for CERN? Now, think to yourself, these are scientific individuals, and this is the logo they come up with for CERN, which is clearly 3 6s. I mean, same thing with Google, and Chrome. Exactly. Yeah. Same thing. You know what? The 666 means son, God. Son of light. So they are, like Elon Musk, the son of the light. The 666 refers the light, the enlightened ones. So that is why they put in. It's not the number of the beast in terms of the beast, like a beast. It's meaning the son of the God's son. Mm-hmm. So that is why, for me at least, they put it, because it's like a symbol, like say, we love the heliocentric model because we created and we are son of that model. Right. Yeah, it's the same thing as like the Masons worshiping the architect of the universe. Well, yeah, there is somebody that architected your universe real well. With exactly. Flying planets and orbits and suns and comets and asteroids. Exactly, but the idea of this of these slides is trying to show the people with real document and real picture of the real life that all the connections where they go, because Monsanto, Disney, NASA, the media, MTV, everything is owned by the same people. Mm-hmm. In fact, our modern pan flute is the television. It's just the actual television, because when you and I know that a lot of people know that, but just for the new ones, when you open and go to this patent, you're gonna see like refer to the monitor, but it's not patented by monitor. It's nervous system manipulation, but electronic fields from monitors. So when you looking into a TV screen, or into a monitor, or into a media, into a cinema, you have been hypnotized. Pull that box literally. Pull that box a little bit to your right, just so people can see the whole thing. No, I don't know why we can't see it quite right. All right, go ahead. What does it say? What manipulation by electromagnetic fields? What does that say? We can't see the left side of the screen.
You can see that the physiological effects have been observed in human subject in response to simulation of the skin.
The first thing, we can see the word "have been observed" in a. It just you need to. There you go. Move it over to your right there. Thank you. Now we can see it.
Okay.
Beautiful. Thank you.
Okay.
Nervous system manipulation by. Thank you.
Exactly, but you must understand that this concept of the being manipulated by images and electromagnetic fields, it comes, and I showed this in the first presentation, but it comes from this Jesuit when he creates the magic lantern, showing this demon on the wall. I mean, the Hollywood, that is the most important industry based on pictures and cinema, is belong to these Jesuit orders to use symbology, secrecy, magic, Kabbalah, alchemy, occultism. And this guy, if you see the first episode, you're gonna find that this guy was the first to promote the core, the iron core in the spherical Earth and the Coriolis effects, and so you must understand how deep these things goes. Basically, it's not just you go into your home and drop into the sofa and play the television like the television was your friend. So, like you said before, all the media companies are belong to the same guys all the time, and here is just a screen capture of that patent. We can see Disney, hiding into symbols everywhere in terms of space industry. We can see the Mickey Mouse in the ISS doors. We can see the Mickey Mouse in Jupiter's surface. We can see the Pluto face in Pluto planet. I mean, we can see astronaut in Disneyland, of course, man. And talking about the son of, the son of the son of the sun, the child of the sun, and things like that, we can start see in our modern system where NASA fake the ISS, because NASA has a device called Argos, and I'm going to show you in a few moments. But why they choose the name Argos from NASA, devices? Because Argos means the son of Zeus, which refer to the creator in the Greek mythology, or the sun is all the same, and you can find the symbol, because you can type Argos or you can draw a lightning bolt. It's the same thing. This icon refer to this name, and this name refer to this icon, and this icon refer to that god. So you have multiple layers all the time to tell you the same thing, and you can find it in the military patches, or music artist, or even Chris Hadfield drawn his in his face, because he's an astronaut, but he's also like a sex symbol in our days. So you can see magazine cover. This is from I believe early of this year. This cover, I can't remember the McLean's, I believe, is the
McLean's,
the name, the name of the magazine. But why these guys decide to accept the drawing of the thunderbolt symbol? Because they refer to the same kind of worships. So when you translate this into NASA devices, you're going to find the NASA Argos system, which is the system that they've been used from the moon landing fake the supposedly low gravity. And you can also find, let me just pause this. The Argos system from NASA is just the system that they use to hang out people, and simulating or training the low gravity environment. But it's a really, let me open in the other monitor. It's really curious thing, because the modern devices for faking the ISS low gravity environment, it comes from the magician, from another magician guy, which called David Copperfield. Because David Copperfield, I don't know if you know that, but he belongs to the Masonic order also. And he admitted in few times. One of the most iconic times was in the TV show called The Price of History, transmitting into a History Channel. I don't know if you saw it sometimes, but let me just in this episode of this TV series, we can see here David Copperfield, and David Copperfield bring to these guys this antiquity object to make a restoration. He brings that, but this object is not just a random object that David Copperfield find in his attic. His article or his this object belong to this Masonic ritual, and even you can see the dress of the Masonic guy here, which is really close to the prisoners when you go to the jail, in old times.
Mm-hmm. Slave.
So yeah, exactly. So in this episode, I'm not going to play the audio because you're gonna have maybe some copyrights. That is why the image is inverted. But in this episode, and anyone can find it, he talks about like he belongs to a certain group of people, which is a lodge, and this object is being used for initiated people in the Freemasonry. This was a ritual doing, it's called the Reading the God, the secrecy, masculinity, and fraternal high hints in the United States. And this is a ritual from Masonic guys. This guy create the system that you can hang people with two, really tiny cables about 1 millimeter thick, and support more than 100 kilograms. And not just that, in the 90s, he make all the shows, with, floating in front of people, doing all kind of, turnings and twists and flying in front of people, and you are not able to detect that. So that kind of technology, for me at least, is applied in our days, and that is why the astronaut, they want to make some turns and they been stuck, or they fall down into the ground because the Argo system, fail, and we all seen this kind of errors in the ISS. But the idea is show you where it's come from and how was performed in time, but they still have errors, and that's obviously wonderful.
Yep.
So everyone see this kind of video. So I'm gonna pass over. Then you have some patents out there that there are devices from NASA that's all the time they trying to simulate reduced gravity conditions. They have a lot of equipment and technology. The ISS is a mixture of a lot of techniques. It's free falling over the planes, it's cables, it's digital compositing, it's underwater training. It's not just one system that they use to fake. And you can detect very easily, because when you see this kind of movement when where these guys, move so freely, is not in real time. It's not on live event. It's on documentary event, because they have all the time to post-produce these things. But when they are live, they just make one movement up and down and talk front to the to the camera, and they don't do anything else. I mean, they make some backflips and they get stuck, or they don't get so much risk when it's a live event. And here we can see, for example, this is a few random situations from the ISS. For example, here you can clearly see this kind of image that they fake is just it's like filming on the plane and then post-producing, putting this in front, right, and the fake sun, just that, because you can see that this is a time lapse of hours, supposedly, the ISS traveling up into the clouds, but the clouds never change. And in fact, it's not just never change. If you look it, you can see the linear movement of the supposedly spherical Earth behind. It's not a rotation of the object. It's translating really linearly across from this side to this side, and you can see how the clouds deforming at the same time is passing to the the mapping of the 3D sphere. Mm-hmm. So you when you start to look at these pictures and these images, these videos where the clouds never change, and you compare with real life situation, when you have just a time lapse of minutes, not hours, and you can see how the clouds change into morphing into other shapes, you must start wondering what is going on here, why the clouds never change. And maybe in real life or in real time, this cloud to get to this point takes about 25 minutes. So, for me, there are, as a visual effects guy, when I see this kind of thing, it's too easy to do. And here
quick,
we have...
Real quick, for anyone just joining us, I'm here with 𝘲𝙤𝙤𝙚𝙨, but tell them real quick how you work with CGI and what you do and what you've done before, just so people who are hearing this for the first time know your background.
Okay. I'm 37 years old. From the 18 years old, I start working on computer graphics here in Argentina. I work a lot with, and I still work with television companies, doing motion graphic, but especially doing visual effects. In fact, I created a lot of spherical Earth during my my work, in my regular work. I delete that slice here, sorry. But this is my, anyone out there who wants to check out my experience. This is my webpage. It's called Studio MOX, and this is the studio, my studio that I have with another guy here in Argentina. And I create a lot of motion graphic things and visual effects situation, and I was even work with History Channel doing satellites, for example. And at that time I never start thinking about, look, my demo reel of 2014 start with a spherical Earth. I mean,
way to go. Shill, unbelievable.
Yes, I am a shill. And I have so many troubles, mapping the maps that you can download from the official site of NASA, because NASA provides you all the rectangular maps for mapping into a sphere, but you always have problem into the poles. When you're trying to map a rectangular map like the Mercator map into a sphere, you're going to have that weird stretch into the North Pole and the South Pole. And I've been, literally turning crazy, tweaking the maps for having the correct shape of the mountain in the south. And now I understand why we have that kind of problem. But I mean, I just play this, for illustrating my background.
Well, good, thank you.
My skills. So I'm going to take it out.
Awesome skills. Yeah, continue. I wish I had those skills. I'm very jealous.
Okay, and that is why I enter into the flat Earth movement or reality based on the shit that I see of NASA, because all my life only see documentary from NASA in the Argentinian television. But when you start looking into real live footage, even in the own channel of NASA TV, I never saw that at that time. And when I saw it, I start thinking, hey, that kind of effects is the same effect that we use in movies. I mean, what's going on?
Right.
And you never go back. Once you see real life footage from NASA, you never go back to the...
I'm the same way. I only saw the occasional launch or whatever might be on TV, so I never saw any of that stuff. It wasn't until I started looking at one spacewalker, looking at a live footage from the ISS, that I said, hold on a second, this is fake as shit.
Yeah, totally agree, man. And for example, a few curious things. This is the Thomas Pasquet astronaut from, this is a French guy, and he used this patch, from his mission, and it's really strange because they put the shenanigans into the patch, which it's not just they put that word, it's they going to tell you the history of this patch, even in his own Flickr account or Facebook account, because this is everything that I show in my slides are screen capture from the real account or real image on internet. It's not just that I make it. In fact, here you can see the Facebook link to this picture if you want to check it from yourself. So the coolest of all patches, ESA astronaut class of 2009, the shenanigans. We are 6 astronauts from different European countries. We represent not only our respective nations and ESA, but what can be achieved when we work together as international team, as we did during our training to fool the world. And here comes, a lot of histories go into the name and the design of the patch. I will tell only a few. The patch is shaped like a cupola, has 6 stars for the 6 members of the selection, and sports the motto of the astronaut corps. The rest is secret. Why is secret?
Jeez.
All the time they are occultist guys.
Yep.
So all the time they play, with secrets. They love secrets, like this kind of.
Yeah, and I have wrong button. I have a little screen up here, browser, sorry. Just some pictures of hear no evil, see no evil, speak no evil. This is like the astronaut mantra. If you type that in, and you'll see they always take pictures where 2 of them will be, 3 of them are speak no evil, see no evil, hear no evil. You've got it here as well. So yeah, take that upon yourself to think about what that means. Go ahead.
Totally. In fact, if you turn the 09 upside down, you're gonna see 06, and 6 members, 6 stars. All the time they play with these numbers because that is the gematria. That is the code that they use all the time. Just communicate himself. It's nothing more than that. But I have here, a little clip because I have, when people, I like to understand the real life events. And when you start looking into how many times these guys trying to, distract us or justify telling that, hey man, we are real space. We are real space. You must be wondering that something is happening because you don't see a military guy trying to, justify one of the things that they do.
Right.
They just do it and
I really
fuck
drive
off,
this
man.
tank. I really drive this tank. I swear, we're really in the tank. When you see the tank on TV, we're in the tank.
Exactly. It's like see a military guy, trying to convince you that they are inside the tank. I mean,
right.
It doesn't have any sense. So let me just open, because I don't want to play from the PowerPoint because maybe it's going to tilt. Sorry for here. I have it. Let me just open. I believe is this one. Let me.
No problem.
No, because I am in here. Here I have it.
There you go.
So it's in English, but I have the subtitles in Spanish because I share this with my people. So let me know if it's.
There were quite a number of articles and people who theorized. So as far as some people believe that you're not really in space; you're just tranquilly in some sort of a hidden space on Earth. How do we prove to people that you are 500 kilometers above me? How do Parisians get convinced of that? Well, it's hard to fight against that sort of conspiracy theory. But what you're controlling, you can see, for example, how is it that I can do? We cannot do this in a hangar on Earth, for example. There's no.
And look at the head; it's falling down. Trying to get the balance. Yep. But this is the proof. I mean,
right,
you can
can't
literally
do that. You can't do that in a hangar on Earth. You can't do it in a movie.
No,
you can't
no.
do it live.
You can't even.
I've never seen David Copperfield fly live. Nope, can't be done. Must be real.
In fact, I mean, he can, make any kind of movement, but he only do, just, rotate 45 degrees.
Right.
To show that it's impossible to do that in the Earth.
How is it that we cannot do this in a hangar on Earth, for example? There's no anti-gravity machinery on Earth.
It's such a unique, amazing experience. I think the fact that I took so many pictures up here is going to help me believe that I actually did it.
You look like you're in a studio, maybe in Omaha, Nebraska or something. The shot is so clear. Is this a hoax? Are you really in space still?
Why that? This is a hoax. You are really in space. I mean...
Are you really in space still?
See the hair?
Oh, the hair.
I don't know. We're going to have to do something for you.
Yeah.
I
want to do it. I know.
Oh, yeah, I can do that. Watch this. Can everybody float around for us? That was really cool, Chris. Look at her.
That is so cool.
Look at her.
That is so cool.
I think Sandy's hair is pretty much a dead giveaway. There's a pose for you right there.
It's very exciting. So can you just reassure us, that you really are in the space station? You're not suspended by hidden wires in a closet.
By hidden wires? I mean, they can be more specific,
Right.
At someplace. You are in the space station. You're not suspended by hidden wires in a closet someplace. Maybe your hair alone kind of gives it away.
Thank you very much, Mark, for your looping. It is very helpful because my grandchildren, they always say they are not really in space. It's all organized in NASA Hollywood.
Is there anything you can do to prove to us right now that you're actually in space? I mean, do some kind of floaty astronaut trick or something for us?
Yeah. So, yeah. There's absolutely no strings attached to Mike, as far as I know.
You can't even have to warn the kids, don't try this at home, because there's no way they could try that at home. We're about out of time here. We got just about 30 seconds left of KU. We really appreciate you spending time with us at, cutting into your pre-sleep time. So in the last couple seconds, though, you've done a great job of describing things. We obviously have people in space. The space program is by no means over. Can you just finish some more astronaut tricks to prove again that you are actually in space? This is not a farce. Have you lost some weight? You see, look at that.
Jeez.
Thanks, Mike. Thanks, Ron. Ron, we'll see you soon, buddy.
And this is
group somersault. Can you do one for me?
And this is, for me, is the most spectacular failure in the ISS, trickery, looping, backflip, whatever you want to call it, because I believe this is the last time they make a group looping, and after this they never make again, 5 people doing this kind of mess, because here you can clearly hear the Argos system, and that is why all the time, when they pass the microphone, they turn off, just for passing 30 centimeters to the next guy.
Right, you get turned off.
You need to turn it off, and then that doesn't have any sense. At least you are, trying to hide some kind of sounds. So they're gonna start that somersault group.
Yeah, no problem. I think we can do that, right?
So I rise up the sound level. And first of all, the guy in the back, before even these guys agreed to do that, he jumps like David Copperfield, straight up to, trying to clean up the scene. And you're going to hear it like a which is start making, you must be imagining that up in the ceiling, they have all these, tiny servo motors that control the weight and of the wires that they are hanging on.
Somersault. Can you do one for me?
He comes.
Yeah, no problem. I think we can do that, right?
That is the first. Then, they make all these turns. And Scott Kelly, or Scott Kelly brother, because I can't identify, he got stuck. And he can flip again to a regular position, because I believe that up in the ceiling they have some kind of mess in terms of wire that they can't go back to the regular position. So this guy start to being stuck in the arms, so they can move the arm, and he needs to go down, because here we have 5 people. So let me just take a few moments to explain what I believe is happening.
Mm-hmm.
So this guy needs to go down to unwire himself before start moving.
Not as graceful
and
as
he do some kind of things with the hands.
They could have been.
That's
why we usually hesitate.
This guy comes through the camera trying to distract the rest of the picture.
But it's certainly fun to do.
But this guy and this other guy, they are like stuck together. So
at least
they are start moving in the background.
Having some fun up there. You're not going to the Olympics with that. Keep the day jobs, guys, or night jobs on this mission.
So the red guy is going to stop the movement of the other, and you can see the face right now, but we're going to continue. So he's going to move the arms, trying to get the rest position, like that. Why he moved
our night jobs on this mission,
the arms like that, okay. But Scott Kelly, or the brother, he still are upside down and high, and he can't go back into the rest position. So he's still and here is gonna come one of the most historic errors up there, because this guy which identify the problem, he gives like a warning sign to the operators, trying to tell, hey man, it's all control, I see the problem, let me just push the button. And he's gonna make this hand movement like that, saying, okay, I see what is happening. So they're going to go off screen, and he's gonna extend the left arm and press something. But this time, because the microphone is still open, you're gonna hear it, and not just hear it, the sound. You're gonna see the cloth doing 2 movements in straight angles. So I don't know who is going to explain this. and you can see here.
Oh, wow.
So what's going on? I mean, why the clock behave like that? And why the clock behave like that just in the same time that this guy pressed something out the screen and you can hear the system being released and the cable moving the cloth.
Yeah, Miles, and I'll send you one of these bracelets.
I would like one. Thank you.
And they, you know, start scratch himself trying to, you know, because maybe the wire is, you know, touching the skin and things like that.
All of you very much. Appreciate your time. I know you got a busy.
But you know what I mean, man. I mean, that kind of movement.
Absolutely.
It's impossible. It's impossible. In fact, when you start understanding this Argo system, you're gonna see, for example, in this video here. Let me go back a little bit. I believe it's in this one, which, and you know, the most of the people just paying attention to the, you know, little finger. You know.
Oh yeah, there's so much more going on with the two in the back.
Yeah, exactly. In fact, this guy, immediately when the front astronauts start to doing the backflip, he jumped to the ceiling and touch another button.
I don't know. We're going to have to do something for you.
That.
I want to do it. I know.
Because there is no, I mean, why he's going to go up, stretch the arm
at all?
And, you know, that doesn't have any meaning. And you can even hear it, because most of the people maybe believe that that kind of sounds is because, you know, the astronaut hits something on the floor, you know, some kind of, you know, metal piece or things like that. But when you start to put all together, you're going to see that that sound is the mechanism that they use to fake this. In fact, you have here two movements of the arm. One which is like, you know, turning into the center of the arm that like is, you know, avoiding some kind of thing that are in that situation. Then go to the floor. Even that girl
look at her pointing. Yeah, she points.
Yeah, you know, pointing like, hey, press the button, because if not, we are all in trouble. And when you see that, I have this video here, and please, this is a new one, but no, it's not just a new one, but it's from our ear. You must be see here in this background monitor, the astronaut is in front of the camera with the two arms on the ceiling. You can see it there.
Mm-hmm.
So look, first of all, look how the camera, when start, you know, recording the event, the camera start recording, you know, so early that you can see how the cables are pushing the astronaut back. That is the first thing you're gonna see. Look it.
Station Houston, are you ready for the event? Houston, are you?
I mean, let me just start again. Look how the astronaut go into the front of the camera, rise up the right arm, push something, which is the Argo system, and then you're gonna see the reaction into the body.
Ready for the event.
They push the button, go back, and the cables are up. I mean, and they take the microphone, and I'm going to accelerate the image, and all the time you're gonna see how it goes up constantly. Every movement that he make, you know, they go up and touch something, you know, make the turns, go with the arm, and all the time, you know, this is 50 minutes accelerated, and all the time the same arm and the same part of the image. Why he goes so many times pushing something here?
Interesting.
When when you start to put all together, and you want to believe this bullshit, of course you can believe whatever you want, but this is the system, for me at least, that they are using. It's called Argos, and it has been developed by Freemasonry guys, and they share their knowledge. So let me go back to, and that is why they use the shenanigans, of course, right?
Yep.
And I took this from my work. This is the actual technology that we have, from the 2006, 2007. We can, now, not now in our days, I mean, from that time to our days, we have the virtual reality go really beyond the regular imagination, because with just one green screen you can fake whatever you want, because it's connecting from the camera and the space position into real life of the camera. So anything you see here is totally virtual, even the reflections, the ambient occlusions, the refractions, and it's all been done in real time. Even the chroma key into that finest hair. Of course,
wow.
When you look, this is real glass, real glass being pick up the virtual environment with reflection, refraction, all in real time. And this is just, this is system that cost only $50,000. I mean, how many of these NASA can buy it in one day?
Jeez, thousands.
Exactly. They use distance quality, for example. When you see from the distance, you see like just a simple wall without any details, but if the camera make a first plane or zoom on it, you can see the details in that white plane. You can see anisotropic refractions in the metal objects.
So explain to people what is real and what isn't real in this image.
The only real is the guy.
Wow.
All the that you think is just is this setup, is this green screen.
Right.
Here you can see in the monitor. Not just only that, for example, and I used one of the best render engines, which called Octane Render. And the Octane Render is render engine for computer graphic that is only about $400. And you can see here when you combine real actors and some of real objects in totally virtual environment, picking up the shadows, the reflection, of course the movement of the camera. I mean,
unbelievable.
If you change this for a space environment, you have the same interaction. I mean, you are not going to be able to detect.
So again, people can believe what they want, but when you look at the kind of footage that we saw in the 80s of space, late 70s, 80s, 90s, as 𝘎𝙤 says, if you want to believe this shit, go ahead.
Exactly. Look at this. I mean, it's amazing. The quality of this is real-time processing. I mean, this is rendering in real time with 2 GPU cards only 2 CPU cards.
Right, and they say, oh, look we can see these guys on the ISS. They are doing a 360. The camera's going around them on the ISS. It must be real, 𝘎𝙤. Must be real.
It must be real. Yeah, in fact, it's not just that. Even here, because at least in this part of the video, he sit on real chair, but then he's going to sit on this green box, and in fact he's sitting on the couch, and he interacts with the couch, for example. I mean, this is our technology. And when you translate this, it's not just the video, it's also the effects of they are being used. Sorry, I have the first PowerPoint crash because the document that I'm using is about 5 gigabytes. So PowerPoint is not, PowerPoint is not, friendship of 5 gigabyte files. Let me just reopen
no problem.
very quickly.
Yeah, and hopefully everyone saw what was going on there, because that's something we've been saying for a few years now, that the time has come and gone for them to have proven it to you that they went to the moon, that they went to space, because now reality and CGI are really indecipherable.
Exactly. And here you can see the same effects that NASA been used in the modern ISS footage as this system provide. And I mean, you're gonna see in a moment. I don't want to scrap the video because that is when you have the problems. Let me just. Yeah, exactly, man. I don't want to
look at that
like
with the faucet in front of him, with the reflections and the pans.
This is the type of effects that they use, when they pop up these tiny demons in space. And also this one, you remember the guy that make like a backflip and go into the wall and is vanishing?
Yep.
Well, when you have these kind of setups, you provide to the computer the measurements and the limits that you want to the real actor interacts. So you can have, for example, just this part that I delimitate with the mouse movement into a real studio, but you want to make the belief of the people that the studio is more big. So you have this other part of the image that provide you a wide angle view, but your studio is small, so you can just set up an automatic fade like that one, for example, in real time, of course, right?
Which they may have used also the exact same kind of thing 16 years ago on September 11th.
Could be, exactly. So here you can see how deep this technology goes. Let me finish the videos of the people.
No problem. Wow.
Can
Look
see
at the reflection in the... Unbelievable.
Like the water, like the bubbles in space. And here, you can see contact shadows, for example.
Wow.
And remember, this is all green screen. And the software that allow you to make that real-time green screen process is only $140. So
and you said the other one was only what was the expensive one?
The expensive one is when you buy the camera and the computer and the 3D software, which is about $15,000. 50, yeah. I mean, you can go to the web page, which called this is the brand. This is Reality, and this is from 2016.
Right.
So it's commercial, it's out there. I mean.
So 50,000 with NASA's 53 million. That means they could purchase 1,000 of that program in one day. I mean,
exactly.
I mean, really, it would be, it would leave them with 52,999,000. Something 950,000. So.
Exactly. That is why when you see lot footage, this is from the 2006, you can clearly see that the green screen computation is not the same in our days. So that you have this guy totally red without. All the border of the image is being pixelated. You can clearly see if you are a guy who comes from the computer graphic industry, you immediately going to detect that this is a bad chroma key or a good chroma key at that time. But in our days, you can clearly see how the motion blurs and everything else is just, it's totally
crap.
It's totally crap. Exactly.
But they're getting better.
they're getting better. I took this video from one of your videos, but for me it's really, you know, for illustrate that the people that when they can delete in real time wires and objects and wherever they need, because you can do it in your own, you know, tablet.
You can do this now with your iPhone.
Exactly.
Yep.
So you must understand that when we're talking about this level of liars, they have, you know, the people out there. I remember when, you know, there was commercial pen drives about 4 GB and the people get crazy, but they have in stock like the pen drive that store, you know, 200 GB. And you know what they're trying to say. I mean, the technology that they release commercial is beyond the technology, is below the technology that they have in develop.
Right. Yeah.
So
whatever we have now, they had, you know, better than we have now, you know, 15, 20 years ago.
Exactly. This is just student projects that they interact with a webcam. The webcam detects, make a depth map, and they can interact with virtual object. And this is a school project made with a webcam in 2012, 2008. So when I see this kind of errors, you know, or when you see the astronaut interacting with object, I don't say that this is the process, but it's so easy to do, you know, in real time.
Well, when you have people to do it, when you have money to pay them, when you've got time and that's your job, then absolutely.
This is a little gravity pocket.
And again, all these scientists that we're seeing, all these astronauts that we're seeing, I mean, if you've ever heard any of them interviewed, they're all idiots. They
totally idiots.
They can't talk. They can't tell you about experiments that they're doing. They make mistakes. This should be the cream of the crop. NASA says it hires 1 out of 4,000 applicants. Give me a break.
Exactly. You see the new videos that they trying to normalize this kind of error when the object drop down, and they call gravity pocket. Do you see that?
I see it drop down. Yeah.
Yeah. The guy like have a hammer in the hand and a card in the other hand. If you go here and put gravity pocket, this is the way that NASA trying to normalize to the people they mistake. So they tell that supposedly if you see an object falling down so quickly that, you know, it's like being here on Earth, is because it took a gravity pocket. You know, I mean, but the problem is that they don't talk about the upside gravity pocket, because here, of course, the object going down into a gravity pocket. But sometimes they have objects that go really up. So what is that? Is anti-gravity pocket? I mean, it's a black hole pocket. They are so, you know, you can see a lot of objects that's not just falling down. Here you can see little movement in little objects that are like, you know, hanging the cables of this object. Because when the robot go down, and this is from Japanese agency, you're going to see here on the roof little pieces that moves. For example, I mean, why all these object moves if the robot is floating on the air? Why these tiny objects, you know?
Yeah, the ones at the top are even more telling. Yep.
I don't know what's going on. Maybe a huge gravity pocket.
You know, I think that's a gravity wave.
That's a gravity wave detection. Yeah, I believe that. This is amazing. The guys is turning and I can't hang. Okay, this is just a compilation. But like you said before, I mean, if you go back in time a little bit, you can see how, you know, at the 60s and 70s, the people believed that this could be real. Of course, if you show this to a young boy who plays PlayStation 4, you know, if the child is going to laugh in your face.
Right.
But we used to be that
we
child
believed it. We
at
knew
that
nothing.
time.
We knew nothing more better. Yeah, we knew nothing else but to think it was real.
Exactly. But when you start to make the comparison, years, when you start to compare from the beginnings to our and what happened,
Now, do you
why
think? Let me ask you
you
about.
never see the aurora borealis, and
Right, they never
now-
showed that before.
yeah, and now wow, look at that.
Look at that.
Merry Christmas, man.
Now, some of the ISS footage that we see now, you're in the same camp as me, right? That you think it is mostly real footage, but just post-processed?
Totally. In
Yeah.
fact, you can take from drones, and NASA have that, drones, planes, or balloon. You just record a portion of the Earth, and then you make a mosaic.
Mm-hmm.
And when you have a big map, you just mapping into a sphere. It's not. I made so many times in my live hangouts. I may showing to the people, and I believe in this video at the end I have something about that. No, it's not this one. I believe maybe.
And tell people real quick your channel so I don't forget at the end, just so that they know where they can find more and see that stuff, because it's really telling.
My channel is this one. Is Nur for everyone but Spanish, and this is the webpage. If you add .com.ar from Argentina, you're gonna see that my webpage, and you can filter in the
What
webpage.
is that? What does that translate to?
It's light for. It's not light, but the word Nur in Arabic language means light of the center.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like that. It's like said, like Polaris for everyone, or if you want to see in that way, it's light for everyone, but not the light of Luciferian,
Right.
Symbolic thing. And I clarified this because people out there can believe that I am a shield,
Right.
a Luciferian shield.
You're a Jesuit.
Yeah, I'm exactly. So I'm going to continue. I believe that I have. Sorry, I crashed again the PowerPoint.
You broke it.
Yeah, I broke it. It's your fault.
It's not my fault at all.
So I don't know how we are in time.
I think we're over, but go ahead and keep going till you are happy.
Okay, man.
I love the last footage you just showed. I was really happy that you showed that, the green screen footage.
Okay. No, because I trying to find, because I have it. I have the process to fake the image on the ISS when you see the world passing by down the spaceship. But I can't find it right now, so I don't want to go crazy.
Next time when you find it, put it in put it in a Jaren folder and remember it.
Okay.
Oh man, I saw that too. That's a crazy video.
But no, but in fact, when you told me something, I turned crazy, and let me just show this. I found it. So this is me using the 3ds Max software, configuring an Earth. I mean, this is all procedural. This, what you see here, is just procedural. I mean, it's made texture by computer. It's not picking up real image. And I show this for have the comparison. But I mean, you can process whatever you want, and you're gonna have the realism that you want to have. You can do it procedural, or you can do it based on pictures. Of course, if you make based on picture, on real picture, and that is why the good effects are doing, like this one. You just pick, Bexel camera, plain footage, and you create a mosaic, and you mapping into a sphere, or just flip it a little bit, and you add a mask, a curving mask, and you have the spherical Earth down there. I mean, that is why maybe they have,
it's almost
they
too
never
easy.
have a regular curve.
Yeah, it's almost too easy. Yeah, that's why it looks like the land appears up over the edge of a conveyor belt. Doesn't actually look like a real sphere would look.
Exactly. It's not like a real sphere. And in fact, if you took the
Because you can't live on a sphere, by the way. Just want to make sure people listening understand that.
Exactly. If you took the world-class plane mapping photography that been used by Google and other companies, you just film the Earth with the camera pointing down, and you create the mosaic you need, and you map it into a sphere, and you have the satellite image. Easy as that. I mean, yeah, that is all the supposedly satellites service are made of all these systems. It's a huge system. It's not just as one object that make everything, like a satellite supposedly. It's based on drone images and plane images and balloon images. You just create the texture, and that is why they never use the clouds moving or the city lights, flashing.
And people say, well, I can see the land there. Well, the land could have been pieced together by former high-altitude flights, and then they're just taking weather data and mapping it onto that sphere that he just built, easily.
Yeah, exactly. And these guys are behind all this science, or supposedly science and fakery, and they lie in our face all the time. And let me just play this clip that so many of you already seen, but
America will produce a great many great Americans from many different walks of life and many different fields, and many will be Masons. Sportsmen, actors, writers, soldiers, filmmakers, businessmen, inventors, astronauts.
What on earth is an astronaut?
No, they're not.
I don't follow.
Well, they're not on Earth, they're in space. In fact, brother Buzz Aldrin was the second man to walk upon the surface of the moon.
That's the best thing I've heard this evening.
What, that a Mason walked on the moon?
Mike Collins, but for today, how often are you reminded?
This is from you, man.
Yep.
If I go out back and look up in the sky and see the moon, I either I can remember where I was 20 years ago, or I can pretend I've never been there, and it works for me either way.
I'm going to
pretend I've never been there, and it works for me either way.
I walked on the moon. What have you done?
Maybe that looks like it's waving in a breeze. Sure.
I take the sound off because you're gonna have trouble with the copyright. But you see the waving of the flag.
It's
the
obvious.
The answer is in the wind, man. I mean, how can you explain this in supposedly no atmosphere environment?
It's a tinfoil flag, they say.
Well, that's nice, man. That's a nice excuse, It's really scientific facts. Yeah. So you can see these guys are all connected, and they belong to the same orders, and they swear secrecy. That is the thing.
Yep. No, and the brother comes first. The brotherhood comes first. It's in their mottos or their oaths that they'd rather have their tongue slit than to give up another brother.
Exactly. And let me just no, I'm not going to get the risk. But you can talk about any kind of scientific numbers, equations from trying to prove that we go to the moon. But when you see these kind of things, I mean, it's go all over the edge. I mean, this is impossible in the moon. But well, they believe that. So
they believe it.
Yeah, they believe it. So this is the early stage of Argos that they use in modern fakery. But for me, this was one of the first attempts to, trying to fake the low gravity environment, which is the self-locomotion system of course, also developed by NASA.
That's about what we should have seen on the moon.
Exactly.
About that
supposedly.
high. Yeah.
About the high, with all the dust flying and, go into the air before lands. And but when you see this kind of comparison, and you see that with this system is the same kind of jump into the moon, in the moon, I mean, there is no any more doubt for me. I mean, it's impossible that these two things are compatible.
Right.
Before going, of course.
Right. There's no way why is it that the physics of these wires are matching what's happening on the moon, except for that jump, of course, because they should have been able to leap the lunar rover easily. I mean, you're talking about, if you talk about a 200-pound man and a 200-pound backpack, so that's 400 pounds. They're only supposed to weigh 1/6, and you would still have the muscle mass that you have as an adult. So imagine being an adult male with the muscles and the muscle mass that you have, and only weighing 50 pounds on a body with gravity of 1/6 the Earth. You would be able to leap 10, 20 feet.
Yeah, exactly, man. Exactly. So, of course, for example, the early stage of what know in nowadays as CGI is this kind of devices, which also is patent, and you can find it on Google Earth, like I did, Google search. And, when the people say at that time they don't have CGI, of course they don't have CGI. They have matte painting, and they have analog composition, and they have the best rendering devices that is created, which is the hand of a human.
Mm-hmm.
So you can paint it photorealism from the early 14th century, I mean, this device is device for producing illusionary effects. And the, I mean, the cover of that patent is a spherical Earth.
Right.
So they paint it and then they film it.
Right.
And that is why at that time is more realistic than the modern time.
And then think of how easy it would be to map these cloud patterns, and really the only ones you need to even really be completely accurate real time about would be the ones over the land. It just seems so easy to do.
Exactly. In fact, this is real image from NASA Mercury project, when they took a sphere and they painted, the Earth as we see in the supposedly picture from the Apollo 17, which is this one.
Yep.
And that is so much easy to do at that time, because right now we have really powerful rendering engine, but we need to wait so long to have our days rendering engine. So that is why they even into the early 21st century, they still use painted image or real photograph.
Right.
Because it's the only way to, try to convince the people. You can see here all footage make like a stop motion, when the astronaut move the head and the helmet is also moving, which is, But if you go to the history part, and I really love to do that, at the same time that the Mercury missions and the Russian missions, because here this is Russian missions and they share the same knowledge, the same techniques, it was this stop motion technique that even the Academy of Hollywood give an Oscar. And look at the movement of the toy and look the movement of the astronaut. It's almost the same kind of steppy motion you're gonna see. In fact, he never move the legs. The legs all the time are stuck, in one position, because they use this kind of system with, a black background. So you don't need to even put, maybe you don't need to erase the cable at that time. So they have all the equipment to do that. I mean, from the beginning until our days, they have all the equipment to do that. And Hollywood is the key.
Absolutely. Hey, Ira, we're at 2 hours right now. Do you have enough to do a part 3?
Yes, I have enough to do a part 3. If you allow me just to close this
Sure.
This topic, I showed this for these 5 slides more, and we can stop there.
Beautiful.
Okay, so when you research in the moon hoax, the first name you must be search. It's the guy who is known in the Hollywood. In the Hollywood Brotherhood, like the man who creates the moon. And that guy is Roger Hayward, who was an employer of Disney, or Walt Disney. He also was a designer and astronomer. He belongs to Freemasonry Lodge. He creates one of the first high vacuum chamber. He one of the first who create and this is the patent of the sound absorption system. And he also create one of the most important pieces of fakery, the moon landing, which was a self-illuminated silk background, that the front projection technique that used by the cinematography director, I forget the name, the famous guy who was behind the moon landings. The director of The Shining.
Stanley Kubrick.
Yeah, Stanley Kubrick. He used for making the front projection technique. Mm-hmm. He used this transparency projection screen, but he used, a device created in 1940 for a Freemason who created the moon, all the maquette from the moon, all the miniature that was filming 30 years later. And of course, these guys, which was an astronomer and a Freemason, he wrote books about the ether, the molecules, and the occult, the architecture of the molecules. I mean, you can see how everything is all together. Everything is all together. And of course, you can see the models that they create for faking the moon. That is why you have some of the moon landing footage with a real, really rock moon, really solid moon, but sometimes you have this kind of image where the moon is like transparent because they are putting just a miniature in front of a screen projection. That is why you have all these mixed textures when you start seeing the moon landing footage. And they use, of course, from the beginning of Hollywood, the screen projection technique and the matte painting, which exist from 1905. So you have time to practice, man, before using it. And they have also even, devices for simulating spacecraft erosion. And you can see all, in every place out there, in every Apollo mission, how they fake the supposedly entry to the atmosphere, So even these one are miniatures. This is not a real scale model. This is a miniature. And you can see the detail that they have. So when you see the Skylab in the pictures of 1970s, it looks real because it's real, because it's a miniature. It's a real photograph of a miniature.
Right, which is real.
Which is real. They don't use CGI at that time. And, if I was a NASA employer faking all this, I suggest that we still must be work on miniatures because the people out there is,
they're better.
Our CGI is so crap.
Right.
And here you can see the early stage when they painting and trying to correct things, based on the device that I showed before. And then, for finish this part, I mean, it's so easy to do for these guys, the fakery of the space, that they have practiced from the from the Jesuit orders in the 50th centuries. So if you combine this with mathematics, with equations, with all these illusory numbers in the minds of the people, teaching in school, in universities, it's a really a huge system, and for fake all this matrix on top of the real world, and you have all the information to make your own research and find the same conclusions.
Absolutely.
And I finish here, man.
Well, that's it? That's your fifth one?
Yeah.
Okay, so we're going to do a part 3. I think that'll be good. So another great portion of the presentation by 𝘬𝙤. I thought there was some really cool stuff in there. You can catch us both every Sunday at noon Pacific. That's live on Globebusters, which is youtube.com/Globebusters and the number 1. Or if you want to catch us live, you can do that. Let me flip over here so you can see. Where are we at to? And I don't know what happened to your screen. Did you turn your screen share off? Is that what happened?
No, sorry. I'm going to stop. Let me just...
there we go.
There you go.
Thank you, thank you. All right, and here we have a little ad. You can check us out where exactly we'll be in Denver, Colorado on November 15th and 16th. So let's watch an ad for that.
Are you ready? Because we're taking it to the next level. The world is waking up. Join us in Denver this November for the Flat Earth International Conference 2018. Tickets are now available at fe2018.com. FEIC USA Edition. Bigger, better, higher, and still as flat as ever.
I don't really totally get the higher reference, or is it just because it's in Denver? In which case, they know me quite well. If you want to support either 𝘬𝙤 or myself...
How do you become America's best-selling brand?
Oh,
you
sorry.
make an SUV that's just...
Let's not listen to ads. There we go. If you want to support 𝘬𝙤's got his links in my description and a link to his PayPal. Please donate, support if you can. It isn't easy to do what we do, and we don't make a lot of money on our videos. So any support can help us just spend more time exposing liars and trying to show people the truth, or at least trying to kind of navigate that path towards the truth. So if you're in Denver and would like to join us, you can please do that. And then also you can join me at patreon.com/Ďeřinism if you would like to support me there. Or you can support me by just using my Amazon link, which is j.mp/Ďeřin AMZ. 𝘬𝙤, any final words for the folks? I appreciate you guys all watching. But like I said, we'll be back for a round 3 because I don't think 𝘬𝙤 is fully done yet. But we'll keep this one at 2 hours today. So 𝘬𝙤, final words until part 3.
Thanks everyone for be with me with my English. Sometimes I have my troubles trying to speak, and I know I've been sound maybe a little strange, and I invented some words on the fly.
They're pretty good. I like them.
Okay.
One day I'll go through and I'll tell you all the words that you're a little bit off on. Don't ever do that to me with Spanish, or we'd be here the rest of our lives. But you only missed a few words, and I think you're getting better each time, and I think people can understand you better each time. So I think it'll only get better from here.
Okay, thank you, man. Thanks for everyone on the chat for support me and understand my lack of English. But I have to do 13, 14 rounds of this presentation. So I hope you invite me a few more times.
Sounds awesome.
I really enjoy talking with you. I believe that we share the same kind of path on the flat earth. So
absolutely. a lot of our research crashes into each other, or I pick up from you, or you pick up from me. So that is the goal, and that's what it looks like is happening. So appreciate you guys listening, and remind you to do your own research, because if you do, you'll never again believe what you've been taught. Till next time, guys, this has been 𝘎𝙤𝙢𝙚𝙀. Have a good night, and peace.
Peace.
What's going on, everyone? It is Jaren from 𝘎𝙤𝙢𝙚, back with another live video for you today. I was live earlier with why they shot Kennedy, and I'm back again this evening live with part 3 of my conversation with the man, the myth, the legend, the great 𝘎𝙤𝙢𝙚𝙀. 𝘎𝙤, buenas noches y cómo estás? Up, and we don't have 𝘎𝙤. 𝘎𝙤, you have to remember to hit your unmute button. Well, 𝘎𝙤 is here.
I'm here.
I told
sorry,
you he was here.
Thank you for reminding me that I was mute. And, well, if you like, we can make it in Spanish, because you are really good in Spanish. So, hola para todos, saludos a la gente de Estados Unidos.
I think it's better if we do it in English, and I, like everyone else, can just listen a little more careful when you're listening to 𝘎𝙤. He has a bit of an accent, but I think he's perfectly understandable.
A little trouble. I don't call accent. It's like a trouble. Be clear, man. I mean,
yeah, you're right.
I don't mind.
You're right. No, 𝘎𝙤, remind people, though, what you do for a living, just so that they know why we should take anything you have to say with anything more than a grain of salt.
Yeah, well, for living, I am technical visual effects director and motion graphic artist. I run my own studio with my partner, who was a friend from the elementary school. So it's nice to be, together after 20 years. And that's pretty much. I mean, anyone that wants to look for my work. My company is called MOX. We have our own webpage with a lot of work. So anybody out there, if you want to contact for services in terms of design, motion graphics, or whatever, I'm available. And this is my webpage, or my web page, and that is pretty much what I do to live. YouTube doesn't pay me. In fact, my regular channel is unable to monetization, so I don't receive anything in terms of YouTube. So anyone can support me, because the work and the time that I take to share and make my research, I really appreciate it. I have a PayPal, which is just simply my email, 𝘎𝙤𝙤𝙚@gmail.com. And in fact, today I opened the English version of my YouTube channel, which is the same name as in Spanish, but in English, I mean Nur for everyone. I don't have yet any video uploading. It's just the setup. In fact, I don't even finish to really. In fact, I am seeing that YouTube even listed yet. but believe me, this is a channel, so you can see here Nur for everyone, and there is no any content uploading. But as soon as possible, I'm going to try to start uploading English versions of my research.
Perfect. 𝘎𝙤, help me out, because I know very little Spanish, but even the translator, the Google Translate, doesn't help me. What is Nur?
Nur. Well, Nur is a word that comes from Arabic language, and it means light. If you Google, it's gonna tell that it's light. Mm-hmm. But when I do the research in antique languages, it means light of the center. In fact, the word north, it comes from Nur.
How about
Nur,
that, huh?
Yeah, the word, let me just type it. The word Nur,
N-U-R,
Nor, it means light of the center, which is really, suspicious, because North, light of the center in the in the glove model is like a little strange, but in the flatter model, light of the center is like referring to Polaris, and that is what I call my channel Nur. I like it more Nur than Nor, but the word North comes from that root, and of course it's Arabic, and the Arabian community create the astrolabe and the sextants and all that kind of devices for measure the earth, the stars, the position, trying to understand where we live.
Right, beautiful. I like it. Awesome, and that's great. Yeah, it certainly is. That's suspicious, don't you think? One of those things at the center.
Yeah.
Yeah. And did you watch my live stream earlier? I don't know if you saw it. Why they killed Kennedy. One of the interesting things, some people know that I got to spend just got done spending 16 hours with 𝘬𝙤𝙦 in a car ride from Denver to Los Angeles. It was fun. And we obviously talked about quite a bit. In that conversation was included some JFK talk. So I guess I'll start out by asking you if you're somebody who thinks that JFK died on that November 22nd, 1963.
Yeah, I believe that, and in fact, I am aware of the other, researchers that talk about being replaced by Jimmy Carter, or that the film was, altered and
which it was, right?
Which it was, exactly. But I believe, for all the things that guy spoke, like not only about the cooperation with Russia, but also about the secrecy societies, and most important, maybe when he wants to, get the freedom of printing money. I mean, that guy tell us all the things that will be, nice to do if we want to get our own freedom.
Correct. Yep.
So, after doing a little bit of research and, trying to put all the things together in the balance, for me, it's most like he really get shot and die than a replacement.
Yeah, no, when you look at it and, the fact that maybe he started having second thoughts or found out that we wouldn't be able to go, if you look at who really propelled that whole further mission, it was Lyndon B. Johnson. And then if you look at where he lives and the land deals that were made, it starts to become kind of obvious to me exactly why he had to be taken out. And I know 𝘬𝙤𝙦 guy. And here's the great thing about different researchers is I love to hear other people's opinions and love to look at their research, and it helps me make up my own mind. So be open-minded to all new information. It doesn't hurt to take it in, and if at the end of the day you still think something different, then so be it. We move forward with the same goal. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, totally. In fact, I don't know exactly, because I am not like from the United States, or maybe I missed some part. But if I don't remember bad, also the family of Sheffield Kennedy has troubles and deaths and strange situations.
Absolutely, yep.
So I believe that maybe the family was part of the elite, but maybe it's like a mafia. Inside the mafia you have different opinion, and sometimes when you are lower, your family is like in a lower hierarchy in those mafias. Maybe they want to just simply erase you.
Right.
They are not nice guys.
No. But like you said, somebody inside the families who maybe thought they could make a difference, or was going to speak out about a few things, and obviously spoke out about more than they were going to allow them to.
Exactly. And I mean, even that kind of things happen also, for example, with the Beatles, John Lennon. If you listen one of the last speech about John Lennon, talking about like Russia, China, United States, and a lot of countries, they just simply create a plan, and they are madness, and if the people out there know exactly what are their plans. It's like we're going to have tomorrow a revolution. And after that speech, strange things happen also too. And I really recommend that that is my opinion, but when you enter in that kind of conspiracy, you immediately going to realize that anyone that has, really impact in the society, it doesn't matter, it's an artist or scientist or whatever, maybe you are going to die, unfortunately.
Right.
Just my opinion, something like that.
Quick shout out and thank you to Carlos Pagan for the super chat. Thank you very much.
And hello everyone out there in the chat. I see Globbuster, Zulu, and other Chris Van Maitri, which I really have the pleasure to meet him in person. So hello guys, everyone in the chat.
Zulu 1 was not hard to find. He was the only one wearing shorts in the 15-degree weather, so he was easy to find him.
It was easy, totally, man.
So did you enjoy yourself real quickly on the conference in Denver? For those who don't know,
yeah,
we just
totally.
all got back
I mean,
from that.
Awesome. In fact, I ask you, Sunday we're going to have a Globbuster show?
Yes, yeah, for sure.
Okay, so we're going to talk, I imagine that we're going to talk about the conference and different opinion. I know that, we are not free of, troubles. There was, different opinion about the conference. Some channels out there stand immediately, speak bullshit. In fact, there are guys that they don't go even once to the conference, so they speak, just sitting behind the desk or behind the monitor, and you really need to be there and see, the kind of environment and the atmosphere that you live when you are in that conference, in that kind of conference. And for me, it's really, really wonderful.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I thought it was a fantastic time, and I don't think anybody that was there would say anything different. So until they do, I think everyone had a fantastic time. So.
Yeah.
Okay, so you
so
wanted
if
to.
You like, we can start.
Yeah, let's go ahead and start. Iru's going to show us some things, probably starting with NASA, talking a little bit about Kennedy, I think, and playing that all into it. So, Iru, go ahead.
Okay, so the show today, I prepared, more. A few modern stuff in terms of more technology stuff that comes from my background, from my professional background. But before entering this in this subject, because I see your live stream of today that you talk about the Kennedy assassination, and for me, when you started to see the videos that NASA provide us in terms of the moon landings, the Apollo missions, you immediately going to recognize that they are totally crap. I mean, in terms of the technology that they use, it's very clear that they use one of the most advanced technologies of the 60s, which was wires. And, they are doing even today, so they don't change so much. But it's really nice when when you pass that information. If you are a little fan of the history, because the history has a lot of clues to understand our present. I mean, these are things that maybe the globeheads or people that they are, denier of the possibility that the moon landing was fake, they don't take into account the really history part of that situation. I mean, I know that maybe some of the stuff that I'm going to show everybody out there already know, but the first thing is that there was an operation that was the Operation Paperclip, and that is a real operation where the United States and the Allies, took one of the best scientific guys in Germany and bring to America, of course, under pressure, under, with the gun in the head and say, okay, now we need that you work for us and trying to take out of the planet, if you want to see in that way. And that mission and that operation is 100% real. Nobody can deny that kind of things. So for me, it's like supposedly after the Second World War, the Nazi, they want to hunt it, all the Nazis, but at the same time, they bring to America and also to Latin America, in fact, in Argentina precisely.
Mm-hmm.
And they give a welcome, and you're going to work with us, and we are going to use all the propaganda media to take you to the people and make that the people love you. Because in Wernher von Braun not only was like a Disney artist, but he also was in the cover magazines like Times and other magazines, other paper news. So trying to bring up the hero of Wernher von Braun, which was a Nazi.
Right. Originally, they tried to hide it and keep it down, and then as soon as it started to be found out what happened, well, of course, they had to put a happy face on the fact that they had brought over former SS, former Nazi officers. So, of course, it became a PR campaign right after to promote him through Disney and through ABC and the other channels that did this this whole idea of space, well, basically propaganda.
Yeah, in fact, if you want to see, just a little plus of the history part about what happened, between that they started with the Apollo program and to the end, which was the supposedly moon landing. There is out there, I think I asked you in that trip to California, and you say that you saw it, but it's called Houston, We Have a Problem. And it's out there. You can even see from Netflix. And it's supposedly like a fiction documentary.
Right, like a mockumentary, they call it sometimes.
Yeah, exactly. But when you start to looking, when you start to disassemble the documentary and start looking what this documentary present in terms of official narrative, all the pieces is real pieces. I mean, from the first guy that created the idea of the rocketry, which was this guy, I can't remember the exactly name because it has a strange name. This is the guy. Let me just this guy, 𝘾𝙚𝙡𝙚𝙚𝙚𝙚𝙚𝙚𝙚𝙚𝙚𝙚𝙚𝙚𝙚𝙚𝙚𝙚𝙚𝙚𝙚. I don't know how to pronounce it, but this guy is real. It's not like a fantasy character in the history. It's a real guy who presents before, at least, I don't know if work together or not with the Nazis, but I believe it's not working together. But this guy presents a lot of the concept of what we understand like a space program. So that part is real. And even when you start to looking, I can't remember exactly the time in the movie, but supposedly Yugoslavia, I don't know which is how you pronounce in English. That's that correct. Country.
Yeah, same.
Okay. That guys from the Yugoslavia, the government sell to United States, the space program, and right. Of course the space program doesn't work because everybody knows that we can't go beyond the karma line, and they trick United States. So when the United States start to see that they spend quite billion of dollars in that space program, and that space program doesn't work, they started to send for example, the astronaut to Yugoslavia. And you can see here the records. Here you can see JFK with the Yugoslavian, dictator United States called dictator, but the people in Yugoslavia doesn't account for that, because Yugoslavia was a poor country, and after selling the space program to the United States, the people in Yugoslavia start to rise up the lifestyle.
Right.
It's really becoming, if you go to the history after the 60s, before the 60s, Yugoslavia was, another poor country, if you want to see it in that way. And after the 60s,
right.
Yugoslavia become really a great industry and a nice place to live. And this guy was in power, selected by people like, 30, 40 years. In fact, he died, in very suspicious way over the stress that but you can see JFK with that kind of government at that time, making all the arrangement to buy the space program.
Right.
And, after that, you're going to see, for example, real footage when United States, see that the space program was, no fake, but it doesn't work.
Right.
He feel really bad, and he sent it to visit this dictatorship. This dictator. They sent it the astronaut Buzz Aldrin and Neil Armstrong and Michael Collins to talk with the Yugoslavia dictator. And if you listen carefully what he said, Neil Armstrong, in his own word, says something like, we come here with a few things, but we're gonna come to America with more than we bring us. So if you start looking in terms of that, in the 70s, United States invaded Yugoslavia.
Right.
And they here, I think here you can see it. This is Neil Armstrong.
Yep.
Go to Yugoslavia and meet the dictator or the president or the elected military out there. They have this meeting. Here you can see Buzz Aldrin and Michael Collins. So what these guys are doing at that time in that country?
Right.
Yeah,
no.
So
people think it's a joke of a documentary, but again, sometimes you have to do that to kind of get the information out. It also happened with another moon landing film. I can't remember the name of it. Do you remember the name of the documentary? And actually, one of the guys who's in it and makes a comment about Nixon knowing that the moon landings were faked, and he showed up dead the day after that interview. Do you remember that one?
I didn't know it. In fact.
Yeah, I will get you some information on it. I can't remember the name of it, but it's another one of those mockumentaries. It was like a French mockumentary about the moon landings. I'm sure somebody in the chat will tell me here shortly. We'll know what I'm talking about.
And in fact, I believe here is the part where Neil Armstrong talked with the guy in the government. Let me just.
But we are taking more than we brought.
But we are taking more than we brought. Like, it's like a, handshake about, hey, you sell us that bullshit program, the space program, and now we're going to take your country, literally. And that is what happened. And in fact, it's really, really a comedy, if you want to see like that, because after this situation, this guy, the guys from the Yugoslavia start to thinking in what to do. In fact, here you can see Nixon and the government and the dictator. So that dictator survived like 3 presidents in a row of United States, and just the same president that supposedly, worked in the space program.
Right.
And after that situation, this guy, of course, the Yugoslavia doesn't have the money to give it back because they use it in their own country.
Right.
So they create one of the most, piece of shit in terms of car technology, and you buy it again.
And do you remember? Not me. I didn't buy anything. But
no, but your country, man. I mean,
thank you. I do not speak for them, but and how much was it? Wasn't it billions?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a lot of money.
Billion. Yeah, a complete lot of money, and that was the famous car called the. You remember the name? Here is the the Shugo.
Yeah.
The Shugo car, and in the history of your country, this is the worst car ever. And that is for real. I mean, so they scam you. I mean, you like a country with the space program, and then they scam you with the car. So after that, United States, you are not going to play like that with United States. So after this situation,
explain what happened.
Yugoslavia was, invaded.
Right.
So if you want to see this documentary and tell me that this is, just a mockery documentary, you are crazy. For me, that is my point of view. So I really recommend everyone, to add a little tiny piece of evidence about the moon landings and how deep that thing goes. Because if a country can, invade it via or based on the moon landings problems, it's another important piece in our history.
Very much so.
Exactly. So
the whole idea of space has always been this otherworldly thing, and it's been able to be sold and bought and sold, and continues to be sold to the public at large as truth. And it was even done, years ago between countries, obviously. Here's a short clip, real quick. I'll just play.
Please.
Have a listen to this. This is from I believe 1963. It's a Dr. Philip Abelson, but just listen when he's called to Congress to talk about the moon, what he's going to say.
June 10th, 1963, the Senate Committee on Aeronautical and Space Sciences. Scientists from outside NASA are called before the Congress to testify. The lead witness is Dr. Philip Abelson, director of the Geophysical Laboratory at the Carnegie Institution of Washington. He gives voice to one opposition view, talking extensively about why he thinks going to the moon is a very bad idea. No recording of this hearing exists today, but the hearing transcript exists. It's read here by an actor.
I have conducted an informal straw poll among scientists not connected by self-interest to NASA. The vote was 110-3 against the present manned lunar program.
There are...
So, I mean, you even have in front of the Senate committee real scientists voting 110-3 against any idea of going to the moon. It was completely ludicrous. But again, sold to the public as fact because, well, we saw it on TV.
We saw on TV, exactly. That is one of the most efficient tools for convince or for managing the public opinion.
Exactly.
Because they induce you to vote what they want or to select the governments on power. I mean, the guys who are gonna run the government for supposedly your freedom or your benefit.
Right.
But it's just a tool of induction, if you want to see it that way.
Absolutely.
So this is, this kind of things, like I told you before, I mean, this is undeniable, history, like the Operation Paperclip or this kind of situation with the Yugoslavia, which is related with the moon landings. And of course, this is a really nice piece of research, if you want to see in that way. It's called The Nazis Next Door. And it's like how the CIA and the FBI secretly sheltered the Nazi war criminals, but with really documents and how they start to working in this 𝘾𝙚𝙚𝙚𝙚 project that for our for politicians, for mass media artists, and even for scientists, if you want to see in that way, it's called 𝘾𝙚𝙚𝙚𝙚, and with this kind of study they created for the regular people what is 𝑚kt, which is marketing. You know, they induce you to buy things or to buy ideas, which is more dangerous than buy, you know, material things, because they know how to operate in your brain with subliminal message. And that is when start to, you know, like I talk in my presentation in Colorado, that they know that the magic exists, and the magic is a word that comes from magnetism. So our brain waves are electricals, and if you want to see in that way, also magnetic waves. So they know how to operate that. And if you have the power and you have the instrument like a television, which is a equipment, when you research the US patent, you're going to find that it's patent for alter your nervous system via electrical waves. So you can start to see the whole picture.
And you've shown
how
that,
they operate.
You've shown that patent before, right?
Yeah, exactly. I showed that patent before. If you want to, I can show you again. It's no problem.
Nope, there is a patent. I'll back you up on that. That the patent for changing someone's mind or getting into their subliminal mind from television programming.
Yeah, exactly. You just type U.S. patent nervous system manipulation, and you're gonna have it. The monitor equipment, a computer monitor or TV set.
Right.
I mean,
there's one of those in every home.
Yeah.
Or 6.
So, exactly. And they do this kind of idea. It comes early with the radio station. That is why in the words they give free radios to the normal people. So when you start to see these kind of pieces, you're going to understand that. And of course, 𝘲𝙁 von Braun, he also worked with the Picard family. You know, they are all together, like we shown in the last episode, you know, the connection between Disney, the Nazis, the JFK, you know, all that kind of things. And when I, you know, in the conference with the Globalizer show that we did with Bob and Sean, I talk about the, you know, that the supposedly when you research about the and please you know, understand that I'm going to back and forward between PowerPoint project, but when you start to see and research with the Argos system, that this guy start with the a quote from 𝘲𝙁 von Braun, and that quote, if I don't, but here is the quote. Can you read it, please? Your English is better than mine.
Right. It says, "It will free men from the remaining chains, the chains of gravity, which still tie him to this planet."
Exactly. They use this quote but you know, after all the efforts that this guy 𝘲𝙁 von Braun did for trying to, you know, really, you know, break the chains of the gravity. I believe that is why he ended with the Psalmos, you know, Psalms, I think is in English, 19, which, let me just get back here.
So
and
Psalms 19:1 he's talking about, which is on 𝘲𝙁 von Braun's gravestone. Exactly.
The heaven declare the glory of God, and the firmament show us his handwork. And you know, when you start to see, this is my opinion, of course, but all the depiction of our plane of existence, it doesn't matter which culture you're going to research, you're going to find, you know, the same kind of concept artist, or concept art, sorry, the concept art of the dome and, you know, a plane, circular plane covered with the dome and the waters above and below and all that stuff that everyone knows at this point in time. Mm-hmm. But, you know, when you start to combine, you know, this with just some quotations from the actual politicians and science guys, let me just play it quickly.
Sure.
And here we have it. It's just a few.
One thing I really want your generation to embrace is that the Earth is a closed system. We cannot leave the Earth. There's no place to go.
The history of humanity has been, slowly increasing the boundaries of knowledge and knowing more and more and more and feel comfortable inside there. But at the edges, it's always going to be a challenge. Yeah, absolutely.
Edges, it's always going to be a challenge. Absolutely.
And it may be hard to see tonight, but we are all standing under a glass ceiling right now. Smashing this one. To the young people in particular, I hope you will hear this. I know we have still not shattered that highest and hardest glass ceiling, but someday someone will, and hopefully sooner than we might think right now. Although we weren't able to shatter that highest, hardest glass ceiling this time, thanks to you, it's got about 18 million cracks in it. And the light is shining through like never before, filling us all with the hope and sure knowledge that the path will be a little easier next time.
So, that is why I just, like the concept that maybe we are Atlantis, in the concept of being under, quotes, water, like the regular story about Atlantis.
Mm-hmm.
Just simply as that. And, after seeing all these politicians and science guys talking about enclosed system, they shatter the ceiling, shatter the highest glass ceiling. I mean, who write the script for politicians? I mean, they are not, maybe, people, think like Hillary is going to spend a few nights, writing the perfect speech to, no, that doesn't work like that.
Not going to happen.
That can happen, exactly. So, it's just like, it's difficult, but you need to try to put the pieces together to understand what's going on. Because, for example, the Hillary's speech, it wasn't just in a random time. It was at the beginning of the Flat Earth movement, or the modern Flat Earth movement. So, leave it or take it, but there is. And in fact, for me, when these guys talks about the shatter, the highest glass ceiling, that for me doesn't exist. For me, is another situation up there. It's not. It's like a crystallization of gases via, which is called the superfluid, under almost the zero Kelvin temperatures. And if you want to, in other episode, I can share my research about that. And I have a really deep research based on the Robert Bassano findings. And then I just, add few steps if you want to see in that way. And I create some simulation also to trying to, explain myself about what is going on up there. But, things like, because when you show that speech from Kennedy, he talks about, sharing information and sharing also like, or creating a cooperation between Russia and United States to explore the moon or to, explore the space. And it's something that, caught my attention because these two countries not just share the information about the space, but before they trying to, reach the moon, both countries create and start the same kind of high altitude hydrogen bomb operations. not just United States, it's not just the Operation Fishbowl and Dominic. The Soviet has the Project K. I don't know if he was aware. I believe that, yes.
Yeah, no, they were around the same years. You know, it's kind of like a little story where the United States makes the first nuclear weapon, and then Russia does it right after. Then the United States makes the first hydrogen bomb, then Russia right after.
Exactly, and you know, both of the programs reach the same altitudes. For example, the 8 kilometers weapon to 8 kilometers high altitude, and the Soviet K nuclear test, Project K nuclear test, also reached the 80 kilometers in the atmosphere. So when I see this kind of you know, programs, and I see, you know, maybe some of these are fake, like some people talked about, not exactly these ones, but the supposedly Hiroshima Nagasaki bomb. But here is one particular bomb. We can start to see the implication of the symbology in his rocketry, because they call it Thor, and Thor in the Norway, right? Mythology, it's the guy with the hammer in the hand trying to, you know, break the ceiling, and that the same depiction is like the archman trying to shoot an arrow to the sky, you know, trying to break the ceiling, like you can see in the movie The Hunger Games. But here you can see what they did. And for example, this kind of explosion is really, you know, for me at least, a strange explosion, because it's not just the fire explosion. It's also like a combine it or mix it with some kind of electromagnetic field, because you can see the tendrils of the fire, you know, going to the center and do this kind of behavior. Like it was like something like, you know, touching some kind of electromagnetic shield. And for example, this other explosion, you know, in the high altitude, I don't know if this is in 80 kilometers or 60 or 30, whatever. You can clearly see the expansion in form of the donut. And for me, this kind of behavior is like some barrier up here is not allowing to this explosion take the regular shape, you know, like a hemisphere shape, like the other low altitude explosion. Some things, I mean, for me, something here is like reach some kind of limit. Maybe I get wrong, it's just my interpretation, but here you can clearly see some kind of or reflection or just energy that cannot pass over that limit. I don't know, but the expansion is clearly like a donut. It doesn't move up. So nothing. I mean, you have all these kind of things, and supposedly we take out with rocket thousands of rocket launches, and the equilibrium of our thin atmosphere never disturbed. You know, nothing happened. We don't have any kind of air leaking or nothing. You know, it's just like everything get back together, but get back to the rest state. Right. And nothing happened.
Nope.
But a hydrogen bomb, you know, maybe doesn't go up there. So what this is what, you know, a little bit, I'm sorry for the Spanish, but this is the kind of propaganda that the United States and Russia creates together to convince the people that they are going to reach the moon landing. Of course, after, you know, behind this, every of these pictures, there was a Yugoslavia guy that arranged all this, but you know how the things are. And this is the first false flag event, maybe related with the space program, which is the fact that, you know, and this is for me is when the starting point in the last or in the end timeline of event that really show the work about the two countries together. Because if you research in history, after the First World War, the Russia start to dissolve. I mean, the URSS, the Soviet Union. You know, I believe was in the 1893, 1882. You know, around the last 20 years of the before
century.
entering into the 20th century, it was a meeting with the Rothschild guys, you know, all these families, and the Russians. I mean, the Union Soviet Tsars. Right. I don't know if that is how you pronounce Tsar. Is correct?
No, USSR.
Yeah, but let me just type it in English.
CZAR? Tsar?
Yeah, the Tsars, you know, the family with Nicholas, that was the last Caesar or Caesar of Russia.
Tsar,
and
you said it right, Tsar.
Yeah, thank you. And in that meeting, and it's writing in history, I mean, this is not in something that maybe, you know, no, that is our history. In that meeting, in that, you know, it was like the modern Club of Rome or Bilderberg meetings. The ex-Soviet Union must play a role for the New World Order. And Nicholas rejected that proposition. And after that, the United Kingdom and the Rothschilds declared, you know, a war to this family, and they killed everyone in the Nicholas family. So after the First World War, when the Second World War started, it was all arranged. And if you see in history, for example, the mutation of just, you know, I'm going to just let me put it like this. I mean, maybe it doesn't have anything to do with this event. Maybe yes, or maybe does. Sorry for my verbs in English.
No problem.
But when you see, for example, how they changed the flag, and for me, the colors and the motifs of the flags has to do, you know, some kind of with the brotherhood. Maybe that they share. If you look, for example, United Kingdom and the Australia and the Chile flag, they all share the same color, the same kind of stars, and they are colonies of United Kingdom.
Right.
Even United States is like a colony, if you want to see it that way.
No, absolutely.
Because, yeah, go ahead. Sorry, man.
No, go continue.
No, and I mean, for example, if you study your own history, you're gonna see that first you was invited by Spain, like us, and then England took the power of Spain in North America to the crown, and the same thing happens here with the Independence Day. It wasn't the real Independence Day. It was the day that the United Kingdom took the power from Spain. It's just simple as that. So when you, for example, look into the flag of the United States, United Kingdom colors, and the modern Russia, they both, you know, share the same colors. And like I said before, maybe this is nothing, you know, this is not some concrete evidence, but which is, you know, some kind of concrete evidence for me is when you start to look into Stalin, some of the Stalin picture, you can clearly see that the guy was a Freemason, because no one do this kind of you know, hand cover without being a Freemason.
In the jacket constantly.
Yeah, exactly. So this is some red flag to understand that Russia and United States and United Kingdom are working together. And this is my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
So
absolutely.
So when you see, you know, because maybe some people believe that these things about, and please tell me if I mess up everything. I don't know if you are follow me, and you know.
So far, so good.
Okay, perfect. Because, you know, a lot of people believe that the situation, this is for David.
If
It's for
anybody
you,
wants
David,
to, anybody wants to know, we play a drinking game when Iru's on. If he says situation, take a shot. So take a shot. Go ahead.
Take a shot. Exactly. So
the other drinking words are Jesuit, and if he calls me Sharon.
Yes, and penis. Penis is like a complete, you know.
That's the entire bottle.
Yeah, the complete bottle.
Right. Okay.
So let me just
get back to the situation.
Yeah, let me back to the situation, and that situation is the blue bin. You know, there is a lot of researchers in Spanish language and also in English, and I believe any, you know, part of the world.
Any language.
You're gonna find in YouTube that talks about the blue bin, and they, you know, not just in the title of the YouTube video, but then when they start to explain about the blue bin, they never mention the real important word behind the blue bin, and that is the NASA blue bin project. Which, I know, I'm sorry. I mean, if you see with our eyes of flat earthers, and you read NASA Blue Beam Project, everything starts to, you know, change. Change, exactly. So it's not just the NASA Blue Beam Project, which is mean. What is mean in this document is what it's telling you is that the NASA is going to direct all the operation. So that is why all the other agencies appear to be independent, but they are all dependent of NASA.
Right, always. I think it's something that many people still fail to realize. They think that Russia's out there running their own independent space agency, and that SpaceX just gets to come and go as they please. No, everything goes through the hands of the master deceptors, NASA.
Yeah, exactly. And in this document, which is, I believe, from the 60s, 50s, or something around that, it talks about the creation, I mean, the manipulation from one of the best instruments out there, which is the television set or monitor, because they're going to create things like Star Trek, Star Wars, and Space Odyssey, 2001: Space Odyssey, for prepare of the invasion and space protection. And when you see this, and you remember the famous speech of Donald Trump talking about the creation of the Space Force, you can see that this document doesn't bullshit. It's completely real. And this is an agenda. Mm-hmm. And then when you start to continue reading the document, you're going to see that all this NASA Blue Beam is to prepare humanity to present a new God image, like a new Messiah, and they're going to use an universal supernatural manifestation. And we have the technology to fake meteors that is called Star Alley. That is the company that they can create. You know, you can order around $10,000 a meteor shower,
you can
or
even
a Star Trek shower.
You can even pick the color.
You can even pick the color, exactly. So if that is just like a regular company for events, you can imagine what is behind the scenes. But what I mean is we have that technology already. Absolutely. And when you keep reading, you're going to see here that one of the partners is going to be who? The Soviets started to feed the computer with objects, blah, blah. But here also you realize that United States and the false Soviets, or the Masonic Soviet, is going to work together in space programs.
Right.
And the people believe or they think that this kind of agenda start in the 60s or in the 50s because, you know, how the modern technology or when the modern technology was created to allow this. But one of the best for me that they killed Bill Cooper, which was one of the best researchers or really a guy who, you know, understand the world that the New World Order operates, and he denounced the Twin Tower, Twin Tower operation
before it happened.
Before it happened, and at that time, because the social network are developed like at nowadays. If you kill the messenger at that time, it will be better. But you know, for me in our time, you must be killed like thousands of messengers. So it's not like a good idea.
But back then, no, it's a difference, and he ended up dying right on his doorstep.
Exactly, because at that time, the most advanced technology for sharing internet data was use robotic modem. You know, you send it 1 megabyte in 24 hours. I mean, you can even share a picture
right
at that time. So that is why they kill it. But I mean, when you look into the idea of the false alien invasion, it started in the 1890s in Japan meeting. It's not something about our days, in the modern days. And just let me, this is just movies because they use Hollywood, of course. And let me just trying to find that video. Give me just a moment if you want to,
no problem.
You know, so far make kind of resume.
Yeah, no problem. I do see that you're showing Dr. William Greer there, but he talks a lot about the same thing.
Yeah.
They call it, you know, revelation or disclosure. One thing you have to remember is that if there's ever disclosure and it comes from a government agency, it is a lie. I mean, that's just should be simple for anybody to figure out. So I hear all this talk about, oh, when is there going to be this alien disclosure? Well, make sure you look at who it's coming from. If it's coming from your government agencies, that disclosure is part of the narrative. You know, it's part of the narrative. So be careful.
Totally, exactly. In fact, they have it even in Netflix. This guy has a lot of the documentary about the contacts one, you know, that kind of thing.
He found a little mini Bilu.
It's some kind of that. Yeah, totally, man. Just give me 1 minute more, because here I have a few folders to trying to. But for me, it's a little bit important. And here I found it. I believe I found it here. Just let me know. This is Babylon. Bill Cooper also talks about, of course, all the Babylon mystery, old school mystery. But he had a really nice speech, but really a really nice one. And I believe I found it. It's a lie, but I'm going to expand my searching.
Take your
Sorry,
time.
guys,
take your time.
Out there.
Well, hopefully everybody's interested in hearing more. You know, you can leave a comment if that's something you're interested in, because you and I were talking on our long drive and thought we do have so much to talk about that we should continue this little series. So maybe we won't end at 3. If people enjoy it, we'll keep going. I know Iero's got lots to share. I've seen a lot of it, but a lot of stuff I still haven't, because his videos are in Spanish, and I struggle listening to that. So it's great to bring him over here and have him share some of his research. And again, I want to spend more time on the 3D modeling and all the things that we can do inside that to show. For instance, I've already seen videos starting to show up about the sun and moon clock app that I showed on my video earlier, and people saying, well, here's your disproof of the flat Earth map, because the sun sets right to left down in Australia, and according to your sun and moon clock app, it needs to rope around to the right. And there's so many things that are explained perfectly and easily, quite easily, with the personal atmospheric dome and the way that we would see the sunset. So I want to model a lot of that. So hopefully we can do that coming up soon.
Exactly. In fact, all those guys that talks about that curve the water. If you want to disprove our model, curve the water.
Right. No, they have to struggle with that one.
Under any gravitational model you pick, you choose. Like the Einstein, Newton, maybe you can invented some new one, you know, but please curve the water, and after that you broke down our model. So here I have the clip of, it's just a 2-minute clip, but for me it's really important to you guys, you know, I mean the guys like really like the Blue Beam, you know, project in terms of understanding how they start to play this agenda between United States and the Soviet Union started. This is a great clip to trying to understand that.
So
here we go.
This is Bill Cooper, and here we go.
But over the years, I've done a lot of research. What I've discovered is there's no proof existing anywhere that extraterrestrials are real, or that have ever visited this planet, or that they exist anywhere in the universe. There is not one shred of evidence anywhere. There is lots of evidence, tons of it in fact, that there are a group of people collectively known as the Illuminati who want us to believe in some extraterrestrial threat from space so that they can cause a world government, you know, bringing together of all the people to resist that external threat. And the first time that I saw any reference to that, I was reading some papers from the Carnegie Endowment Fund, and there was a record of a speech. Well, it was a dinner for Viscount 𝘎𝙤𝙦 of the Japanese delegation, the Japanese imperial delegation, in 1917. And John Dewey was one of the speakers. And the first sentence out of his mouth as I was reading this almost fell out of my chair, because this was in 1917. And he said, the best way to cause all people of the world to come together in one world government and end war forever would be if we were attacked by some other species from some other planet. And boy, that just clicked with me, and I knew that that this is just another scam. This is the age of deception. There's no doubt about it. And then 8 times during Reagan's administration, he inserted almost the exact same phrase into 8 of his speeches. And it's a scam. That's what I can tell you. What they call UFOs, these craft that fly around the sky, are real, but they're not piloted by some little green guy from some other planet. But over the years...
So, for me, it's too much clear. I mean, that is the way that I think that the series of events it's developed right now.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. And thank you to Carlos Pagan again for another super chat and contraption as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So, so you know, when you start to look in that kind of stuff that Bill Cooper shared with us, and you start to, you know, put all these series of events together, you're gonna see that the real, how they transfer all the supposedly science fiction movies about the space and aliens and monsters to the real life, to the real scenario of the real life. And this is the first event. You know, I mean, the first event that creates in the people's minds the idea of the Copernican model, it was with the satellite.
Right. Yeah, it's certainly interesting then that you look at Wernher von Braun and you know what he told his secretary Carol Rosen about what would be the final deception.
Exactly, and it's a little strange because, you know, if you First of all, look at these shiny balls, with this kind of window shield clearing stuff.
That's Sputnik.
That's Sputnik, yeah, man. I mean, look, this technology is amazing.
It's amazing.
So this thing still is in orbit, because it's still in orbit without any thrusters, any kind of propulsion, fuel, nothing. It's still in orbit.
Oh, come on! It has 4 very long antennas.
4 very long antennas. So this thing, it doesn't have even a camera. So supposedly this apparatus can hear the voices of the United States people from the space.
Well, we know because we heard it. We heard the beeping noise.
Well, exactly. So how the people in our days can believe this?
I don't know. It's painful.
It's ridiculous.
It's ridiculous. It's sad, and maybe if you were born today, and you got to watch NASA with their fancy cables, and you got to watch NASA with their CGI and their augmented reality, maybe you believe it. But not when you have all the access to the footage from the 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s. You can't believe this shit.
You can't believe this shit. Totally. I mean, it's really sad, man. I mean, it's really sad. The people that trying to defend the Copernican model, because they needed to believe in this kind of thing, in this kind of technology.
Right. No,
which is something, if anyone in our day propose, I'm going to recreate the Sputnik and put it in orbit. Like, the NASA guys did it like in an anniversary. They drop it by hand, from the ISS.
Right.
Do you see that? So it's completely
yeah, it's nonsense, and it's all done via balloons, as we've discussed before, and people they can't seem to grasp that either. That they just don't get it. I mean, it's like NASA. Every time they launch their rockets from the coast there in Florida, they get that whole water cleared for hours in advance. Nobody can go anywhere near it. And in the history of NASA launches, there's never been an emergency dump out in the ocean. It's never happened once.
Never.
No, but yet they clear it every time as if it's the biggest ordeal. Well, it's because the rocket goes up and dumps out in the water. I mean, and otherwise you would just let people do what they're doing. You wouldn't clear the water, all the work that goes into clearing that entire ocean, as if something's going to fall in the water. It's just the same thing as when they launch these balloons. I just made my presentation in Denver, and I was just pointing out at the end of that thing, they said, after this close accident here where it knocked over this car, we'll never again allow people to watch our balloon launches because they're too dangerous. And so Iro and I were joking around saying that there can be no more car races anymore because one time a tire flew off and killed a few people in the crowd, and therefore now people race NASCAR around an empty track, I guess.
No, terrible, man. I mean, it's hilarious.
It's ridiculous. The stuff
it's ridiculous,
the stuff they keep pumping out that people keep taking in and believing is baffling. I mean, I'll show this video again because I just...
Please.
I'm just going to transfer over here just real quick. Let's see. Remember that this has been passed off as being real. I mean, that this, and people believe it. In fact, I saw a tweet, and I don't remember who I saw it from. I think Michelle Gentz had it, and also Bob's son had it as well. But somebody has a tattoo of this scene on their arm or leg. Look at that. I mean, it's just... this is a test. This is to see how dumb the public is, and I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but they're pretty dumb.
Yeah. In fact, I'm starting to deviate for this presentation, but in fact, how much time we have to, make it like a 2 hours show?
I don't remember if we started. I think we started a little after 8, so we've got 45 minutes or 40 minutes. Go ahead.
Okay. So I'm gonna have, because I'm going to trying to cover that thing. But for me, like I told you before, this kind of history, history timeline, it's really important if you want to really understand. Because when you become a flat earther, it's nice topic, trying to understand a little, the hints that the history leave to us to research. Right. So here you have the first 4 flag, and here you can clearly see the thing about the cooperation between Russia and United States in the Blue Beam NASA project, and you can clearly see with real news and real fact how the speech about JFK did in your video start to go into reality. Mm-hmm. So of course we can, we know the connection, and you can see the past and the present is the same kind of name, the same kind of stories, the same kind of bullshit. It nothing have been changed.
Mickey Mouse all over it.
Again, please, I didn't hear you.
I see Mickey Mouse all over it.
Exactly, Mickey Mouse all over the place. And of course, when you start to research about the Walt Disney family and why they cooperate together, is because even the Walt Disney himself was a Freemason. He go to this kind of school, that the Molay International School, which is a Freemasonic, preparation in the young, for the youth.
Right, and of course people know that he owned the Club 33 out at Disneyland, and I'll show an image right now. Ira, I don't know if you've seen this image.
Okay,
up here. This is when NASA got a stamp dedicated to them, and guess what value the stamp was?
I wait to see in the live stream, because you are not sharing via Skype, so just give me a second.
Well, it's a
or
33
seconds.
It's a 33-cent stamp, of course, with the footprint there. So just more evidence of these guys and their connections.
Yeah, I did. I'm seeing. Oh, yeah, 33 USA and the stamp. The where is the humidity in the moon for this thing happen?
Yeah, it's crazy.
It's crazy, man. Exactly.
I'll go back.
It's totally crazy.
You got
but
some
they
Walt Disney stuff. There you go.
They do it so, and they can create everything because it's in the studio, so they can do whatever they want. Here you can clearly see how 𝘾𝙚𝙡𝙚𝙚𝙚 von Braun become an Disney artist, like Justin Bieber or Katy Perry. They have all this kind of stuff for walk around. So can you imagine? I mean, in the mind of the own 𝘾𝙚𝙡𝙚 von Braun become a Disney artist.
Right.
It was a nightmare.
I cannot imagine.
It was a nightmare, really. And we heard about Bill Cooper talking about that there is no proof of alien technology, but we have a lot of proof that a group of people, named Illuminati, that blah 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 blah, and some way to put that in real content or real situation. I have prepared this tiny clip, really tiny clip, about a minute to, it have a background music that I put because this is just a segment from a video that I made a few months ago. But this is real speech, real people, real politicians all talk about the New World Order. And that New World Order, the only achievement for that New World Order happened is based on the heliocentric model.
Out of these troubled times, a new world order can emerge, a new era.
We needed a new world order. Global governance and a new world order.
Novus Order Seclorum, a new order for the centuries, for the ages, forever.
That new world order and what America?
Global governance.
A framework for global governance.
Of Europe and a new world order.
Came in New Europe.
A new world order.
I think a new world order is emerging.
Really a new world order can be created.
A new world order.
In creating the kind of world order that I think all of us would like to see.
So, the New World Order, simply as that. I mean, if this is, you know, sometimes when I see this kind of real events, I still wonder if this is a science fiction, is a movie, or is our reality.
Seems like it sometimes, huh?
Things like this, yeah, totally, man. And I mentioned before that, you know, how this guy Wernher von Braun, you know, feels about working with Walt Disney and you know, lying to the world, because I don't have the same thoughts about the Nazis that maybe our institutional education, our education institutions tell us. I don't say that that guy was awesome, and but I have a different opinion. Maybe it's a little complex to express myself in terms of that, but I mean, this guy, when you see the tombstone with that kind of, because supposedly he's using a religious quotation from the Bible.
Exactly.
It's not just a random, you know, like, oh, I am a philosopher. Yeah, philosopher guy. So I'm gonna, you know, in the tombstone, it doesn't. It's even. You know, from his family,
right?
Quotations. It's just that,
and just that alone, too. It's making quite a statement.
So you know, when I trying to think, or you know, trying to understand what in his mind happened, and based in all this situation that he made about trying to get out of space, this is. You know, anyone out there could believe whatever they want. Maybe they believe, some guys believe that this a secretary from Wernher von Braun is, you know, a shield or not. But what she said this like 10 years maybe before this this thing about the Space Force coming. So can I play it?
Absolutely.
My name is Carol Rosen. I'm an educator who became the first woman corporate manager of an aerospace company, Fairchild Industries. I'm a space and missile defense consultant. I've consulted to a number of companies, organizations, government departments, even the intelligence community. When I was a corporate manager of Fairchild Industries in 1974 through 77, I met the late Dr. Wernher von Braun in early 74. At that time, von Braun was dying of cancer, but he assured me that he would live a few more years in order to tell me about the game that was being played, that game being the effort to weaponize space. And the funniest one of all was against what he called aliens, extraterrestrials. That would be the final card. And over and over and over during the 4 years that I knew him and was giving his speeches for him, he would bring up that last card. And remember, Carol, the last card is the alien card. We're going to have to build space-based weapons against aliens. And all of it, he said, is a lie. A lie. I think I was too naive to know at that time the seriousness of the nature of the spin that was being put on the system. And now the pieces are starting to fall into place. We're building a space-based weapon system based on a premise that is a lie, a spin. And Wernher von Braun was trying to hint that to me back in the early 70s and right up until the moment when he died in 1977. What he told me is that there's an accelerated effort in place. He didn't mention a timeline, but he said that it was going to be speeding up faster than anybody could possibly imagine.
We're reopening NASA. We're going to be
thank God.
Going to space. Space Force. Space Force.
Space Force. Space
So we
Force.
have the Navy, the Air Force, the Marines, the Coast Guard. But we have the Air Force. Now we're going to have the Space Force because it's a whole...
It's a dome.
We need it.
We need it, yeah.
The Space Force because it's a whole...
So these are, you know, real event things. And it's happening. It's happening in our faces.
Absolutely. No, they don't hide it much anymore.
Excuse me?
I said they don't even hide it much anymore.
Yeah, exactly. And this is, for me, if you want to translate in time, this is the kind of things that they made to create character like, you know, Columbus, Jesus, Eratosthenes, you name it, Pythagoras, you know?
Newton.
This is the Newton. Exactly, the Newton. I mean, the Newton, the new atom, the new sun.
Right. And the apple that falls from the tree, you know?
Yeah, everything is, and this is 42 seconds only, but just for leaving in the video presentation, you know, between, you know, all the presidents, you know, the Space Force is carried on by Donald Trump in our days, but other, you know, something that Bill Cooper mentioned about the you know, Ronald Reagan is this famous speech about this.
Mm-hmm. Perhaps we need some outside universal threat. I occasionally think how quickly our differences worldwide would vanish if we were facing an alien threat from outside this world.
Maybe the only way to unite this incredibly divided world of ours. They're out there. We better think of how all the differences among people on Earth would seem small if we felt threatened by a space invader.
I'm going to say, I think we're going to have strong indications of life beyond Earth within a decade. And I think we're going to have definitive evidence within 20 to 30 years.
So that woman has a crystal ball, man, because how she know?
Yeah, she just knows because
they
have to be out there.
Definitive evidence of alien life.
If I believed in the billions and trillions upon billions of trillions of stars, I would believe the same thing as her.
Exactly. So this is real. I mean, you know, I really pray, and I'm not a religious person, but I really pray that guys out there, the glowhead, take this into account, because what we are showing
they don't
is
even
real image from the government.
They don't even take into account where their science came from. That's the scary thing. You know, if they just went back and looked at where all the science came from, it all came from the get ready to drink, the Jesuits.
You mean that they are still receiving the information from the Jesuits?
Yeah, but they don't even realize the beginning of it started with Jesuits. They don't understand that the Big Bang came from a Jesuit. That all the observatories came from Jesuits. That all the Catholic schools of higher education came from Jesuits.
No, it's preposterous. I mean, I don't know if I pronounce it well, but you know, just for the globeheads out there, let me just play this 1 minute clip. No, even 1 minute, 29 seconds clip.
Following Copernicus publications, it is probable the Jesuit order has produced more astronomers than any other demographic in Europe. That, ostensibly, a religious order should produce so many scientists should cause surprise. However, as these scientists have focused nearly exclusively in but one area, this gives us reason to question. Following Copernicus publications...
When you start questioning that, it's become very clear that these guys, as always, are behind of the avatars, magical avatars creations. You know, It's the same guys. They presented Jesus, they present any kind of religious character, they are presented the new God image. And it's from this order. And in fact, when you start to see, who are, the agencies behind of the mass media press reseller about space, they are all work together. They work together in the science round, in the movies round, in the history books, in the religious books. It is an agenda. That is the concept of agenda.
Yep, absolutely.
And
you see right there, good graphic to show the vector symbol in the various space agencies. You can see the Caesar's leaves around the bottom Canadian logo.
Yeah, is the Chinese logo.
Oh, the one down at the bottom, Chinese.
Yeah. On the bottom is from Chinese.
Thank you. Same vector
from
symbol.
The Chinese. I mean, they are the worst space agency for fake space.
Yeah,
no doubt about that.
Yeah, Iro and I had a good laugh about that. We said, NASA may be bad, but they're not as bad as the Chinese.
No, even close, even close. So keep going. So we can finish the presentation, the history about the presentation. You have all the institutions like Tavistock Institute of Human Relations, which is a fancy name to say we're going to indoctrinate you and make you believe whatever we want. And they create the earliest space parks like Disney, founding with money from Monsanto, the actual Monsanto that we have in our days. The adventure through space presented by Monsanto, the Disney History Institute, the MTV. So like Mark Twain said, it's more easy to fool the people that convince it that they was fooled or foolish. I don't know which is the translation. You know what I trying to say.
Right.
And then we have, things like propaganda. It's very curious that the first video that MTV put out there, it was this moon landing video. And of course, they still own Masonic Temple. They, awards is still an astronaut with a flag. I mean, in your faces. The Mickey Mouse depiction in the ISS, windows with the airlock, the Disney and the astronaut, all the things that NASA created, the Jack Parsons, and even it's something really, funny because the first time that the modern concept of the alien comes in our generation, it comes also from the Aleister Crowley. Supposedly in the park in New York, the Central Park, making like this kind of ritual, and he received this kind of, they call us angel and demons today, but tomorrow they will call us something else. So this was Lamb, the first concept art from Aleister Crowley in terms of these aliens. And it's funny because if you type it Lamb, but if you type it in backwards, like the Satanist guys love to do, becomes a word in Spanish which means bad. But the bad in terms of the energy, you are a bad people, mal. That kind of coincidence, strange coincidence that these guys have. And of course, Jack Parsons was a disciple from Aleister Crowley,
right?
So you can clearly see the connection. This is our original plaques
and
with
all of
the
them,
number of affiliation to Masonic lodges,
right? And all of them friends with L. Ron Hubbard, who we know where he went. Yeah, it's the good old boys that were basically shaping our reality.
Totally.
Absolutely.
In fact, one of the concept behind the Masonic sign to put the hand inside the jacket is the hidden hand that create the history or manipulate the history.
Right, the hidden hand. It's also when they talk about the architect that the Masonics or the Masons worship. Not necessarily the architect as one might think, the creator, but the architect of the two celestial spheres, or the celestial sphere and the globe Earth. It's the architect of the paradigm that you find yourself in is what they worship.
Totally. In fact, that name is 𝘾𝙚𝙢𝙚, and 𝘾𝙚𝙢 means the great architect of universe.
Right, of the universe, because
the universe.
The universe has been created for you. There has been an architect of it. It is a space-based computer simulation.
Yeah,
all
a really
the
good one. I mean,
yeah, it's a good one. All the numbers work
graphic
out.
board they have.
Yep, and as long as it works mathematically, they've convinced the world that means that it exists out there in space.
Exactly. And in fact, let me just add of this topic. I trying to find it here because in terms of Masonic things around this concept of the grand architect that creates the world or the universe, it's a really funny thing because I was let me just I'm watching in the other monitor that I have, and I really like to share this with you.
Okay.
Well, of course, let me just put this tiny clip, and I keep searching. All the Masonic signs, the Baal or Luciferian worship from the astronaut, all the hidden message about the Isis concept, like the Isaac Newton, and all that, craps out there. But the Masonic guys, something that I, find a little strange in the old things that they have strange. It's that I believe I have here. Of course, in terms of scientific things, we know, but the regular science admitted the hidden Kabbalah relationship between the modern science and the Kabbalah, right?
I'm a theoretical physicist, and I like to say that I walk in the footsteps of giants like Albert Einstein and Niels Bohr. I'm not a philosopher. However, I am rather dazzled by the fact that many of the basic mysteries that we find in string theory and the theory of everything seem to be mirrored in the Zohar and in the Kabbalah.
As a scholar, the most amazing thing of all is the degree to which modern astrophysics sounds like a Kabbalistic text.
When I first made the correlation between Kabbalah and science, I was stunned.
We do know that Isaac Newton had access to certain mystical texts, certain texts of the Kabbalah.
Well, the Kabbalistic description of creation is coming from a single little point, from a speck, and of having matter form and time and space form all together at the very beginning. This sounds very much to me like the description of the Big Bang.
I couldn't believe that the Kabbalists could derive these truths without really knowing any mathematics or physics.
All the things that could destroy string theory, all the things that do destroy every rival theory to string theory, they are all eliminated in precisely 10 and 26 dimensions. These dimensions are magic.
These dimensions are magic.
We physicists don't know where these dimensions come from.
The Zohar says those things. It could have been a lucky guess. I don't know.
It's rather amazing, this uncanny reflection of some of the most advanced cosmology that are mirrored in the Zohar and ancient Kabbalistic texts.
Mirror, nice word.
Right.
But, when you go to, of course, we know that all the characters related with science, they was all Freemason or has some relation with the Kabbalah and the alchemy realm. And like like I show in the presentation, they have their own Bible that is more precisely about what the Bible is. This is my opinion. I don't want to offend anyone who believes that the Bible is, God book, the inspiration book. But in the Masonic Bible, they talk about like Jesus is the sun. The disciples are the zodiac signs, and blah 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 blah. They show that directly. They don't hide behind like a invented character. No. And it's funny because when in the Freemasonry, they have a lot of layers of knowledge. If you talk with a guy who, reached the third degree, he's going to understand that supposedly the compass is the moral and the rectitude of how the person must be, and the square and the compass is, I can't remember exactly right now, but when you are ascending in degrees, that objects start to have a different meaning. And for example, it's really funny because when you reach the 33 degrees, for example, and you talks about and they give you the moral and dogmas, they spoke like the square is a right angle formed by two right lines, and it is adapted only to a plane surface and belongs only to geometry, earth measurement. The trigonometry, which deals only with planes and with the earth, which the ancients supposed to be a plane. Mm-hmm. That's funny, man. And the compass describes circles, and deals with the spherical trigonometry, the science of the sphere and the heavens. And for example, when you make your own research, this concept with the supposedly spherical earth, on top of the two columns. Right. This is not the original depictions in terms of the antiquity of the Freemason. The original depiction was this: the sun and the moon, right, and the eye of Gatto, of the great architect of the universe. And after the guys like I presented in, I believe was in the first live stream that we made, right, which called Elias Ashmole, which is considered the father of the modern Freemason, the Royal Academy of London. They changed this concept to this concept. Right. And of course, you have the hidden meaning of the astronaut dressed like a god in white, coming from the heavens. When they fake the moon landings, they go down to the surface on the ladder, like the Jacob's ladder, right? Exactly. It's like an artistic representation of one of the ritual that they play in lodges. Right. It's simply as that. So to tie up the presentations, we have, all these guys from the infamous creator of the fantasy of satellites. Remember the name?
Arthur C. Clarke?
Yeah, exactly. Here with the Freemason mandrill, or I don't know which is the name in English. All the NASA guys.
Dress. No.
Dress, yeah. But the real name is called mantil in Spanish. And here you can see the logo, of course, of the Google Gmail. Even politicians like in Brazil, and this is a modern Brazil guy, become an astronaut and fan of NASA, but he also was in the Freemason, invited with a white, I don't know which is the name in English. We have all this kind of concept depicted, like Luciferian, Masonic. Of course, when you understand how the Hollywood, NASA, and are created and work together, you can clearly see this is a picture that you can easily find in Google with the handshake. This is a completely handshake of Freemason between Google
at NASA. And this concept that so many people maybe believe that it's just a random handshake, now in our days become a reality when you hear this. When you, let me just, I just played.
In terms of conspiracy theory content generally, our goal is to promote authoritative content to our users. So we have two principles that guide the way here. That's the first one, is we want to provide users with authoritative, trustworthy information.
I'm sorry to cut you up. I only have a minute and a half, and I don't really need to hear what you're trying to provide. I want to know how you're dealing with all these conspiracy theorists on your platform.
So the first way is by demoting low-quality content and promoting more authoritative content, and the second is by providing more transparency for users. So we're introducing boxes that provide factual information at the top of results that have shown themselves to turn up a lot of information that is counterfactual, such as searching for the Earth is flat on YouTube, where you see a lot of...
Your response is to put a box saying, nope, the Earth is not flat.
Yes, it's flat.
Okay.
Such as searching for
put a box that says, yes, it is flat.
Response is to put a box saying, nope, the Earth is not flat.
Oh, great.
Correct.
Okay.
So why that exactly works? You know, they don't talk about the other conspiracy. They talk about the flat Earth specific, and you showed today the situation with the when you type it flat Earth.
Right. How it shows the keywords. Yeah, check out the video from earlier today to see that, or check out on Globebusters or Dorji Dorka's channel.
Exactly. So when you see these happy faces in our becomes reality. When you listen this, and 2 months later, you type flat Earth in Google, and you don't find almost nothing.
Right.
So this is the reality. You know, I mean, people believe that are random things. In fact, when you type, for example, it's a really funny thing, because if you type, I am a flat earther, becomes in English, becomes I am a crazy person.
Right, I saw that. Thank you, Google.
What? I mean, they are desperate. I mean, they don't know what else to do.
Yeah.
Well, so I take this from the ODD research when he talks about the connection between Disney and NASA. It's a really great video. I really recommend everyone to see it. But here you can start to see, you know, if you put together the Bill Cooper situation, talking about the agenda, the Bluebeam project, the cooperation between United States and Russia, then open the doors for China and Japan and other agencies. But you can clearly see here when the NACA, which is the first stage of NASA, was founded, then the Disney was founded, then becomes all the missions of the Antarctic exploration, the GPL founded, the Disney worked with Vernon Brown, and all the, you know, in the timeline situation until our day. And it's clearly an agenda, there is no doubt about it. And the only way to accomplish that agenda is based on heliocentric models.
Right. And pictures like this one, which you can choose to believe if you want, but there's just so many that are out there mixed with everything else. Then you just have to look at the history. Thank you for the super chat, very much appreciate that. But it just becomes too much to even. There's no way you can even think it's anything other than a scam at this point. I can't, at least. I don't know about everybody else. People are free to believe whatever they want. But all we ask is that you go back and actually look at the history of this stuff, and it becomes obvious as can be. Because then you start looking at things and you say, well, if this was true, then nobody would have ever gone back to the moon. Well, nobody did go back to the moon. You'd look at it and say,
if that is true, we live in the cloudy planet. No Earth, no water planet. It's the cloudy planet.
Yeah, no, for reals. Okay, go ahead. You can continue. I'll switch back over to you.
So I can finish the presentation. So just, you know, for live in the, you know, in the video, we have this kind of a strange declaration of guys like Buzz Aldrin. Let me, well, the first hangout of the PowerPoint project. So let me just
That's not
reopen.
bad. It's only one. It's only one.
It's only one, man. It's the first one. I mean,
The over under was set at 2, so people are hoping it doesn't crash again.
Yeah, after 2, I need to pay Sharon to keep me going.
$1.25 each time.
Hey, $20 we talk in the trip.
$1.20.
In the car.
Oh, sorry, I forgot.
Hey man, you have more interest than the Rothschild banks.
And we're gonna have to tell people eventually how we played the game Synchronicity Walk. Very interesting.
Oh, that we leave that for Globebusters show, I believe.
Yeah, we leave that for Globebusters, but certainly a good time, and we'll tell you more about it on Sunday. But go ahead.
Yeah. So I played that for the record.
Why has nobody been to the moon in such a long time?
That's not an 8-year-old's question. That's my question. I want to know, but I think I know. Because we didn't go there, and that's the way it happened.
So I know that many people out there say that, no, but this is not what he wants to say, you know, like they are reading his mind. I mean, you can take it whatever you want, but after all the videos out there, all the presentation, even his own child's son and daughter,
right?
You know, I mean, you must be an idiot if you believe they go to the moon at this time, man. Really,
I totally agree.
Without any offense, but it's.
Yeah, I mean it in the nicest way possible. But I also understand that people think, you know, if you think the Earth is flat, you're an idiot. So obviously, the two worlds you can live in are quite different, and both people can have beliefs in either one. But I think that clearly the people that believe in the truth and are actually researching where they're living are coming to the conclusion that it's not what they were taught.
Totally. In fact, in our days, you have this kind of statistics. Maybe you need to go to Russia and ask every person in Russia and make your own statistics, but supposedly 57% of Russians currently think that the U.S. claims of successful moon landing missions are lies.
That should be 97%. I'm embarrassed for the Russians.
Totally. No, but this is fake news.
Hey, still,
this was in 99.
It's good news, but it's still disappointing. I mean,
hey, they passed 50%.
I understand the nationalistic pride and everything that goes with the Apollo moon landings from the United States, but if you're any other country and you still believe in it, holy smokes, somebody help you.
Yeah, totally. And here we have, like, for example, this is, and I like to share the Spanish equivalent, because, for example, this guy, Iker Casillas, this is a guy, this is the I don't know how you call this position in football, the guy who is the archer, not the archer, the
goalie,
the portero, the goalkeeper.
Correct, goalkeeper.
The goalkeeper of the Spain selection football. And you can see the star. This is a real tweet account with millions of followers. And he said the next year it become the 50th anniversary, supposedly, of the moon walk on the moon. Right now, I am at dinner with friends discussing about it. I elevate the question to a public. You guys believe that the moon landings was real or fake? I didn't. So this guy is telling us.
You have the pictures right there on the right side of the screen. I can see pictures from space that show the items that landed. So it must be true.
Must be true, right? This is, this is the astronaut footstep. I mean,
the footsteps are right there.
He said, "Hello, How can you see a footstep there?
Man, and after all this and all the satellites and all the telescopes and all the orbiters and all the space stations, this is what we get for evidence, and people are shocked when we question it. How dare you question space? How dare you? Look at all this evidence we've been given. How could you ever question the magical, unending vacuum that can't possibly exist? Space. It's just crazy.
It's just crazy. In fact, now in our days, one of the narrative about that you cannot see the flag from Miku Kaku is like the sun radiations way up the flag. So now the flag lose the color. So now the color of the flag is white. And this camouflage with the surrounding white background of the moon.
You'll never get it then. It's just too white.
It's too white now, man. Oh no, it's amazing. And I mean,
the same Michikaku who says that cosmology is off by a figure of 10 to the 120th power.
Yeah, the same guy. The same guy that talks about also the alien invasions and supports the claim from the king, the Hawk King, the Stephen Hawk King.
Right.
And you know what? I really, let me just play it directly from the Adobe Premiere, because there are out there guys that believe, I mean, the most important achievement of Stephen Hawking is not their supposedly scientific report. It's how he survived 50 years with a disease that nobody survived more than 10. Really? I mean,
I've made video after video after video about it, and even the ALS website wouldn't dare put them on the website until we made a video pointing it out, and then they had to put them on there.
Exactly. I mean,
because they said there's no way this guy has ALS. Everyone else dies within 4 years. I'm not making light of the disease, but certainly making light of the fact that we all bought into this Stephen Hawking story.
Yeah, totally. And in fact, when you see, for example, look at the before the technology, the magic technology of Stephen Hawking, translating the aura of the spirit thought that he had in his brain, it was with a friend in the university. So if this guy interpreted really what the supposedly Stephen Hawking's saying, he must be won a Nobel Prize. Because I mean,
I don't think they give Nobel Prizes for that.
No, but really, look at that. Look at this interpretation of the facts.
Physical appearance and the way he talked about big ideas in a witty and accessible way made him unforgettable, even though he had to use a student to interpret his failing speech.
You wouldn't see anything special if you passed inside the black hole.
No. He didn't see any special thing in the black holes in all. No. That was it. No, it's impossible. I mean, it's impossible, man. I mean, I believe that this is the right time to finish, and everyone out there think about it.
Please. But I still think that on the right side of the screen there is proof that we went to the moon, because I actually see arrows pointing at white dots. If you look carefully, there's white dots there. What does that thing say in the middle?
In the middle, this is the Challenger descent stage.
Oh, okay. I was confused. That's the descent stage.
How you dare?
I'm sorry. I'm not questioning this. I mean, I'm no fool. NASA tells me we went to the moon, and we went. And they've been telling me that we're going back, so we're going back.
And I want to say a big hello to my friend Richard. You meet him in the conference.
Richard, I love Richard. Shouts out to Richard over there.
No. It's Richard, our friend. It's not Richard Hawkins or whatever that guy. He has a nice YouTube channel called To the Most High, and he lives in Texas. So I hope the next year he comes to Dallas and see it again. And sometimes maybe he can share, from a Spanish guy living in United States, how he become a flat earther, because he has a lot of repercussion in the Spanish language. He's a really great guy, and he speaks better than me, like 10 times English.
No, he's awesome, and I saw him. He was constantly going live from Denver, so that was awesome.
Yeah, he's a really nice guy, and he really take this very seriously. In fact, he ended his PhD in literature, that kind of thing. And he was, it's a really nice story to communicate with the English people. And, I believe that because I was prepared for showing all the technical and, our technology that they use in terms of faking the moon landing and the modern, like a car in the space and things like that. But if you like it, we can do it another episode, and leave this here to the people digest and don't turn crazy.
Good. I think if we maybe we'll try and keep them a little shorter in the future, but we'll also just keep doing these. So look forward to number 4, more of Iru presenting some of his research and us just kind of discussing it. And then if you want to hear more about, obviously, Denver and our opinions of it, check out Globebusters on Sunday. I know we'll spend a good amount of time talking about that. Or if you want to hear more about it, you can also tune into Monday Night Raw on Monday nights on True Frequency Radio from 6 to 8 Pacific, and it will start here on YouTube, so check that out on Monday. Iru, tell everybody where they can find you real quick again.
Yeah, you can find me like in my webpage, which is called in Spanish is Nur para Todos, Nur for everyone. Here you know what, with a simply right-click button in PC, you can translate the page. I didn't yet do the translation button. I plan to do that. And, just a right-click and say translate page, and in Google Chrome, and you're going to translate it. I have here the English conference, and I have my own videos here that are indexed by topic. So maybe if you like things in terms of visual effects, you can find it in this top button. And you don't need to be a Spanish expert to understand the technology behind the space, because I'm trying to show more technical stuff via, like the image speech for itself, So here you can see the topics, and you can search for visual effects or whatever maybe helps you. And this is my network's platforms. And so I really appreciate you, Sharon, invite me to your channel and to your show, because it's a really nice way to, share with your people, and I really appreciate that, man.
Well, thank you. No, I appreciate having you, and you showing those websites, your websites, and other places to find you. Also, I wanted to show, and thank you very much. I see another super chat. Thank you very much. It says, come on, Jaron, give Iru a coffee. So I guess I owe you a coffee. Did you know that? I didn't know that. But
give me a coffee.
Somebody says to buy you a coffee.
I have my PayPal account, so if you want to
I'll send
buy me a coffee, bring me 25 cents, and maybe with that I bring like 1 week coffee here in Argentina.
All right, yeah, I wouldn't buy you a spit of coffee here in the United States, but maybe I'll send you a quarter. So no, I appreciate it. I did want to show real quick just a great website. Speaking of great websites, try stoplookthink.com.
Really nice, yeah.
Awesome. Great place to go for all your lots of, here you can see up here the tab for Flat Earth, lots of good stuff there. September 11th, wildfires, if you're looking for information on that, some of the best videos are found here. You can go to hoaxes, other pages, which will send you to cancer cures, organ trafficking, human rights, all kinds of stuff in here. Definitely a website to check out for the newest videos, so don't miss that one. Great researchers and great researched videos there, so don't miss that. And again, go ahead.
A really short thought. In fact, please, if somebody can tell me what type of cancer Ernest von Braun's died about it, I can study under the shamanic medicine, and I really recommend everyone out there looking for shamanic medicine. We can understand the kind of thought that Ernest von Braun has, because he doesn't die in a car accident or because he turns old. He died from cancer, and the only way that you can do to produce cancer is based on your feelings and your thoughts. And the 𝘎𝙤𝙢𝙚𝙤𝙤, this doctor from Germany, he mapped that and is 100% accurate. I say via scientific facts. So if anyone out there, I'm trying to research, but in any article they talk about that the Ernest von Braun died of cancer, but not what type of cancer. I can't find it. So everyone out there, if he can bring me that information, I can make a profound study and try to understand what was his feelings and thoughts before dying.
Okay, good. I might have some information on that. I will check my OneNote and get back to you on that. But I also think we should do a show on that Germanic medicine. There's
yes,
so much
and I have a friend that speaks really good English, and I mentioned it a few months ago in Globalisation, and I really love to invite him and share with you, man, and your people.
Okay, that'd be awesome. So I appreciate everybody listening. Thank you so much for everyone in the chat. Thank you, moderators. I appreciate it a ton. Thank you, 𝘎𝙤. So then look forward to a part 4. We'll keep this going with more NASA lies, and they've been doing so since 1958. So do your own research, and when you do, you'll never again believe what you've been taught. Till next time, guys, this has been Jeranism and 𝘎𝙤. See you then. Peace.
Peace.
What's going on, everyone? It's Jaren from Jeranism, back with another live video for you. Glad you could join me. Hello to everyone in the chat, and a special shout out to the moderators who may have their hands full if my last live stream is any indication at all. Earlier this week, after the very suspicious Mars InSight landing, I went live to point out the glaring issues with it, and in response, the sad little jealous NASA fanboys sent in teams of clowns to chat to spam their crybaby messages, and so I expect exactly the same today. Actually, if you look at the likes and dislikes of this video, you can see it has already begun. So if you are watching and you do enjoy these live streams, hit the like button, and if you hate them, hit the dislike button, because it really doesn't matter to me. It shows engagement, and that's all that matters in the YouTube world. But we are shitting on their space fantasy, and we will continue to do so. They are crying about the flat Earth, sun, and moon clock. They are very, very sad, and so I'll be discussing that amongst other general topics, so stay tuned. Many of you are used to watching Globebusters in this time slot. We are currently on a bit of a break. Globebusters will be back soon, probably at the beginning of 2019. So today I thought I'd go live and basically use that time slot. So we're going to try and keep it as short as humanly possible. I can definitely guarantee it'll be shorter than the usual 4 hours of Globebusters. But I'm happy you are with me, and joining me is my good friend, also a co-host on Globebusters. He is from Argentina, a 3D artist, and his name is 𝘎𝙤 𝙤𝙤𝙤, and he is joining me. 𝘎𝙤, what's going on, my friend?
Hello, Jera, and hello everyone out there in the chat. I saw that we have some outer space visitors.
Yeah, they are outer space visitors. Yeah, and the reason that I love having 𝘎𝙤 on, amongst many reasons, but one of them is that he is a 3D artist, and no, that's fine. He's a 3D artist who has worked with the History Channel, amongst others, and he has had to model the globe himself, so he knows better than anybody that the globe model is CGI based, and it's not reality, and he's here to talk about it, so that's awesome. Glad you're joining me.
Hand-painted also globes.
Yes, exactly. And I first wanted to highlight real quickly, well, first, also so everybody knows, the Super Chat, if you want to use that function, I will be splitting that with 𝘎𝙤 this afternoon. So if you want to donate to 𝘎𝙤 and myself.
Thanks, man.
Very nice, man. You can use the Super Chat function, and 𝘎𝙤 and I would be happy with any donations that you'd be so generous to give. First, I wanted to quickly highlight 𝘎𝙤's recent video. He made one in both English and Spanish. He's got 2 channels now. He's got his Spanish channel, Nur para Todos, and he's got his English channel, Nur for Everyone. Nur is N-U-R. All the links are in the description. And that video that he put out recently that I mirrored on my channel was the one in regards to the #1 tennis player in the world, Novak Djokovic. So tell us what you found, Iru.
Yeah, it was funny because I was participating in the Richard, the guy that you met in the conference. He's also from Argentina, but he lives in Texas. And I was in the live show in his channel. It's called To the Most Height, but in Spanish, Hasta lo más alto. And someone, I was checking Facebook messages, and someone sent me the picture directly in the original post of Instagram from Novak. And I, at the beginning, I believed that it was something, like falsified. But when I start to looking into the original post, it's actually there. I mean, it's a real post from Novak, and when you start looking it at the first, at the first glance, you can clearly see like an eye, which you can. For me, in this context, that shape of the eye is something like look into it. Look into this, and you have the Gleason map with the Antarctic limits surrounding the circle, the perfect, distribution of the continent. I mean, this is not just a random draw, right? Random. It's on purpose with detail, with the cone shape of the Earth. I don't like that concept, but it's the only way you may have to, give some tips for the people out there that, hey, this is something about the flat Earth, and of course, the word itself, talking about the level plane. So it was, like you said, it's the #1 tennis player in the world in our time. So it's completely, it's nice to have these kind of people.
Yeah, definitely. And I'm showing it on the screen now so people can see that he has the hashtag #unselfie, which is like acts of kindness or not doing everything for yourself, but actually looking for others. And it says then the world is a level playing field, and you'll actually see the flat Earth map. So anyone who tries to say that that means anything other than what we think it means is terribly confused. So no, it's a good find, and it's something that I've known for quite a while. That I've been told through various people that Novak was a flat earther, but he couldn't come out yet, and so to kind of not keep it under wraps for now, which I have, until he starts drawing pictures of the flat Earth, in which case I will bring up that I'm pretty positive that Novak has been looking into it. Whether or not he's a full-on flat earther, I'm not sure, but certainly is interesting. Thank you guys so much. I see 2 super chats to start us off, so I appreciate that very much. Thank you. So that was a great video. Thank you. And then also you put out a video about NASA lies too. I saw that one recently, right?
Yeah, because I'm start to sharing a few of my, friends from the Spanish community that made, nice quality videos that it not depend in your, language, because we as Spanish, we use a lot of English content. So you're going to see a lot of time that the original audio in English with the subtitles in Spanish. So we can share in both communities. And the Apollo Lies is a video take from a guy who has a really nice channel in Spanish, but with English content also, called Magna Veritas. And I just add a few of my, my research at the end. But the idea with Nur for Everyone is just, acting like a bridge between the both communities, because we have a lot of things to share with you guys, and the same for you with us. So that is the idea of the English channel.
No, it's a great idea. I think it's awesome. And let's see. The second thing I wanted to talk about was I wanted to address first this person, this character, the Godless Engineer. Not sure if you've ever heard of this guy, also known as the Godless Clown. I think that's what he goes by in the circles. Celebrating out there that he is a godless person, a product of billions of years of random chance is what brought him to the earth, I guess. So the only reason that I know this guy is making videos is, of course, because I get them sent to me, and I actually have not even watched this video yet, and I don't plan on it either. And let me show you part of the reason why. I'll just move this over here so you can see what I'm doing. Yeah, so this is the video here. You'll see it started playing, but it's on the ad. But all I need to do is read the description. First of all, it says, "What's up, heathens?" That's a great way to start. That's nice. Tonight on the live stream, we are looking at 𝘎𝙤𝙢𝙚𝙪𝙢𝙤𝙀𝑠m's childish attempt to discredit this week's Insight landing. Basically, it boils down to a supercomputer controlling all of reality outside of Earth. Mars is fake, and the JPL scientists are being duped by the government. So I thought that was pretty accurate, so I don't even need to watch it.
Yeah.
He got it really.
Exactly.
Yeah, and thank you for nailing that exactly. So then he says...
He described it perfectly.
He described it perfectly. I thank him for that. And then it says we will be covering, and once I got to number 3 and 4, I just laughed and said, I'm not even watching this, because it says, number 3, why the landers and rovers don't have 4K GoPros, and number 4, why there isn't footage of the landing. And I already know what he's going to say. He's just going to make excuses for NASA, and it's so classic because their excuses are always the same. They're, why film it? Why put cameras on the craft? They're doing science. You're crazy to think that they would put a camera for your wants just to show you it's real when everybody else knows it's real. But it completely defeats my entire argument. My entire argument is that they don't know it's real because there is no cameras proving it. So you can't just come back and say, well, there's no cameras proving it because they're doing science. Well, then my challenge still stands. Is that how do we know it's real? And so, again, if you're just going to make excuses for NASA all day, which is all these guys do, the Godless Engineer, I don't know if you've ever heard him before, but he's been on the Lie Sequitur show many times, and that's enough for me.
That's a nice show.
Oh, it's a great
nice
show. Great show
yeah.
With Lyle and Steve McRae. The Cocker Spaniel. And no, I don't even really need to address that any further. But I do appreciate him bringing more views to my video, which is, I'm guessing, what's happened. If anybody hasn't noticed, my video from just earlier this week, which I believe was on Tuesday, already has some 80,000 views. So if it is because Red's Rhetoric and Wolfie and all these different characters are sending people to the video, that's exactly what I want. I want people to see that there is no proof that there's any craft on Mars. It is simply data being streamed back to computers. And these guys don't want to get it. And of course they don't get it because it shits on their entire religious belief. It shits on their entire fantasy about they're going to be going to the stars. They're going to get to room up with Elon Musk and travel for 8 months and go die on Mars, So as long as we keep shitting on that, then they're going to be upset. So yeah, so when it gets down to the questions of why film it, why put cameras on these crafts, I mean, why would they do that when they're doing science? It's just hilarious to me. These people love movies. They love fairy tales.
Completely.
Yeah, they just love it. And so...
In fact, sorry for interrupt you,
No
but
problem.
in fact, I mean, this time the craft just land and stay on that spot. And it's so easy to fake, man. I mean, it's just an instrument that is going to penetrate only 5 meters below the ground, and I am still doing a very detailed analysis of the complete Insight mission. I mean, the pre-conference, the conference, the post-conference, all the answers from the public, before the launch, before the land. And for example, all that guys inside of the control room at that particular day, they can do nothing because they own. They themselves talking about that all the calculations to correct the course of the craft, you have made it like 2 days ago.
Right.
So when you are in control room, you cannot do nothing.
Nothing.
It's just like a soccer game when you have the guy who's going to tell you what is going on based on numbers. I mean, just numbers. And the software that they use in the control room is so antique. I mean, it's so easy to fool the people.
Yeah.
I mean, it's completely easy.
It's too easy. It's kind of sad.
It's too easy.
There's a good group of us that are not fooled, but I think that they know that. I think that there's going to be, they know that there's going to be people out there, and it just creates more infighting. That's why some of these false flag events or whatever may be glaringly obvious to us, but they know that the other 90%, 95% of the citizens of this world are just going to fall for whatever shows up on the media, and so they just create more infighting by making it glaringly obvious, like these Mars landings or lack thereof. So yeah, the general public loves a good fable. They love going to the movies and being lied to, and they'll even pay big bucks for it. So
and they made exactly the same social techniques as the Curiosity landing.
Right.
And I have that put in side by side. So when I finish the presentation, we can share via your channel. But it's the same thing, the president call, the people outside in the streets, the drama in the control room, the press conference with the same guys. I mean, it's exactly the same.
Yeah, and if it was any question of whether or not they would land it, or if there was any doubt, or maybe if it was as hard as they say it is, they would never put it live for everyone to see. They even had it on the Times Square big board. It's just ridiculous. It's such a presentation. It's such a movie, and people love it. So if they want to believe in fallacious reasoning and the words of men, that's their prerogative. Go ahead and do it. On the screen right now, I have the Flat Earth Sun and Moon Clock app, which is available in the iTunes Apple Store, whatever you want to call it, and is coming to Google Android very soon. But one of the big problems that these guys all keep coming to this channel for and crying about, and what Wolfie made a video about that's had some 300,000 views, and is their problem with this Sun and Moon app. And the reason why, or the Flat Earth Sun and Moon Clock, the reason why they have such a problem with it, and I'll just kind of show you here, is if we look at somebody here, let's say it's Ýʻru in South America, and right now when the sun sets, they see the sun set right to left. And if you look here and you see, well, where's the sunset? We'll go back a little more. Okay, there we go. So if we're looking at where the sun's setting for someone in South America, stop there. Sorry, we'll go back a little bit. So if we're looking where it sets, you'll see it setting here, and somebody would say, well, how come they see it set south of west when actually your map shows it, or your clock app shows it going to the right and back around? And people need to just look at one thing, and I'll show them this. Let me transfer you over so you can see my video here. And this explains it all, and they still will cry about it, of course, because it shits on their parade. So this video here is just of my house, and we look up and we see this light bulb right above us and this light fixture. So if we're in the room and we're trying to figure out where the exact location of this light is, it's very easy unless you add something that we all have to deal with, and that's the atmosphere. So when I put up this little glass dome piece here, all of a sudden you see how easy it is to move the location of the light. So this is as simple as it is people can't quite grasp that. They think that the sun that they see must be exactly where it is. You'll see here, let's pretend that this sun was supposed to set directly at 270 west, let's say. And we're looking off to the west, and then all of a sudden, by just moving it a little bit, all of a sudden it's not setting west anymore, it's way to my right. And if we pull it back over, you'll see that now it would be south of west by just doing this. Boom, there. And all of a sudden, we can see that by just adding a lensing atmosphere, which is exactly what we have, you can move the location of any light. So yes, do people in the south see the sun setting south of west? Yeah, of course they do, just like this. So if someone's looking at this, they say, nope, I see the sun to my left. The sun is certainly on my left side here, but then you look and the sun's actually on my right. So it's that easy to move the light source around the sky, and that's what we look through. We look through an atmosphere that gives us an apparent position of the sun, but these guys have been taught, and they believe wholeheartedly, that the sun that we see is the real sun. And the problem with that is, of course, that these guys will never understand light. They'll just never get it, because basically there are men out there who don't like to be wrong. All of them. I mean,
they don't want to understand the life itself. These people doesn't want to realize that there are bad people in the world.
Right. They don't want to believe that, and they don't. All the scientists that have come up with all these theories and everything, they don't want to be wrong. And when you build scientific theories off of basically unproven axioms, well, then you'll run into a problem when any of your axioms are incorrect. Because you have masses of people and scientists who have added their own theories and postulates to the accepted body of scientific fact. But if it isn't fact, then you're going to have trouble, deep trouble, because so many of these people are going to find an impossible task of ever contemplating whether or not they could be foundationally wrong about what it is they believe. And that's exactly what we've been trying to tell them, that the sun that you see is not in the location that you see it, which is exactly why they can't triangulate the sun either on the globe model. So it's pretty sad that this is the entire reason that they're yelling and screaming about this app, the app that clearly shows you, let me bring it up here a little bit closer so you can see it. Yes. So this app tells you where the moon is based on your location. So this person here is lined up for New York, and you basically see where the moon is, so you'll understand better where the moon is in the same sky as the sun. So a lot of people say, oh, well, how can the sun and the moon be in the same sky at the same time? Well, this app tells you exactly why, shows you where you are, and it gives you a time lapse. It shows the seasons, right? So right now we see the sun. Let me go here so I can put my cursor on it. So we see the sun is nearing this outer edge, and that was because the date of this was November 25th. As you get to December 21st, your sun is going to be way out here on its furthest outskirts. And then as you watch, if you put it on this daily time lapse, you'd be able to watch it go all the way back. I believe it's actually in this video. Yeah, there we go. So you'll see here that the date is December 21st, and the sun is all the way on its furthest. Then you'll see here on March 20th, the sun is above the equator. Then you'll see on June 20th that the sun is now all the way at the Tropic of Cancer. So, the seasons are explained here, and then this makes sense when people just look at it and realize that in the center of the Earth at the North Pole, as far as we know, it's nothing but water because it is melted. It's nothing because the sun gets so close to it as it does here, circles around it for about 6 months, where these people here right near the North Pole would have 24-hour sun, and that's why there's just a melted, empty nothing. But when you get out towards Antarctica, there's a frozen tundra that is completely different. Remember that the two polar opposites should be identical when you're talking about the North Pole and the South Pole in the way that they've modeled the Earth with the rain.
or at least not so different.
Right. Well, if anything, I mean, the sun is closer when it's in the southern summer. And so if anything, the southern area should be water, and the north be the frozen tundra, but that's not at all what it is. So this map helps explain to people why it is that the outskirts of our Earth is frozen in, and that's because the sun only goes to this Tropic of Capricorn here and circles here, and that's why. And people say, oh, but there's 24-hour light in the south. Yeah, there's a 24-hour light, which we've shown many times is caused by the coffee cup caustic is what it's called. It has to do with the atmosphere above us, each person's personal atmospheric viewpoint. And that's what people just can't grasp. They can't understand. They don't understand and it's even weirder than most people think, because a lot of people think of a dome on this entire circular area here, and it's not. I don't believe in that particular dome, because the way that it's set up is that the lowest points, so the sky is the lowest at the North Pole and at the South Pole. So if you're going to picture this, you would have to picture like a bundt cake pan. Maybe people don't know what that is, but a bundt cake pan would keep your kind of like a donut kind of sky above this, where the lowest points are the South Pole and the North Pole, and the highest point of the sky is at the equator. And that's true whether you believe in the flat Earth or whether you believe in the globe Earth. That's the numbers that we get back, that the highest point is above the equator. So really, you have to kind of picture a half dome, in which case, when you're down here in the south and you're watching this sun set, to you, it appears to be going right to left when actually it's circling around. And as I've showed people many times before, I might be able to bring some of those up real quick, but we're finding videos of people who are filming from the south, say in Australia. They're filming the sunset. They're filming it set right to left, but then if you keep your time-lapse on, all of a sudden you see the sun circling back to the right. This has been pointed out by numerous people. I've tried to get more people to film it, but here's how crazy it even gets, and let's talk about real quick before we get to some of Iru's stuff. Wolfie6020, who's made several videos or made a video attacking this app. He also made the video about, I don't know, some flat earth owes him $100,000. But let me tell you why I don't think that we should be listening to Wolfie at all, or why I don't listen to him, or why I don't watch his videos, is because who the hell is he, first of all? If you want to see Iru and I, you can look at the thumbnail of this video. That's our pictures. We show up places live. We speak at conferences. We use our real names, Jaron Campanella, Ďeři Landucci. We are real people, period. Wolfie can't say the same. Wolfie cannot tell us his name, cannot tell us his job. He cannot tell us who he works for. He cannot tell us anything about himself that would.
No, and the name itself, I mean,
Right.
Wolfie. I mean,
Right.
you can pick, so many names, but
The other thing is, I don't know if people know this, but he told me a while back that he's got another channel where he makes tons of money that has, in his words, way more subscribers than I have. So he's got another channel. He's got a totally different channel that he doesn't even tell. So imagine this scenario. Imagine that we have a flat earther like myself who doesn't use his real name, who doesn't tell you who he works for, who says, oh, by the way, I've got another channel on YouTube where I make all my money that has way more viewers than any of your channels do, but I'm not going to tell you what channel that is. I'm not going to tell you what channel it is because I just don't want to tell people. I mean, these are the kind of things that would make people just completely dismiss everything I say, which is why I dismiss everything that Wolfie says. To me, he's not a real character. I don't know what he is, but here's another thing that a lot of people don't know. But in my entire conversations with Wolfie, and there has been probably 100 emails back and forth. Of course, I've asked him numerous times, hey, will you Skype me? Will you call my phone? I'll give you my number. You don't have to give me your number. You can star 67 it or whatever you need to do. Nope, he's never Skyped me. He'll never have a conversation with me. Also, you might note, he's never been, at least as far as I know, on a live stream or a hangout. I just saw for the first time 3 or 4 days ago that he had his first interview. I don't even know where that came from, but it says, a Flat Earth interview with Wolfie6020. Doesn't have very many views on it, but it certainly is interesting that just now is he starting to do things. But it still wasn't live. So, somebody who won't get on live, won't get on Skype, won't talk to you like a human being, I don't even know why we pay any attention to him. So he may have a problem with the app, but let me get to my point of this whole story. In our entire conversations, over 100 emails, I have asked him for one thing. And that's it. And he will admit that. He will tell you, yeah, Jaron's never asked me to provide him any evidence or any footage except for one thing. I told him, I need you to film the sunset time lapse from Australia to show me the 2 hours after the sun sets. And he said, well, why do you want to see that? And I said, because in your model, the sun sets right to left and must continue to set right to left. I said, but I think I'm seeing footage that shows the sun go back to the right. So can you please take footage for me for at least 2 hours after a sunset? Just point it in the west direction and show me what the sun does. Guess what? He's never provided that footage for me. And then what does he do? He goes and attacks the app for the exact evidence that I was looking for. He says, well, the sun doesn't go back to the right. The sun just sets right to left. Well, if that's true, why wouldn't you provide me the footage for that? So to me, the guy is just spinning his wheels. I don't think he's even worth worrying about. So he may have a problem with the app, and I'm sure he does because I've asked him for that footage. So I'll get it from somebody else since he doesn't want to provide it for me. And I will continue to show exactly what I've said for over a year now, which is that the sun continues back around to the right because this is the model of the sky that makes sense, that seems to match our observations, not the one where it sets right to left and continues on going underneath the globe, as you would have to believe if you believe in the globe. So it's just more stuff of more reasons why I don't watch these guys, why I don't watch Red's Rhetoric, why I don't watch Sean Hufford, why I don't watch Wolfie6020. There's no reason to. These guys have continued to tell lies about me, so why would I look at any of their responses to my videos or any of their quote-unquote debunks? They're liars, period. So, as far as Wolfie goes, I can't necessarily say he's ever lied because I don't necessarily think I've found that. The other ones Sean Hufford, I could do an entire 48-hour live stream where I would just tell the lies of Sean Hufford. But as far as Wolfie goes, I just think that he's going out and showing people all the breadcrumbs that have been left for people so that they think that the Earth's a sphere. So any kind of deception.
Yeah, but here it's the same. We have in the Spanish community trolls that never give the real names, never give a face, never wants to address a conversation. I mean, offline conversation, just like as a real people. Right. So it's when you have something to hide, I mean, it's sad.
No, I agree. And if he didn't have anything to hide, then he would come out and say, "Oh, this is my other channel where I make my money. This is,
He's a pilot, right? He's a professional.
Yep. And I mean, I would have to assume that's pretty true because I've seen video footage that he's provided. Of course, nothing live. If you go to his channel and try and look up live streams, there is not one video. In fact, there's not even an option to look up live videos on his channel, which is rare compared to any other channel because a lot of us go live all the time. Obviously, Wolfie's never done that for whatever reason. Some people have their opinions about that. Mine is simply that he doesn't want to be live, where he might be questioned on something. He doesn't want to do a hangout where I might ask him, hey, what's that other channel that you have where you make all your money? I mean, how is he going to answer that? He's not going to answer it because he won't tell anybody that channel. So in that case, why would I believe a word he's got to say? He can continue going to Honolulu and filming the sunset at 270 West and say, this is proof we live on a sphere. More power to you. If people want to believe, like I said, in these nonsense claims and basically fallacious reasoning, then they're free to do so, and I choose not to, and I'm free to do so. And I'm free to do videos all I want showing why it is that I don't believe in NASA and why I don't think people should. And if they want to go and say, well, you're an idiot, you think that they should have 4K video cameras on their Mars lander, well, they don't need one because they're doing science. Great. Nice explanation, nice excuse, whatever makes you sleep at night is fine by me. To me, that's not a sufficient excuse when I know what GoPro cameras cost. I know how easy they are to power. So this is something that when you've got hundreds of millions of dollars invested in this kind of event, where it would be very easy to strap a camera to it, doesn't have to be playing live. I think one of his excuses will probably be something to the effect of, oh, well, it would cost too much bandwidth if they were to show live video. Great. Then record it and show us after. Of course, they never will because there's no cameras on the craft to show you because it's all a lie. It's all a movie. So, Ira, I'm going to be bringing up your Skype screen now, so you can go ahead and present. Let's see here, and boom, got you. Go ahead.
Okay. No, before start my presentation about visual effects techniques using to fake space. When I start making the research on this Mars landing, inside Mars landing, I came across with a few, just nice little things, and one of those little things is from this girl, which is the system engineering Farah Alibai, who is in charge of the Marco. These two.
Marco 1 and Marco 2.
Yeah, Marco 1 and Marco. Yeah, that things send the signals from the deep space to the deep space network. And something that just caught my attention is in the original tweet from NASA JPL, and I really like, because all the characters that they use to promote this kind of event, they are super technically picking. It's like you have the social engineering, and so these guys are also all the time are just like a cool guys mixed with some kind of strange satanic look, if you want to see like in that way.
Right.
And no, in fact, for example, and I'm talking seriously, because for example, this is the engineering, system engineering, but for just for giving another example, one of the guys who is in charge of other part in the mission is this guy, and he cut the hair sometimes leaving a horn. And I'm not joking. I mean, this guy, Troy Lee Hudson, the NASA JPL scientist and engineering, who is a gay guy. I don't have anything with the gay persons, but they promote like a gay agenda, in fact, in the Curiosity landing, for example, they use this guy, which is an actor,
right?
And he played the same role. The future is female. The Trek girls, and I repeat, I don't have nothing about with the choices that anyone do for your own life.
Right.
I just, for me, because I am a social communicator. I'm not just visual effects. So when you understand how marketing works, and you immediately detect that kind of things. So they select all the time people that fit the quote-unquote satanic behavior. And at the end of this video, and I want to play just for the record, at the end of the video, I don't know if it's on of course it's on purpose, but she's gonna say like the space is satanic. And it's like it was some kind of audio error, but maybe because you are an American guy, maybe you can correct me and say, no, she's telling that word. You misunderstood what she said. So let me just explain.
Demonstrating a technology. We've never launched CubeSats to outer space before, but if it works, then in future missions, we can start relying on them. We run everything that we're going to do on the spacecraft on the ground first. One of the things that really drives me is no one has ever done this before. We're just breaking ground and exploring our solar system. It's just so exciting. So exciting. So exciting. So exciting. So exciting.
I know she said other word, but it's not like she said satanic.
No, she said so exciting.
Okay,
but
sorry
very quickly.
For that.
Hard to
hear. For me, it was like said satanic.
It kind of sounded like it. I heard so exciting.
Yeah, no. That is why I want to share with you, because for me, at the level of my English, when I heard that, I said, the guys produce this kind of like that kind of tricky audio for.
Yeah, I've heard some other things like that before, where if you play it kind of I've seen, I can't name any off the top of my head, but there has been other instances like that where it can be heard numerous ways. But that one to me sounded like she said so exciting. But it shouldn't be a surprise to people when we talk about NASA being satanic, if you know their roots and you know where they came from. And then add to that the reverse ordinal system. A lot of people talk about gematria. One of the ways to do that is simply assigning a 1 to the letter A and basically, a 26 to the letter A and a 1 to the letter Z. It's called the reverse ordinal system. And when you do that, National Aeronautics and Space Administration comes out to 666. I don't think there's any chance that that's by chance.
No.
Yeah.
No, of course not. And in fact, the roots of the space program is completely satanic. And out there is a new series from 𝘽𝙤𝙙𝙤𝙤𝙤. And in the series, it's not I don't know if it's in Netflix, but if you saw that series, the series show you, for example, the child 𝘽𝙤𝙙𝙤𝙤 doing satanic rituals in his living room, mixing with science at the age of 12 years old, something like that. I mean, that are the roots of the real space program. This is the series. It's called 𝘽𝙤𝙙𝙤𝙤, the Devil and the Divine.
Oh wow.
Yeah, it's real. This is from.
That's on YouTube?
No, it's not on YouTube. I have a friend living in Germany, and he's from he's Argentinian, and he today he sent me this screen capture from the series 𝘽𝙤𝙙𝙤𝙤, the Devil and Divine, Lord Season 2. But I believe he told me something about Amazon Prime or something like that. Could be.
I'll check
something
it out.
Like that.
I would love to watch it. Yeah, great.
Yeah, me too. It's from Amazon Prime.
Okay.
I don't know if it's some kind of Netflix, but this is like it's a series talking about the documentary life of 𝘽𝙤𝙙𝙤𝙤, and he is 𝘽𝙤𝙙𝙤𝙤 at the age of 12 years old. And that guy founded the Jet Propulsion Laboratory.
Right. Yeah. People think JPL is Jack Parsons' lab. Of course, now it's renamed to the Jet Propulsion Laboratory. But no, that's totally interesting, and people understand what Amazon Prime is. Usually, you pay like $129 a year, and you get 2-day shipping from Amazon. And I think you get a whole slew of videos. So that's probably included on Amazon Prime. So we'll check that out.
Yeah, and I want to continue with the with the series that we have been doing so far, and this time because we want to talk about the importance of the because it doesn't matter if you are a plane pilot or commercial plane payload or just an engineering. You never see the curve. You're never gonna see the spherical Earth. It doesn't matter what kind of math you want to involve. You want to you're never going to find it in your personal life.
You'll have a lot of people who say they've seen it, but of course, even those who went up after they've said they've seen it, then they come back and say, oh, I guess I always thought that I saw it. Now, you've got pilots like Wolfie 6020 who say they see it, but I've got tons of audio, and one of them is from, can't remember the guy's name, but he's been 74,000 feet or something, and he was asked if he saw the curvature of the Earth, and he said no. No, couldn't see it.
No. It's not possible. Right. You know, even mathematically speaking, you need to go up to 20 kilometers if you want to really see it. But after 20 kilometers, you are not going to find it yet. So you're never going to see the curvature of the Earth and any kind of height you want to rise. I mean, it's impossible because it doesn't exist. You know, mathematically, they tied up everything. So no, you must go after 50 kilometers up in the atmosphere. So there is no one commercial plane that goes so high.
No.
Concorde used to have, but in the Concorde only, flew people they are rich people, all the same part. They are all of the same part of the agenda. Of course, you have regular passengers, but at that time, nobody questioned anything. So, but unfortunately, the Concorde is no more available to go and check nothing. And so you're never going to see it. And the maximum, the maximum thing you're going to see is just a circular shape. And that is obviously because the lenses are concave. And it's just that. I mean, any technical people that study optics is going to tell you. You just are seeing this. It's just, even in the Optic Wiki says, the resulting image obviously going to be always circular, but not curved. It's going to be circular, but not curved. So what I'm trying to say is, in the only way you're going to see the curve is via television, is via images, is via cinema, is via
movies,
movies, exactly. So I have these PowerPoint presentations, just for mixing and trying to explain the schematrics idea behind all this. I mean, the technical stuff mixing with the symbolic part, because for me it's very important to try to combine together. So I have prepared all these slices, but I want to start, just communicate to the people why they invented the television, because we always show the U.S. patent, for manipulation of the nervous system. So I just want to, share. This is for an old clip from this guy. You're gonna recognize immediately when you listen. So I mean, here is very clear what they do with the television. So I'm gonna start from here and then continue with the presentation, if you like.
Sounds good.
Most people still today think that all entertainment to do with movies, drama, is therefore nothing more than their entertainment. It never ever was that case.
Throughout history, social engineers have refined techniques designed to control large populations.
About 100 years ago, this big organization with many branches wrote about the kind of culture and the changes of culture over a 100-year period that they would actually design, implement, and bring in. H.G. Wells talked about it too. He talked about arenas. He says arenas could be put up across the world for sports, for instance. Now at that time, sports was something that children, school children were into. Adults became adults and got onto adult things. But he said we can do this, and voiced basically a sports culture for the males, using a tribal system. We're all tribal to an extent. That's why we even bother to vote for a tribal leader. This is well understood. That's why we're supplied with these leaders. And because the average man was to become more disengaged from his own destiny, as the expert class arose, it was decided that the males would get their outlet, basically, being gradually becoming helpless as males through sports. Therefore, they'd have a tribal team they could identify with. The Soviet Union had a department called the culture industry. Their actors and directors were called the cultural leaders, because they would, like a computer, people are like computers. All you have to do is keep giving them new updates every so often, and you can change an entire country or a nation or a block of nations. We're all getting the same upgrades at the same time along certain paths. Today we call it political correctness.
So if you start to understand the importance of the media and the, in this case, the television, before was the radio, but now is the era of the images, the 3D images, the 4K images, if you have more detail, you're going to hypnotize better the person. They, both Russian and United States are the country with the most important propaganda devices and technology, out there for convince or change the public opinion. So what they did is just translate the concept of the, heroes from the old Greek stories to our present. So they create this kind of characters into the society where a character like an astronaut is a guy who dressed in white like a god, coming from the sky to the earth. They are the most important people, they are the explorer, they are the heroes of the legends of our days. So they imprint that in your brain. So anytime you see an astronaut, you're going to see like a god.
So smart, so intelligent. Yeah, and what's so funny is that the Ball Earth believers don't even accept that this is happening. They're totally blind to it. They can't even see that there's an entire universe that's being presented, being handed out for free in movies and film and in documentaries, but with no real footage. It's just data. And again, you've got people like the godless engineer who's going to say, yeah, but why would they put a camera on it? Well, of course, because putting a camera on it would prove it. So
exactly. For you, it's a proof. It's a direct proof.
Right.
So they create not just United States, of course, Russia make the same thing. They present with an aggressive propaganda drawings like the astronaut are heroes. And in fact, here we can see again the brotherhood between United States and Russia.
Right.
Which is the real thing. It's not just they are opposite countries. That is for the for the business. But in the real sense of the in the both countries, they are friends because they are driving from the same families, from the same people, from the same elite.
Exactly. Yep.
So you can hear you can start to see how they work together. In fact, for example, and before entering into the techniques, when this guy talks about the creation of the arenas and use the sports for driving the mentality and create this kind of heroes because if some regular person is going to tell you something, you are not going to believe at the first glance. But if some hero come to you and say something, because for you is a hero, immediately you're going to believe it, what he said. Right. So what they do was transfer the sport, the arena, to the space program. And so that is why, you start to see this kind of mixture. No, it's like, in our days, it's like being a lunch, a space lunch. It's like it's like being, it's like seeing a soccer game or NFL game or you name it.
Right.
It's the same kind of behavior when you see all the people in the SpaceX, cheering and screaming. That is the arena of the our days. In terms of transfer the concept of the arena to the space program. So when you start to looking, for example, in the old footage from Russia and United States, they share the same techniques. For example, at the beginning of the Mercury and Gemini missions, they use what is called like human puppets, but they use stop motion techniques. So it's not a coincidence for me that one of the best stop motions creators, it come from Russia. And in fact, the Hollywood Academy give to him an Oscar for the movie The Hand, which was made in 1965. And if you compare the stop motion of this movie, the fluid motions, this is all stop motion. It's like a hand, with a white glove, like the Freemasonic hands, fighting with a guy inside a house. When you start looking this kind of techniques, you're gonna immediately detect it into the space program, and I'm going to show that in a minute. But something to have in mind is that the Academy of the Motion Picture Arts and Science, because that it's not just movie academy, it's movie and science academy. Hollywood, I mean the Oscars, is not just for movie, it's movie and promoting science. So the American Film Academy declared The Hand the 5th best animated picture in the history until our days. And it was like it's all the time they some part of the history they keep secret. And after that the movie was released, the guy who make it died in 1969. I mean, the guy who make the system, not the system, he doesn't make it, but I mean, he used the system, this technique, if you want to see in that way. He died the same year as the man reached the moon set. So when you start compare this Gemini, you can clearly see the stop motion here.
Right.
In fact, I'm going to make a comparison. In fact, everyone see the, that. Can you look this? Can you see this like a linear movement of the body?
Mm-hmm.
Like in the straight path, in a straight line. And then he turned the head and he moved the helmet. Something that is a really mistake, because you cannot move the helmet if you move the head inside the suit. And here you can see the Americans and the Russians, and they make exactly the same shots, the same techniques, the same lighting, the same movement. So they share knowledge. They work together. They have the best propaganda systems.
Absolutely.
So when you make this comparison, again, let me just very quickly, let me see if it's, no, it's not, this is not, sorry for my,
no problem.
Unorganized presentation once again.
Not at all.
But here you can see why the movement is so linear, because they use this kind of equipment that you're going to see in the right side of the screen. And you can see how it's translated and totally, mechanical movement of the person. So why you need to go to the moon? Why you need this kind of simulation devices? I mean, it doesn't have to do with the real science. This is movie science. This is not space program science. So when you see this kind of movement,
yep,
you can clearly see how they use it, how they, make it. And if you come from the visual effects background, you immediately going to recognize all these techniques.
It's identical.
Immediately, I mean,
it's identical. So yeah, you're definitely.
It's identical.
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah,
in fact, you can clearly see how, why this guy the legs are not moving so much. They are always like in a rest position, because between the legs are equipment that they erase, painting over the movie. I mean, directly over the film.
It's how they do all their ISS walks and their space walks and even back here, because a lot of people might say, but they didn't have CGI back in 1969, but they didn't need it.
They don't need it. They have and let me just go look how he, for example, rotate the body, but the legs never move. It's all the time the legs are like stuck in the same position, and that is because they use devices where the legs are stuck. So they never move the legs because for faking the supposedly zero gravity environment, they have a device between the legs. And because they film everything in the black background, you just need to paint a black on the film. Like a Roger Rabbit movie. The Roger Rabbit movie, it was made by Disney, and the artist, because at that time doesn't exist the CGI, nothing like that, they painted over the film, over the strip of the film directly.
Right. That was the only way to edit at the time.
Exactly. So I'm gonna come a few later to the techniques using for doing that, but I just want to put that in the context. And because I'm starting talking about the importance of the television and how they can manipulate your nervous system, things like that, and the television never was like something for entertainment, it's for indoctrination.
Right.
You can you have a really great example, because the CIA they have two operations called the Simpson, or I don't know how is the pronunciation of this, and the Mockingbird. Both operations was to implement subliminal message to the public when they sit, on the living room and see the television.
Right.
And this is the first one.
Our national anthem.
With the national, when you can clearly see how they change the letters. This is no conspiracy I mean, this is real thing.
Right.
So this is how they manipulate your perception of reality. They have been working on this from decades.
Yep, I'm just showing people real quick here. I'll go back to your screen, but this is the Michael Collins photo. Many people have seen before, but you can see where on the left side he's inside of an airplane. With they have the walls kind of bagged up, and he's floating around inside of an airplane. And then what they did, and it's even in his book, where they reversed the image and then black out the background and called it space. What else do you need to see? I mean, if NASA's faking space once, then you should question everything that they do and not just say, well, they don't put a camera on it because why would they do that? They're trying to do science. Yeah, tell yourself whatever little excuses you need so that you can tuck yourself in at bed and not cry at night. Go ahead. Back to you.
Okay. So I just, pointing out there these few examples how they apply into our real life. Because this is not just a space program. This is, this is a system that wants to control us. And they use every little aspect of that system. And of course, the television is one, but the television controls your choices in political, economical, family, science, religion, everything. So they have been working on this from, 500 years ago, when they invented the print machine, Gutenberg. That is where all these pieces you must take into the consideration. It's not just our modern age, the problem. It's the problem becomes, the manipulation comes really, really back in the past. So enter into the schematic idea, the schematic concept. we have been a lot of people, because before they have the television, or even having the television and the CGI and all the modern computer software and techniques and visual effects, there are still things that they cannot replicate, visually speaking. So what they do for, trying to create in your mind an image that they cannot replicate in real life, even with computer technology, they create something called math, right? Like math is reality, that kind of concept.
Math is reality.
Exactly. So anytime they cannot, convince you in some way, they're going to take you to the math world, which is just, some kind of ethereal concept that is not a real concept. So they're trying to convince you via mathematical things when they cannot convince you with real or with images. So, for example, if you ask to the and for me this is so comical, because they want to, convince you that we did go to the moon, because if you do the calculations based on the fuel that the Saturn V uses, where they going to go? They say, where they going to go with that kind of fuel? But the thing is, all the time, these guys, their agenda is to propose you like, use math all the time.
Right. Math is reality. It must be. And if we tell you Saturn is this distance away, it must be because the math works.
Because the math works, exactly. So let's take a look from the Grace Need had to tell you.
Real quick before you press.
So if you want to say no, they didn't. So if you want to say no, they didn't go to the moon. Where were they going then? Do the math, okay? Do the math.
So that's the leitmotiv. Do the math.
Right.
So of course, if you do the math in our Earth, it's going to work. Right. But they need to, convince you that the things out there in the space is also going to work with his own math, because the math on the Earth, you can prove it.
Right.
But the math in outer space, not.
But they don't tell the people that. They leave that part out. And just wondering if you saw, I don't know if you've seen the news. It looks like Neil's been a bad boy, huh? Have you seen?
Yeah, with the two women.
I think it's 3 now.
3 now. Okay.
Wow. Yeah, they're starting to come out of the woodworks, and it certainly is interesting. We'll see how that goes. A lot of people don't even know that this girl that is accusing him of rape did so publicly in 2014, tried to bring it up at a conference and was quieted down, and the microphone was cut out, and she wasn't allowed to speak her mind. Then she made a police report. The police report was swept under the rug. So this is what happens, and it just keeps coming up over and over again. So a lot of people are saying, well, why is this coming out 4 years after she decided? Well, it's because it's taken that long just to get to the mainstream because of how hard she's had to try to get this information out that he drugged her and raped her. So again, all people are innocent until proven guilty. You'd have to listen to the interview yourself to decide. But these are the kind of things that should go in front of a court or go in front of, the peers or whatever, rather than just swept under the rug. It seems certainly credible to me. So yeah, it looks like he's been up to no good. But no, I totally agree with you there when he's talking about, do the math. He says there was enough liquid fuel, there was enough fuel to go to the moon, so they must have gone to the moon. That's his explanation for that we went to the moon, is that there was enough gas in the Saturn V to go to the moon, so then if they didn't go to the moon, where'd they go? What difference does that make? How does that prove anything?
Exactly.
Doesn't prove anything. If
it's
I
like
went...
he tried to deviate you, think in terms of, okay, the Saturn V is just a rocket, it's a missile, so they can point it to the sea. So even touching the sea with half of the fuel is still in the tank, it doesn't matter.
No, they wouldn't even know. And I've made the comparison before, like saying that, if I claimed that I had driven my car to Hawaii, 15 years ago I drove my car to Hawaii. Well, nobody would believe that, but it would be just like me saying, well, there was enough gas in the gas tank to get to Hawaii, so where else did I go? Well, that's not proof that I drove my car to Hawaii. Give me a break.
Give me a break, a complete break, like Russian bits. So, they promote this leitmotif of use math. So, for example, if you look in this way, this math is a proof of the black hole, and this math is proof of the far, far away galaxy, and this math proof of virtual reality controlled by whatever
by the elite. Yeah.
So, yeah, exactly.
Oh, I noticed they forgot to carry the 2 there. Oops, that's wrong. All right, go ahead.
Okay, I mean, the importance of the math. Which is math is not physics.
Right.
You can apply math on physics, but it's not physics because you are not leading with real objects.
Right.
In most of the cases, okay, just leave it clear that. But I mean, the math is the equivalent of computer rendering system of our days.
Correct.
So when you start to see, for example, these concepts, this graphical concept, these are mathematical codes,
right,
creating images and trying to convince you that this was the Copernican system, but now this is the Hubble expanse. Well, Hubble, no, I mean the 𝘎𝙤𝙤𝙤𝙤 Big Bang theory,
right,
expanse of
expanding
the universe.
Space, yeah.
So the guy at that time, 𝘎𝙤𝙤𝙤𝙤, when he wants to convince the people that we live in the expanse universe, he didn't present this because at that time the computer graphics are not available. So what he did was presented this, just a few formulas, and
right,
say, okay, if we assume all this is real, here you have the proof of expand universe.
Right, and nobody's claiming they can't do simulations and do these mathematical things now. I mean, it's easy now. It would take a second. We all have the power at our computers to run Universe Sandbox or Solarium.
Exactly. That is why when you are inside of the control room, for example, with the launch of the Martian Insight probe, you're just playing a game. The guys are reading numbers like you can read it from what, you can pick whatever game you want. Yep. And you can read the same thing.
Right.
It's just like a game, simulation game. Where are you reading? You are not seeing nothing from real. In fact, it's like Kyrie Irving says once in his podcast, the equipment that NASA sends never come back to have a real proof.
Nope.
Never
They
come
send
back.
it out and then it either crashes on the moon or just goes to die on Mars. But of course it would never come back. They just want to tell you that it's there and here's the numbers that prove it. But again, and this is what I tried to, if you haven't seen my Mars video, please watch it. I think it's important to get the point across to people of how easy this deception is when you're talking about all of the universe that we have been told about and taught about can exist in one simple computer. And that can be in charge of divvying up all the data points, and we can send satellites into that computer. People get very confused. They don't understand what I'm saying. What I mean is if everything's mathematical, then you just plug in whatever craft you're sending into the simulation. And then it's in the simulation producing numbers. It may be that there's only maybe a 3-mile radius where this craft might land on Mars. Well, it's not really a 3-mile radius that it might land on Mars. It's a 3-mile radius in the computer simulation that it might land on the simulated planet that is Mars. People just fail to realize how easy this deception is because all that's needed for proof is video footage. They don't have any. None.
No, and the purpose of this presentation, it's like warning the people that even with in our time with video, we can accept like a complete real proof because our technology goes so in advance that anything right now is you can create it from the thin air of the magic of the computer.
Right, it's very simple.
It's very simple. So
it would literally take one computer. It would take one computer to run the whole thing.
Yes. In fact, this is like the old concept. This is like a computer render in the in the Middle Age, if you want to Middle Age,
right?
If you want to see in that way, which is mathematical equations and formulas, things like that. Then they transfer to just cartoonish concept for teaching us whatever they want. But now And in our days, it's start to become a problem with the computer CGI, because like this is a really great community site that everyone in the visual effects community knows, which is called Evermotion. It's from Europe, and this is just like a portal where you have a lot of news from the visual effects industry. So once ago, a few months ago, I come across with this video explaining the advance in computer graphic until our day, and I shared this in Globalisation show once, but I want to recap because here is some of the key of our present computer simulation world. So it's about 3 minutes, so I give a play and we discuss after the video.
Sounds good.
It's 2017 and computer graphics have conquered the uncanny valley, that strange place where things are almost real, but not quite. After decades of innovation, we're at the point where we can conjure just about anything with software. I'm going to look at the current state of computer graphics, from the industrialized spectacle of popular CGI to the surprising territories beyond it. The CGI program is now a comprehensive off-the-shelf toolkit for the production of natural motion and photoreal imagery. The biggest worry about CGI reaching the frontier is that the easier it becomes to counterfeit an image, as political propaganda for instance, the more difficult it is to convince someone that...
And here we can start see, a little strange things, because why? And this is original from the video. I didn't alter it or edit it. No, this is just the original video. You can still find it in Evermotion. And look at the channel, Stormwatch. And it's like a square and compass, Masonic square and compass, in the logo of the channel that this guy used to show an example. I mean, they are everywhere.
Yep, sadly.
So I'm going to continue.
Image is real. The more difficult it is to convince someone that an image is real.
Let me just go a little forward, because I pointed out the symbol of the channel in the YouTube.
This points to a popular assumption that photoreality can be hijacked at the click of a button. And that's absurd. But, just maybe, given the sophistication of recent machine learning techniques, not such a far-fetched idea.
Stop these kinds of attacks, and to ultimately destroy ISIL.
Theoretical photorealism. Interstellar made the pages of science magazines in 2015, when director Christopher Nolan, astrophysicist Kip Thorne, and CG supervisor Eugenie von Tunzelmann collaborated to visualize a black hole by feeding some theoretical mathematics into 3D animation software.
So here we can start to see how this is going to be used for the space program, or the heliocentric agenda.
Right.
Because they start talking about theoretical photorealism. I mean,
theoretical photorealism. All right, good.
Yeah, that is the concept that the industry in Hollywood start to using to promote this kind of heliocentric reality, quote unquote. Mm-hmm. So they insert theoretical mathematical, math into computer, and the computer came across with this, which is a lie, because this is and I saw how they made it. This is completely artist driven. Mm-hmm. This is not just like when you create a fluid simulation. No, this has a lot of tweaking details for making a nice image. It's not just a computer simulation. But let's go in.
What emerged was a paradoxical picture of a phenomenon unobserved, but, according to the laws of physics, visually accurate.
Lie. Because it's according for the law of the math, not the law of the physics, if you want to see in that way.
Unobserved.
It's of physics, visually accurate.
Unobserved.
It's a strange kind of theoretical photorealism. At the same time as the image is called into question in a post-truth society, science uses CGI to demonstrate a bizarre sight beyond sight. So, post-truth, post-cinema, and theoretical photorealism. Both at the frontier and beyond it, the first rule of computer graphics applies.
And here is the important thing for me of this video, to trying to explain the people the concept behind of the most famous phrase from Elon Musk, which is if you tell is, please say you.
You can tell it's real because it looks so fake.
Yeah, that phrase is not just a random phrase. That phrase comes from the CGI industry, because I'm gonna try to explain what these guys are doing and why he said that, and here you're gonna understand. So, after all, the guy who is reading this video, he said, after all, it doesn't matter if we live in the post-truth, post-cinema, or theoretical photorealism. The CGI, leitmotif still apply. If you can tell it's CGI, it's a bad CGI.
Beyond it, the first rule of computer graphics applies. And that is, if you can tell it's CGI, it's bad CGI. In other words...
and you can tell it's real because it looks so fake, honestly. We'd have way better CGI if it was fake. You can tell it's real because it looks so fake. You can tell it's real because it looks so fake. You can tell it's real because it looks so fake. You can tell it's real because it looks so fake. You can tell it's real because it looks so fake. You can tell it's real because it looks so fake. You can tell it's real because it looks so fake. You can tell it's real because it looks so fake. You can tell it's real because it looks so fake.
So, what they trying to do in this, why he used that, that concept here? It because, of course, this is not CGI. This is a real image. And this is this technique, they are using this technique from the old, from the start of Hollywood.
Yep, good old circular cameras, good old fisheye lens.
Yeah, and if you want, even in our days, if you want to do something real, if you can do it with real things, do it with real things. Use CGI when it's impossible to replicate in real life. But, for example, when you see movies like Jurassic Park, even for the first plane shot, they use real heads from dinosaurs. Real head in terms of they creating with wax and polyester and things like that.
Right.
But they still use real objects, because even Star Wars movie, they still use miniatures and film miniatures, because replicating the behavior of the light in the real world, even with our computer, is difficult.
It's hard, yeah.
And it took a lot of time for calculation, and when you are creating movie in 8K and stereoscopic movie, render times becomes money loose, So if you can replicate it in real life, you're still doing in real life. So this guy trying to convince us, because this looks so shit, it must be real. Because if we using CGI, of course we're gonna use more, like movie style quality of the image. It's like let me just explain with really quickly. I mean, for example, this is a 3D software that I use, which is called 3D Studio Max. And here I recreate just out of the shell, I mean, without any post-production, just downloading a few textures from NASA. Here you can see, the typical image from the ISS. But this is an image with post-production, So when you look it, I'm trying to make some kind of between real and artistic image. So anytime that you create something with image enhancement, you're going to need to enter into the code of movies. But when you leave things completely, just flat in terms of like this, in terms of visual concept, in the mind of the audience, you're gonna try to create like a real life situation, because the only difference between this and the movie is just the post-production technique. It's just like that. Let me just express myself with an image. If I took, for example, I'm gonna take a random ISS footage. Let me just go to the ISS.
So here, if I'm not mistaken, the graphic of the Earth that you just showed, who made that?
Me.
Yeah. So I don't know if people understand that. People might think that you took somebody else's image of the Earth or video of the Earth. No, that was made by 𝘬𝙤.
Yeah, and very quickly. I just downloaded the maps from NASA, who is going to provide you the maps from the outer space.
And then what do? You just wrap it on a sphere.
Exactly. Yeah. And I create the atmosphere and things like that. So, for example, if I took this guy from Sherman, his Sherman astronaut, showing us his tattoo of the eye of Horus and how he,
very impressive. Yeah.
Yeah, very impressive. So if you look like in this way, it's just, real life image. So if I just apply like an adjustment layer and I just very quickly, let me the presets loaded, and I'm start to apply, color correction things, you're going to start to look that and you're going to see, but this is not a real image. This is from a movie. Just because the color is just from the color. So what they trying to do anytime they show, videos, really shitty videos, is trying to enter into the code of real life, like the movie Blair Witch. Did you see Blair Witch?
Yep, Blair Witch Project.
Yeah, Blair Witch Project is a movie. Of course, it's a movie.
Right.
But because they use, naked images, just simply out of the camera, right, it takes that feeling of reality.
Correct.
But it's not reality. No. So when they create this kind of image here, for example, this kind of image, this is simply as, and I'm going to show later, it's just a plane taking image 90 degrees to the ground, and you wrap all together and you map it into a sphere or into a circle, and you leave it at that, like it is, without any post-production color, nothing like that. You took the image like this, pointing down from a plane, and you just tilt it, and you just create the mask, and you just add the atmosphere layer, and boom, you have the same kind of real image. They use real image. This is not CGI, produce it.
No, it's fake. It's fake in the way that the craft is not in orbit of the Earth taking that particular image at that time. Right.
No. That is why the clouds never moves. You never see the same result in terms of the continent beneath. You can have a complete list of errors showing from the ISS. Sometimes they make the things good, but the majority of the time they make crap things. So for example, here you can see this. What is this? The cloudy planet. We live in the this cloud is more big than the entire United States.
Right.
If you believe in this. And all the time you can clearly see different situation all the time. Look at this quality, then you jump here and look this quality. All the time they need to break the image after 45, 55 minutes. I don't remember how long they use the live feed, and they cut off and they come back again. So you lose the track. You lose the track.
Usually 45 minutes is the maximum time that they'll play any live stream.
Exactly. So here you can see, just simply, for example, and they don't do it because they don't want to get trouble, but even if you go to the NASA webpage, they also provide you animated cloud taken from the Dopplers, from the ground Dopplers. So, for example, this is an example that I made very quickly with morphing clouds. And I repeat, this is just, I make this for the presentation.
Right.
So when they trying to convince us
And
that,
Iro, do you have a $56 million a day budget?
57, because I signed a new contract with NASA.
Good for you, good for you. Yeah, so remember that NASA gets $56 million a day to produce this stuff for you. Iro does it in just a few minutes for free. Go ahead.
Yeah, not for free, man. The people in the chat give us a few bucks.
That's right, for the super chats. So
for the super chat, yeah.
Right,
so I mean, what I'm trying to say is, anytime these guys, trying to convince us that the Himawari or Go satellite, they are sending real video, no, they don't. In fact, that is why they took like 10 minutes before processing one image, because this is just a ground-based weather system collected. Mm-hmm. And for you having these kind of things, you must be downloaded for official sites. Mm-hmm. So when you have a computer feed the information to a graphic station, you can create whatever you want and upload in even, I don't know why they took 10 minutes to upload it. They could even do it more quickly if they want. So what I'm trying to say is, they use a mixed system between photograph, CGI computer, math, simulations, propaganda. That is the way they are maybe keep this heliocentric model going in our days. Mm-hmm. So, for example, when you have Rob Simmons tell us that it must be Photoshop, and they trying to explain the technique, which is this kind of satellites going around the Earth, taking pictures, creating this kind of strip, this kind of strip images that they need to use Photoshop to fill the gaps between the strips and all that kind of things. The same techniques is applied when you asking, for example, the aerial photography mapping. Mm-hmm. The same techniques. So all the strip in this, the strip image is taken from a plane. They tie together and they mapping into a sphere, and there you have the Blue Marble 2.0 or the GOES satellite image of whatever. And of course, when you are using Google Earth and things like that, when you make a zoom, it's converted in real image because it's taken from the real world images. I mean, it's simply as that. I mean, then you have the drone technology. So they use real data to feed the ISS live footage and things like that. They don't create digitally. That is my opinion, at least. Mm-hmm. So that is why, of course, the satellites, you're never going to see a satellite out in the space. You can, it's all CGI, blah, blah, blah. I don't want to be repetitive of that. And, getting back to, for example, the same things that we've been talking about, you can see in this time-lapse footage where you can clearly see how they get better from the 90s, from the 60s, 70s, 80s, and you can see all the time how they use painting, just this is a painting, nothing more than that. You don't even see the atmosphere glare, where it goes. I mean, supposedly here we must see some kind of glare based on the atmosphere. We don't see anything until the 2010. It's like this is completely flat painting. You don't even see the depth between the cloud and the ground. You can clearly see there is no parallax. It's just like a rotating sphere. Then in the 90s start become the digital compositing. So they start to make and take real footage and start to apply in, composite techniques. So that is why you can see the jump between the quality of the image and the supposedly realism. And then in 2015, they come with all this nonsense of the Aurora Borealis and this. I mean, you can, if you want to believe this, you are free. You are free to believe this. But for me, as a 3D artist, this is a complete, CGI compositive image in our days.
Absolutely.
So when you start to looking in the, old image from NASA, first of all, they have this patent. I mean, it's not from NASA, the guy who patented this in the early, in the 80s, 1895, 96, this was the patent, which was a device to produce illusionary effects, device for producing illusionary effects. And the patent is registered with this device. I mean, it's a base with a spherical earth rotating, so you can paint it and make whatever you want. And this is a real patent. So when you start looking into the models of the Earth from the Gemini, Mercury, here you have the NASA engineering painting that, or supervising this spherical object representing the Earth, without the cloud yet. But this is from the NASA headquarters. So if you have a black background and you have the sphere, you have this Earth.
Right.
Simply as that. And that is why you're never going to see a morphing cloud in the moon landings footage. So this I showed this before. Of course, they do the same thing with planets. They have a lot of spherical object to paint. Simply as that, So when you enter in comparison from the Apollo landers, and it's totally crap. I mean, it's so easy to detect that this is our miniatures. It's not more than that, And when, for example, if you go a little back, you're gonna see the guy who in Hollywood is the guy who the people know him because he's the guy who created the moon. That is the name of Roger Hayward, which was a Freemasonic guy. He created even the transparent projection screen that Stanley Kubrick uses for create the front projection technique. He created the high vacuum chamber. He write books about the architecture of the molecules. He was like a initiated guy in terms of the occultist knowledge, and he also was an artist and worked for Disney and Hollywood, and he creates all the miniatures for the supposedly simulation training that NASA used. So when you start to see this kind of stages, for sometimes, for example, you see this kind of system, the people start looking this and maybe they don't understand so good how this works. You see the rails here, the screen, the sphere model, another screen behind it, and supposedly on top of this is like a machine, like a tiny train with a camera passing by. And so if you want to give an idea how this works from the 60s, they still using in our days to do the same things. And you can clearly see here, for example, in behind the scenes from this new movie about Neil Armstrong called The First Man, like the Adam and Eva concept, the first man. So here you can see how it works.
Ready to copy.
It's just a screen projecting an image, was previously filmed, and you are stay, you know, if you have a static object in front, you produce the feeling of movement because the image is moving. You know what I mean?
Yep.
So when you see this, like, you know, maybe you think, oh, this is modern, it's modern age. No, this comes from this. This screen here is the same thing. When you see this here, when you see this situation here, is the same thing that I show you in the behind the scenes of the first man. Is a still miniature object with a screen background projecting an image. Simply as that. And in fact, that is why they use when you go back in time and start looking into the who participates, the CBS was of one of the most important partners in the fakery of the moon landings, and that is why they create all these stages, these miniatures, with a roller system, which is going to keep, you know, you have the camera still, but you produce the movement via this kind of devices. So then you transfer to the screen, and you have a miniature Apollo 11 lander, you know, so you have the complete idea.
Yeah, no, totally. I'm going to show something real quick, just to pop over here. Stay right there. Don't go anywhere. But just showing here, let me get back here. Oops, I kind of got ahead of myself. But this company here called WonderWorks, this image here, a lot of people would see this out. This is a space station. So I know it's done with miniatures. This is the company that will do it for you. This right here, a lot of people would look at this and say, wow, that's definitely the real shuttle. No, sorry, that's a miniature version. You can see it's copyrighted by WonderWorks here. The group that does it, you can go to Kubrick and look up all his miniatures. Everything that Kubrick did was miniatures. Here you see the set with the backdrop. You can just go through all these images and see, here you go, another miniature filmed with a black background, which you know, people think is space, and they thought it was for a long time. Still think it's space, you know. But then you can get into even more. See here, this is the prop gallery. And some of these images look identical to what, if you can't see it well, it's because there's a copyright little image over it. But you can see all these things. This is the site called the Prop Gallery, where you can find all these little space little miniatures that they used with a black backdrop. It's very easy then to put them on cables and move them exactly as space may dictate. Here's another image, a little bit grainier, hard to see. But you can check all that out at the Prop Gallery. Then you can look up Kubrick's miniatures. I think I searched, Kubrick miniatures would be good, or 2001 miniatures. Again, this is a miniature. This is a miniature. You can see all their little miniature simulations. You can go to here. This is all, cockpit rental for the. This is all just fake. It's all fake. This is fake inside of the shuttle. Completely fake, but people would say that's real simply if NASA shows it. You put a NASA symbol here or a NASA logo, and everybody will go to bat and tell you it's real when it's not. It's fake. Go to this site here. It's wonderworksweb.com, and you can see all the simulations. You can see the little mini space shuttle that they used. You can see here the Orion craft is inside their little model facility. What else we got? Inside the ISS. Completely fake, even with floating astronauts. They'll tell you right here. ISS interior crew floating from a BBC series. Yeah, so none of these people are actually on the ISS. This is being done fake. So there's so many examples of it that people just either refuse to see it. I mean, people like the Godless Engineer. This is, to him, a complete smashing of everything that he believes in. So, of course, all he's going to do is make fun of me, throw ad hom attacks at me, or make jokes of the fact that his entire worldview is based off of simulations and miniatures and models. Go ahead, Hiro.
Exactly. And you come back to my screen?
Yep, you're back.
Okay, so I mean, the same thing you are showing for a movie, this is for the Apollo missions, and this is the official story. I mean, this is not created from a movie. This was created for the Apollo Training Lola Center,
right?
Because that is the name. So you can have you here have all the techniques that they use with miniature, replicating the soil of the moon, and then of course when you have all these videos you editing and you just putting in this system, and you have this kind of images, and then you have the supposedly real images like this one, which is supposedly not from the simulation, it's from the supposedly mission out there, and you can clearly see the errors, and you can even see why, in some part of the documentaries you see like a transparent moon like this one, and in other you see like a real, really solid moon, because they are mixing techniques.
Mm-hmm.
So it's very easy. And in fact, when you look this is from the Russian documentary that they show how they use the front projection technique for faking the continuity of the environment in terms of the long distance mountain supposedly mixing with the stage. And these are all techniques that you can do it in the 60s. And they do, of course. But it's not so hard to fake that. Because they have all the equipment, they have all the techniques to fake it. And that is why we can see the partnership in our days between Hollywood and NASA.
Right.
And I mean, it's not just in conspiracy theories. I mean, when you see this guy shaking the hands in this way with these two fingers separated, it's because they are partnership.
Mm-hmm.
It's not it's something that you maybe take from the Disney history. So getting back to here you can see, for example, the supposedly photograph for the ATS-3 satellite in 1967. Here is the supposedly official picture, the one picture official of the Earth seen in its complete semi-spherical way, because we can see the complete sphere, just half of it. So this is just paintings. It's nothing more than that. It's a hand painting. It's not a picture. Then you can see, for example, and this is like for me, the concept of when you say, do the math. Yeah, I can do whatever math you want, but look at this object. What math you're going to use to,
It's so clearly on cables, it's not even funny. I mean, it's not even a question. The fact that anybody believes that is legit in space is an absolute black eye for humanity. I mean, it really is. It's just nothing upsets me more than the fact that we can't look at this. Let's take aside flat Earth, globe Earth. Let's take that aside. Let's just throw that away. The fact that humans cannot get together and say, this is fake, period. I don't care if the Earth's a globe. I don't care if it's two globes. I don't care what it is. That's fake, period.
Completely.
Yeah. So
a fake and a miniature.
Yeah.
This is just a simple miniature in front of a screen.
Right, on cables that you move, and that's why it moves exactly in the order like a little. And they say, oh, well, space, there's no resistance, so we can just move things in a little warehouse with a black background and people will buy it. And they were right.
Exactly. It's simply as that. In fact, this miniature of the ISS is I don't say that this is what they are using, but they have all these super detailed models,
and they put them in a little, I've seen pictures, I'll try and find them. There's pictures of Kubrick taking these miniatures, they put them in a little black box, and that's where they film them. It's in a little tiny frame.
And that, and for them, it's very easy, because when they show us this kind of picture, They just move the background.
Right, that's a miniature.
That's a miniature.
Absolutely.
They just move the video in the background. They
Right.
don't need to, you see all the movement, synchronized between the space shuttle and the ISS. No, that is because the camera is still, this object is still, and the background is moving.
And the background moves.
It's moving.
Yeah.
It's just simply this kind of concept.
Yeah, you and I could do it so easily.
Yeah. I mean,
oh, good. You have a lot of good pictures
I
of miniatures
did it
on there.
a few times.
Yeah,
with
you've done
other
it.
things. With other things, not with. Let me just close that. So, even when you look in, this is also behind the scenes of the first man, and you can clearly see here the moon environment recreated. And this is not because we live in 2019 that you can do this. This is just, dust, earth, dirt. You can do this whatever you want. In the 60s, in the 70s, in the 19s, in the 2000s.
Right. It's just
It's
video
not-
video layering.
Yeah. No, and this is real stage.
Right. This is
This is real stage. I mean, for making this kind of real stage,
Oh, you mean like guys
warehouse.
actually on the quote unquote moon, like we would have seen.
Exactly.
Right.
Yeah, no, in fact, yeah. I mean, for example, if I get back to here, for example, this was for training purposes. But when you convert this into a black and white image and you
Erase
put,
the background, right?
Yeah, or put just a black silk,
right?
And you film it, you have what they present us.
Right.
As supposedly real background image.
No, absolutely.
Real image from the moon. So, I mean, in the old days, they also have this kind of devices, for film some part of the supposedly spacecraft and mixing with the, black background, so they can create whatever they want. This is not things because we live in the age of CGI technology.
Right.
It's so easy for them to fake this, the moon landing. Even, most in that time when the people, they don't have access to see a behind the scenes. In our days, if you're trying to recreate the same thing, the people is going to laugh you in the face directly. Right. That is the thing, when you start looking all these devices, it's just simply that. It's a still camera filming a miniature, rolling with a mechanical system. You prepare all the footage and then you project into the screen, and there you have the difference between this kind of transparent moon, then you have like a solid rock moon, and even in the same documentary, look at this. This is just like a transparent moon seen from the window.
Mm-hmm.
Then you have real rocky, image. And then this is on stage inside a warehouse. Simple as that. It doesn't have any special. That is why you saw so solid, material. So it's, here you can clearly see the projection because it's different. This is transparent. This is light. This is not a real object. This is a real object, and this is light projecting into the background. So it's so easy to determine this is just a mix of matte painting and real objects. And in fact, for the people out there that doesn't believe in the supposedly manual composite of the image, from 1927, from 1927 was create the matte painting techniques. Right. So it's not something in our days to mix real footage with hand-painted images.
Nope. And yeah, I'm going to show real quick. Keep it right there so we can come back to you. But if I can find my browser. These are just some images. I don't know if you've ever seen this image, Iro. This is from the interior view of the branch of astrogeology's well-equipped machine shop, West Street, as it appeared in 1968, USGS photo of 1968. They had an entire machine shop to build these little miniatures. Whatever they needed to build, they could build. And just these are just some quick images. This is an LEM docking simulation. Here you see it suspended by cables. Just some other images I threw together real quick. This one here, if you think that's the curvature of the Earth, more power to you. Look at this one. These are clearly just wrapped images. And then I still don't know if people have seen these images of Stanley Kubrick with George Miller of the NASA in the mid-'60s. This is Arthur C. Clarke talking to Kubrick in England. I mean, what are these guys even having conversations about? This is Duke. What's his name? I mean, Deke Slayton. I think they called him Duke. This is another guy from NASA back here. These guys were all involved. This is from Space Odyssey. You can see all these cables and things that they would hang from the ceiling, but you didn't see any of that in the movies, of course, because it was just edited out. But go ahead, Iro, back to you.
No, really nice. I didn't know it. Those images, the Stanley Kubrick with the guys of NASA and the CIA. I have that picture, but the other ones not. And in fact, talking about wires, when you come here and see, for example, in this modern movie, this system, the system here, this two-wire system, that even in this behind-the-scenes camera, without any post-production or things like that, sometimes the cable, just for themselves erase it because it's mixing with the background.
Right.
When you see this kind of technique, and you then see this real image from the moon landings, with a compression in the image, because this is, they have the advantage of, at that time, of doesn't have any 2K, 4K, 1K quality.
Right.
So they have just, the regular image from the TV. So any kind of tiny detail automatically is going to be blurred.
Blurred, right.
So that is at his size. But here you can see, guys working in NASA saying, watch out, cables.
Cable. Watch the cable. Cable number 1.
So they are supervising this.
Basically, they'll break the whole world before they'll break the cable this time. Watch that cable.
And then, it's simply for the people out there, like you said before, it doesn't matter if it's spherical or it's flat. But in what way are you going to talk about this behavior of the astronaut, for example? Look at that. Who is pulling the guy? I mean, he never thinks in that kind of turn.
No.
You can lose your life if you go to the floor and break your helmet.
Yeah, but these guys are bouncing all over the ground like it's no big deal.
But why he's pulling back like that?
Yeah.
I mean, you cannot deny these things.
No, it clearly looks to me like they're on a balloon.
That look at the legs, man. I mean, what is that? Why are you gonna do that in the moon?
Yeah. And again, everything is like this. I know you have some of this sped up, but when you watch it back, it's very lumbering, as if they are in slow motion, which doesn't make any sense on the moon. There's 1/6 the gravity and no atmosphere to stop you. Everything should be faster.
Exactly.
Right.
No, and in fact, it doesn't matter. I mean, why you're gonna have trouble to get down into the floor and take a tool from the ground?
Right.
Even, I mean, why they need to do all this like something is,
yeah, a balloon
having you.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's having you, from the top, and you need to break the resistance to take to the floor, because the calibration of the system is just for the jumping part,
right?
But not for going to the ground.
Not for bending down. That's a little harder to do.
that is a little hard to do. So, I mean, you cannot you cannot deny that this is completely making here on Earth. You know.
Yeah.
I mean, if you are honest with yourself, you cannot deny this.
Nope.
It does. You know, beside the flat Earth or globe Earth situation.
Yeah, but besides that, the fact that admitting that it's been faked often, rains on the whole parade of a globe Earth believer. That's why they won't listen to any of this, and that's why I won't have conversations with them. I mean, if we can't even agree on this, that hey, this looks fake, but they'll say no, it's absolutely real. It's 100% real. It's scientific. It's great engineers built the crafts that went to the moon, and great Americans, and they're heroes. The astronauts are heroes. And if they're going to go on and on with that, why would I even care what they have to say? And the truth of the matter is, I don't.
Completely. I mean, if you see this, forget about the problem is that if you admit that the moon landing was fake, you don't have any proof of human being outside in the space.
No.
In any other rocky planet or rocky, celestial bodies.
No, you have no proof that we can even live on a sphere. I mean,
exactly.
People miss the fact that, of course, they taught us all that we went to the moon, because then people look up at the moon and they picture, oh, I guess those guys went and landed on there, and therefore wherever they landed, they were upright because we saw the video footage. Therefore, you can live on the sides and underneath of spheres, and it all works. Well, that's just propaganda.
Completely. And the guys never want to talk about the Lola Center. They never want to talk about the self-locomotion system.
Of course not.
They never want to admit that it's impossible to have the same behavior here with equipment on Earth.
Yeah. Iro, did you ever think about, it's a crazy thought, but do you ever think about the amount of stuff that we've found? Can you imagine the stuff that they've been able to get rid of?
Yeah.
It must be just extensive. I mean, so much stuff. If we've found the little tidbits that we have, imagine the stuff that they've been able to delete.
Completely.
Yeah.
In fact, the things about, no, we lose the telemetry, we erase the original.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, and this is, the history of matte painting. So the people out there that still believe that they can't fake it, the moon images, because at that time it wasn't CGI. No, man, the history of matte painting exists from the beginning of the movies. So forget about saying that argument. They also have patent for apparatus and method for simulating spacecraft erosions. So they have all they need to fake whatever they want. In fact, these kind of capsules are miniatures.
Yeah,
the photograph of the Skylab are real photograph. That is why it's better than our modern CGI satellite.
Right.
Because they are really objects,
Right, they're just miniatures on a background, and then you can just add in whatever you want. There you go. Great image right there.
Exactly. And this is the technique using in our days and in the old days.
Right.
It's a screen, it's an object. Now we have this kind of, that I showed this when we talk about the Tesla roadster in the space. This is our 6 degree freedom platform that you can apply computer coordinates, so you can recreate and simulate indirect whatever movement you need.
And it would be mathematically perfect. This is what people don't understand.
Exactly.
It's mathematically correct. All of the space travel, everything going to Mars, landing on Mars, it's mathematically correct. It doesn't mean it's true. People have totally, science has been hijacked. We say all the time that perspective has been hijacked and called curvature. Well, they've also completely hijacked what people see as real, because they believe if it's mathematically correct, then it must be real. When we're showing you exactly why it doesn't have to be. It's mathematically correct, but it's not actually taking place in space. There's no craft on Mars. It can be done in a computer, but 95% of the world eat it up. Nom, 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 nom. Give me some more fake space. Nom, 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 nom.
Exactly. And here is the techniques. This is not just a modern techniques. These techniques exist from the 50s and 60s.
Right.
It's simply as that.
Well, I saw an RCS thruster. It must be real.
Yeah.
RCS thruster.
It's real.
It's real.
You can, in space, you can use gases to propose, to.
Right. Yep, it just it pushes off of
pushes off exactly
inside of the craft. And,
yeah, man, in the vacuum of space.
Right.
And you know, when you see these kind of techniques, and then you just simply see this. Let me just very quickly see, for example, these images here. Let me copy and paste it. So here you have the same thing. You have a car with a still camera, and the background is just a computer. No computer, it's just a video projecting. In fact, I showed this, I believe, in our first video. But for example, for $500, you can take and download it, this spherical Earth with this kind of texture, which it without any look style on top. So for your eyes, this is a real image, because look, it is so clear without any post-production technique. So when you put this, beside this, it's just that. I mean, the only difference is the setup of the camera color. It's simply as that. But it's the same thing. It's so easy to do.
Yeah,
it's so easy.
Keep going. I was going to show a video, but I can't find it. Oh, here it is. Actually, I'll show this real quick.
Okay.
This I've shown before, but I actually showed it in my presentation. Oops, I need to show people that. 1 second. Okay, here we go. So this is a balloon launch called San Francisco Above the Clouds that you can check out. But one thing people need to see here at the end is they use the spherical camera, which is not this one, but this one. And you'll see that when the balloon pops and starts coming down here, it's going to happen in a second, I believe. Yep. And these are, of course, the linear images, not the spherical ones that they try and tell you are the shape of the Earth. Here we go, another round one. And when this pops and starts falling, oops, it already did start falling. Let me go back here. So maybe it's here. When it pops and starts falling, hello. This thing move along here. You're going to see that you can pause it and get that same picture of the Earth.
Yes.
And that's all they do. They have a rounded camera, so you've got the linear view, then you've got this view. As soon as it pops, we're going to see here, 1 second. Yep, so the balloon's about to pop. And then you'll see, you can already see the black circle from the other view, but we're going to look at the view showing downwards here in a second, and you're going to see exactly where they get these curved pictures of the Earth from. And here it comes. So you'll see here, you can see the curved black. Now we just need to switch cameras to the one that's pointed down and not up. And then you'll get a picture of the Earth like you're used to seeing, like
the ISS and all that kind of stuff.
Which is just going to be right here. So you'll see I just paused it. And now you've got what looks like the spherical Earth. There it is. Look at that. So all this is a camera trick. We've already seen that they're using a spherical camera, a fisheye camera, to point down, and this is what you get. And this is the view of the Earth that people have come to expect to see. And you see this so-called curve when we know it's from a camera trick, and people just can't quite grasp that. And yeah, again, got this image. Oops, what happened there? Went to the wrong video. Anyway, yeah. So and Iri was showing this nonsense going around. And people think this is an actual camera in space filming the Earth. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, completely. In fact, like I tell you before, this this Tesla Roadster is completely making in the warehouse.
Absolutely.
The only difference, if I add a few saturation color, you're gonna have the same color of this, and because this is projecting in the screen, you're going to lose a few quality. So I add, for example, a blur to it. So you put it in the background, and there you have.
Wait, started over from the beginning. I was on the wrong screen.
Okay. So I mean, when you you have like this, when you use this kind of look at this, man. I mean. Look at this thing,
man.
No, I mean, if you, for example, wants to use this model, and this is one of the best model out there, just for $500, and is available for 3ds Max, for Maya, whatever, even the night version of those. The only difference, I mean, if I take that image, the only difference with the Tesla Roadster is the setup of the camera, because if I add here a few saturation and I take out the quality, simulating the compression because they are in the space, so I just blur it a little bit and I just, put in behind here, you're gonna have the same thing.
Right.
So it's when you understand these kind of platforms, it's so easy, because this object is not a reflective object. But if this object will, is a car, you're gonna pick all the reflection from the screen. Simply as that. And that is why you have this kind of reflection here. And if you just leave one light simulating the sun, done.
Easy. Completely
easy. And you have the budget that these guys use.
Right.
I mean, you don't even need to compensate for the real cloud in the real, lifetime. So.
No, because you've got an army of people out there that are willing to go to bat for NASA and say, why would they record anything? Why would they film anything for your likes? They're doing science. But when they get this stuff, this has to be real. Look at this stuff. They'll buy it no matter what, because they'll make excuses no matter what. So these are the reasons why I don't watch any of these guys' channels that can't even see this simple fact.
Yeah, completely. In fact, you must be remember when you see this kind of painting that one of the best rendering engines is still the hand of the human. You know?
Yeah.
It doesn't. So if you don't need to create an animation, you just painting one model or one picture and then you film it. So the hyperrealism or the photorealism techniques, it was from the 15th centuries. It's not just something that in our time. And I show this low quality. This is, for a lot of people, this is a real photograph. This is like a real photograph. And this is just an hyperrealism technique using in our days from the, a long period of time. So you can create with the hand and talented artist, you can create whatever you want. You can just create whatever you want. So what I'm trying to say is that when you think in terms of photorealism, in this movie, this movie is from Disney and it's called, the name is like Jack and the Beans, something like that. It's the story of the...
Right, Jack and the Beanstalk.
Yeah. But in this movie, if you are an artist, you're going to comprehend one of the techniques that will be used for Jesuit to paint photorealism in the 15th centuries, like Leonardo da Vinci did, or Michelangelo. And this is the technique. Mm-hmm. You must be in our, industry to detect that. But in this movie, they show this frame here with the cloth of the king being projected to the screen in a real way. And this is the machine. The machine is just this lighting magic lantern, if you want to call like that.
Yeah, magic lantern.
You can see the machine. So what the artists do is just simply take to this frame and start painting with this photograph in the background. Mm-hmm. So they took the real perspective, the measurements, the angles, the colors, all from a real life situation being projected. So what I'm trying to say here is, look this, how they far away they have all these techniques to faking things.
Right. Way back.
To recreate reality. And in fact, here you can see, for example, when the monster put the head in front of the machine, is going to reflect the head on the screen.
Right.
On the frame in the background. So when you go from the movie to the real world, you're gonna see photorealism tricks and the magic lantern, which was created not by Christian Huygens, like supposedly it says here, and this is in Spanish, sorry, but this is says This is said. The magic lantern was invented in the 17th centuries for a scientific, Holland scientific called Christian Huygens. And here said, no, the authentic inventor of the artifact was Athanasius Kircher. And Athanasius Kircher, it was this Jesuit who created the magic lantern. And I showed this guy before. He was, you know, a Kabbalah, alchemist, secrecy, symbology, occultist, mystery of the human knowledge forbidden for mortal and transmitted from the remote antiquity from the Egyptian. So this is holy, holy good. This is the real holy good. It's a spell over us with
deep spell,
illusionary tricks. And for, you know, going to finish the presentation, this was from the 2017 awards of the Templar, no, the Oscar awards, and it's referring with you know, a few things about the space industry and the holy good. So I'm gonna play it.
Okay.
On February 11th, we were honored to host the Academy's SciTech Awards.
I'm sure that a lot of you are thinking, what are the SciTech Awards? Please explain it to me in great detail and take your time.
Well, we're still not exactly sure what they are, but from what we understand, we gave awards to film scientists and film technologists.
They are the geniuses that invent the new technologies which make your dreams come to life.
So, yeah, I mean...
They don't make my dreams come to life, but anyway.
But anyway, right? So, this is the, you know, because I believe the important part here, it wasn't play, which speak about, because I was looking the chat, but in the video, it says like when we go to space, but we are not really in space.
Right, of course.
Is said that part?
Nope, not yet.
Ah, okay, no, because but this is my bad because I believe that I render just this part, but let me just open. I have it here in the other monitor, really quick. Sorry for that.
No
because
problem.
I was doing this 5 minutes before the show, so that is why I. But here I have here. Let me just check it. If here, yeah, here is. I find it very quickly.
Okay.
So let me just play it.
Well, when you watch Star Trek, it looks like they're in space, but in actuality, they did not shoot the movie in space. That's film scientists at work.
Yeah, I was in Star Trek, and when we made it, we were just in a studio in front of a green wall, but when I saw it, I was like, wait a second, did we go to space? I had to remind myself that we did not go to space. That is the magic of film scientists.
You look like you're in a studio, maybe in Omaha, Nebraska or something. The shot is so clear. Is this a hoax? Are you really in space still?
No, they are in Hollywood basement.
Look at her hair, though. Her hair proves that they're
Look
in
at
space.
the hair. But that is the magic of the movies.
Oh, it's so nice.
And they telling you in your face.
Well, that's why people need to learn to shed the belief in space and then go and look at everything that you're presented. You need to get rid of your love for space, your love for Star Trek and Star Wars and space travel and planets and 867,000-mile wide suns and 93-million-mile distant suns, and all stars that we see at night are suns that are just at minimum 25 trillion miles away. You need to shed all that, and then you can actually assess what we're trying to tell you from an unbiased position. Now, granted, that's an impossible task for almost everyone, because they're so married to this idea of space. It was, presented to us at such a young age. It's hard for us to get rid of it. But when you do get rid of it, Eru will be the first to tell you, I'll be the second, that life is so much more freeing to all of a sudden recognize that you're being deceived. And if we weren't being deceived, then there would be videos of these landings on Mars. There would be videos of all this activity in the Explorer satellite some 13 billion miles away. And then when you realize there's not video footage, then you know there's a reason. And the reason isn't because, well, why would they film for you? They're actually doing science.
Completely. In fact, in the Blue Bean document, it talks about creating the Space Odyssey, the Star Trek, the Star Wars, and the Russians have also their own series of space, space heroes. So it's out there. You just need to connect the points, and immediately you're going to understand what's going on. In fact, something that when you talk, when you listen, for example, the Elon Musk talking about that the Mars is going to be something about. You're gonna put it in dreams, in the head of the.
Yeah, he wants to force it onto people's minds. Yeah.
People's mind, exactly. They are telling you in the face.
Right.
And I have here, after this, that is why I finish the bad rendering.
The new technologies which make your dreams come to life.
Please join me in welcoming Elon Musk.
So smart.
Yeah.
All right, so thank you very much for having me. Look forward to talking about the SpaceX Mars architecture and what I really want to try to
Mars architecture.
Mars to impossible.
The Mars impossible.
That's what we want.
And nobody applauds. Yeah.
We really want to create the dream of Mars in people's minds. This is where the entertainment industry can play a huge role in just putting that dream in people's heads.
For example,
put the dream in their heads.
The industry play an important role to put in the dreams in the people's head about Mars.
Yeah, check out. I think it's Russian vids who did a video on Total Recall being just another propaganda piece for Mars. But go ahead.
Completely. And then to finish, when you apply, and this is just for fun because I really like to explore this, but when you start to apply the gematria to the industry of entertainment, you're gonna start to see, for example, why Fox. They never show a fox
never
in his logo. Never, ever. So anyone knows that in Gematria, Fox is the 666. And you have a lot of symbology there. So the real Fox channel is like you are under that spell. You must be 666 News, 666 Live, 666 Play, 666 Sports. But, they use just the word Fox. So
right. And then I don't know if anybody's ever seen, if you bring up I'll bring up real quick a logo for, let me see here. Everybody's seen Google's logo, right? That's pretty clear. But have you seen CERN's logo?
CERN's?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, the scientific entity that is CERN. Oops, I'm not showing everybody my screen. Sorry about that. Here we go. So yeah, look up CERN's logo and tell me what that is. I mean, it's so ridiculous that a scientific body or a scientific entity would ever make this their logo. Ever. It'd be like,
and the name, Cernunnos.
Right.
Which is,
it's ridiculous. I mean, it's just, it's a joke, and people just accept it. They look right past it. They either think it's funny or I'm not sure what they think. But yeah, there's so many logos, and everyone's seen the Walt Disney, which clearly has the 666 in it. Google's logo 666. There's so many logos that have it right there embedded, and people are too blind to see it. They just love the lie too much, and they love to think that we're just making up lies. That's it. We're doing this for money. Me and you are doing this for money. We're telling people lies for money. So if that's what they want to believe, then they can believe. But they love their movies. They love their fairy tales. I'll actually give an example of this. Something I've seen lately is a video out there saying Jaron proves that the Earth's a globe. Speaking of godless,
man, you're gonna win the Nobel Prize.
You didn't know?
Because no one proved it.
Oh no, I did. Godless
Oh,
Engineer shows it. I've seen a few other people take this picture of this movie that came out, which is called Behind the Curve. And I learned my lesson with doing this film. And let me tell you a little story about that. Remember that what happened was they asked me if they could come film my experiment. I said, well, what are you guys doing? Well, we're doing a documentary and we want to come prove this experiment. I said, sure, sounds great. In my mind, I'm thinking, hey, great, I don't have to film this anymore. Now I can just kind of do my experiment. I can kind of do the test, and I'm going to have a film crew there to film the whole thing. They filmed the whole thing, and then at the end, I asked them, hey, can I have that footage of, and they said, no. Why not? Oh, because we're making a documentary, and we have to wait till we sell it. And I said, okay, whatever, I guess. So people accused me of either not filming it or not going or not doing the test, whatever. It's all nonsense. But then when the movie gets released, I then said, okay, now can I have my footage? Because I've actually heard that they've misrepresented my experiment. And I said, can I have the footage? They have refused. Caroline and Daniel Clark, both of them have refused to give me any footage of the experiment I submitted. I did. You know why? It's because they completely misrepresented it in their movie. But here's the thing. These globe believers love movies so much. Now think about this. Everything I've ever done, every test I've ever done, every experiment, Jaron's a liar. He's doing this for money. He's telling lies. He's not telling the truth until the one time somebody takes my stuff, puts it in a movie, misrepresents me, and then what do they all say? Oh, Jaron proved it. Go look at what Jaron did. Jaron did it right. It's like, what are you talking about? You've already told people that I'm a liar, and why would you now tell them to go? It's so obvious what they're doing. And let me see. Is this on the screen? Yes. So I'll just show you this one scene. This is what people are sending me. Jaron proves the globe. That's interesting. This little drawing that's not mine. This is a drawing that they did. And here's how you know that they're so far off. And this is how dumb globe believers are that they don't even go back and check this. First of all, my camera was at 17 feet, just like these boards were. They just, if you go back just a little bit, you'll see that they lowered my camera, but didn't change the height of it. Then they show this person over here. I guess that's supposed to be me. Holding a camera at 17 feet, and then I raise it above my head, now it's 23 feet. Excuse me, if the camera's at my neck, and then I raise it up above my head, it is not 23. I didn't raise the camera 6 feet. It's the whole thing is misrepresented. The whole thing's a lie. There was even globe believers at this actual test who after the test said, you know, I guess we didn't, there's no results. We didn't get any kind of result that you would tell people about. You wouldn't tell people, oh, we got flat earth proof? No, we didn't get that. We didn't get globe earth proof. We got a lot of in-between stuff, nothing that could be, you know, said to be one thing or the other. But what they did is they took it, they misrepresented it, they took something completely out of sequence. This is the middle of the experiment. This isn't even the end of the experiment. They took it and put it at the end of their movie of me saying, interesting, when they show a completely misrepresentation. So again, but the thing is, it's so hilarious about it is that the ballers have eaten it up. They love it. Jaron proved the globe. Well, just because they were shown it in a movie. It's like people aren't even smart enough to recognize that this is a globe earth propaganda movie. It's made by two globe believers, and they make money off the movie. So they're not going to make money if they make the movie in a way that doesn't show what they want to show. They wanted to show people that the earth's a globe and that there's crazy people out there who think it's flat. And so they're just blind to the fact of this is propaganda. And they did exactly what we've said they're going to do. They took it out of sequence. And here's the thing. David Weiss even went to a screening of this movie and then after went up to Daniel Clark and said, hey, I liked the movie. I didn't hate it, but I didn't like how you misrepresented the experiment at the end. And he didn't even deny it. He said, yeah, well, you know, we're trying to make a movie and we showed what we showed. And they don't even deny it. And so if you wonder why it is that I've never been able to show any footage from this experiment, it's because they've kept it from me. Why do you think they kept it from me? Because I would easily be able to show, hey, here's where that part of the experiment was in the middle. It didn't prove anything. Even the globe believers there wouldn't have used that for proof. But these guys used it for proof by putting it at the end of their movie. But guess what? People eat it up because they love movies and they love anything that screams, you live on a globe. They love it.
Of course, and they love that supposedly this documentary prove what they want to prove.
Of course.
So
doesn't matter what they would said. Doesn't matter what drawing they show that makes absolutely zero sense. You can't curve the earth like that and then say my camera didn't reduce at all in height. And how is this at my neck at 17 feet? They lowered the earth and then said now I'm at 20. What? All of it is just bullshit. But again, it's presented in a way that people love. People love that. It's just like when Mars landings, right? They love that. Oh, put us in a room with a bunch of smart scientists staring at their consoles and then have them celebrate. And they love that. It doesn't matter what's being presented. It's just proof of what they already believe, proof in their space fantasy, proof in their universe idea of other planets and that we're a spacefaring civilization. And it's all just nonsense.
Completely.
Yep. Go ahead. I know you have more left in your Gematrix. I butt in.
Yeah, no, just 2 or 3 more slides, and you are presented now.
You are.
Okay. No, just when you start to see this kind of symbology applied to regular media channels, they also have it represented, for example, in our industry. Of course, everyone knows about the Facebook with the Fabian Society or the Gmail logo with the Masonic Royal Ark apron or the Apple, things which represent the Masonic square and compass.
There you go.
And compass, the 666 in the Google, all the things that you can really find a match between the symbology and the logo itself. But for example, in terms of computer, you have these kind of things all the time. The American mega trends, anytime you give power to a motherboard from PC, you're going to have this kind of triangle upside down symbology. Even Microsoft with the pyramid inside the O and the S. And this is a real trophy, a real picture from Microsoft. It's not, someone made it. It's a real object. For example, in the softwares that we use from Adobe, for example, you can see this is the welcome screen of the After Effects 2017, and you can clearly see the lamb head with the horns and everything. You have the pyramids and the flat planes all over the place, the old Intel logo, which was a pyramid, the Adobe or Autodesk or NVIDIA, the microsystem, the Sun microsystem, the Eon company, which is one of the most important software to replicate computer worlds, and NASA is a client of these softwares. For example, you have the 2019 Photoshop welcome screen, which is a man with a globe in the head. I mean, come on. Or for example, if you want to try free Photoshop, this is a picture, like a sea on the flat surface with the water going, down. Or for example, you can see it here also from Adobe, showing this kind of concept with when you reach an edge and the water goes down. Or you have the welcome screen for After Effects 2018, which is a pyramid with the circle inside, the square, the other circle around, of the welcome screen of Adobe Illustrator, which is an astronaut. And the last year, the 2017, instead 18, you have like an astronaut, but like an alien inside of the helmet. And all the time they mock and they laughed of us. When they control of this software, so they use all this platform to print a message, and the message is the alien exists, they're gonna come, and the space is the final frontier, and the heliocentric model is real. And they use every corner of anything that they can to promote that message. And of course, if you're gonna have sit in the desk people that are, quote unquote nerds, because we use all this computer and code, so they want to, bind the concept of the nerds to the space and the aliens and all that kind of stuff. So, this is, we have been under this spell until this point in time, when you realize that there are all, occultist spell over us from the beginning of times, if you want to see it that way.
No, absolutely. Yeah, no, from at least as far back as we can go in history and that we can actually verify. Absolutely.
Yeah, and this is just for fun. The last video, it was from a movie, from Mel Gibson movie, and I believe you know, a lot of you saw it. This movie, I can't remember exactly the name. Maybe when I play it, you're gonna recognize it. But it's so funny because in this movie, the NASA guys is behind. You know, well, I gonna play it, and with this I close the presentation. And I don't render with the audio, so I'm not going to play it.
Okay.
sorry. That is because I render it. I render it in the 5 minutes before the presentation. I know. I think I have it here. So, if you want to say something before I find the video.
Yeah, sure. Find the video. Hopefully everybody enjoyed the little conversation. Like we said, Iro and I will continue to do these in multiple segments or, you know, small little digestible chunks. But I think one thing that, you know, people might fail to realize is that I'm proud to be a flat earther.
Totally.
As much as they may make fun, or they, you know, Godless Engineer, these guys, Red, they may think that they're like scaring us away because they're trying to make fun of us, and I could really, I couldn't care less. It doesn't matter to me. I'm proud to be a flat earther because I see things out in the world that are there, and I just say they're there because the Earth's flat and I can see them, and period, end of story. It's not me who has to make up things to have their model make sense, where they see 𝘾𝙚𝙡𝙚𝙚 Mountain and say, oh, well, no, it's non-standard, you know, extreme looming, it's refraction, it's upward refraction from behind the curve, things that have never been proven, things that have never been shown in one test or one example. That's what these people believe. That's what, if you believe in the globe, then you believe we see too far because things are being lifted up from behind the horizon and being showed to you. I don't believe that. I believe the things are there because I can see them. Just like when you look across Lake Michigan, you can see the skyline of Chicago. I don't need a bunch of nonsense telling me it's being lifted up and it's a mirage when it's just sitting there. It's as, you know, plain to see as can be. So I don't need explanations. It's the globe model that needs explanations. It's them who look silly to me. And when I see 𝘾𝙚𝙡, I just see 𝘾𝙚𝙡. And when I see the skyline, I just see it. So I don't need to believe and make believe anymore. And I did my entire life. I believed in the idea of the fabric of space. And now I go out and I just look up and I see the stars for what they are. They're beautiful stars. They keep the time. They keep the seasons. They keep, I mean, it is a perfect clock in the sky. And that's why we made the flat Earth sun and moon clock. Is for exactly that reason, to show exactly what we're saying. Now, if people have problems with that because they think that the light in the sky has to be in the location that they see, I see the light in the sky setting south of west, and therefore it is south of west, then you don't understand looking through lenses. You don't understand looking through the atmosphere. Therefore, I don't need to carry on with that conversation anymore. But Iro, have you fixed it?
Yeah. Yeah, in fact, well, because I remember that when I see these techniques and these devices, there is a company called the Illuminati, but with the letter A in the front.
It before, yeah.
Yeah, which made this kind of screens. And of course, the propaganda is science panorama, you know, and this is red rhetoric in front of it. And here, I mean, all the time they put this globe all the places, you know, and the science and the image is related directly. The all-seeing eye. I mean, what is this company do with, you know, it's complete indoctrination. You know, they are creating a screen for presenting to you Mars, you know, the globe, you know, rotating sphere, planets,
right?
You know. Mars landers, oh, look at that, the curiosity in Mars. They own all the companies. So that is why it's so easy for them to do that. So this is just the movie. I'm going to play it.
Okay.
And they sent up a space shuttle yesterday.
Motive?
Motive? How about $50 billion? How's that for a motive? Oh, here, let me get that here. The president's cutting funding to NASA, the milk cow of the aerospace industry. Now, that's a lot of milk.
I mean, in that just phrase,
yep,
in
that
10 seconds of the movie, it's telling you everything. 50 million per day is a nice motive. They're going to cut the funding of NASA, so they don't going to allow that. And we see that kind of representation in real life when you see all these guys going to the to the court and ask in the government for more money. We need to spend more money now because with $2 million we don't finish the Spitzer telescope, so we need 5 million more.
Right.
Or
Billion,
we lose the 2 billions.
Right. No, I was saying billion.
You guys are from NASA. That's right.
And of course, when this guy is be wrapped, he believes there are guys from NASA.
Oh, here, let me get that here. The president's cutting funding to NASA, the milk cow of the aerospace industry. Now, that's a lot of milk. You guys are from NASA. That's right, you're from NASA. No, come on, fellas. No, not the eye. God. Go.
We've been looking for you a long time, Jerry.
𝘎𝙤. It says 𝘎𝙤.
No.
I know you.
Okay.
Very well.
I finished. It's about 30 seconds more.
Jerry, have you ever been in a place from which hope is gone? Where all that's left is patience? Now, Jerry, to whom have you been talking?
I talk to lots of people. I drive a cab, I meet people all day.
Who else knows what we know?
Every internet, the complete internet is known.
Tell me what? What do we know? What do we know? If I know what we know, then I could tell you what we know, and if someone else knows, okay? I mean, it's just... I'm just gotta be more specific.
Well, it's gonna finish like that. I don't going to leave the complete, but for me, it's just, it's just it's just like a depiction of it's just a depiction of how these machines work. It's just like that. I mean, they took a lot of money. They put it in the place without any kind of hope, or not hope. I mean, like we feel, meaningless.
Right.
We are just a tiny planet around, the other galaxy. This is all random and blah, 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 blah. And NASA is one of the principal institutions to perpetrate that idea.
I totally agree. So no, I appreciate 𝘬𝙤 joining me as always, and watch this back and watch some of the stuff 𝘬𝙤 is showing as far as the miniatures and models that are being presented to you as real, and then recognize that in order to make those all operate mathematically is quite simple. You get the smartest minds involved to do it, and then you just portray it as being real, and you've already taught the world that math is reality when it clearly isn't. And we pointed that out. So if you missed that spot, please go back and check that out. And then as far as the Godless Engineer videos, enjoy yourself. I hope you keep, enjoy your existence. I hope you enjoy your life without God. Enjoy that.
Enjoy that.
Yeah,
and do the math, do the math. Like,
math is reality. Where were they going then? Do the math.
Right.
Okay? Do the math.
Exactly.
It's that easy, right? Just do the math, and you'll know that they've landed on Mars because you can do the math, and there's no way that they could fake it and send that data back on a computer. No possible way. So it's pretty funny. And then if you last summary would just be why I don't respond to Wolfie20 or even care, or what is it, Wolfie6020, or even care, and that why I don't think you guys either is no one's ever seen his face. No one knows his name. He's never done a live stream or been on a hangout, not that I've ever seen. He has refused to Skype me, ever. I know of other people he's refused to Skype. He's never even had a phone conversation. He's an admitted multimillionaire who makes flat earth debunk videos with very expensive equipment during his spare time. I mean, come on. Wolfie has a whole other video channel, a YouTube channel, where he claims to make lots of money, a channel he will not tell anyone. Can you imagine? I mean, what if I had another YouTube channel with that going on? It's crazy. So I don't watch you, Wolfie. You are free not to, or you are free to, either way. But no name, no face, no knowledge of his other channel or who he might work for. He flies around, if people don't know, he flies around some rich people who pay him very handsomely for such. Who might these rich people be? Who is this company that he works for? Nobody knows. He doesn't tell anybody. I certainly don't know, and neither do you. So why in the world would we trust the nameless, faceless Wolfie 6020? I don't.
And he never saw the curve, so he doesn't have any real proof.
No, he did tell me that he knows that the Earth is 100% a globe because he flies around it. I said, well, don't you just fly on top of it all the time? Yeah, I fly around it. Well, that doesn't make any sense. So then I guess ship captains know that the Earth's round because they've sailed around it and, been upside down. So it makes a lot of sense. So, for me, and for Iru, for both of us, for those who don't realize that we're currently live as we speak. I've shown my face way too much. I'm sure you've seen it way too much. It's on the thumbnail of this video. I've been on Hangouts. I've spoke at conferences, North Carolina, Denver, Edmonton, and I've hosted a radio show for 2+ years and co-hosted Globebusters weekly for 2+ years under my real name and my real identity. So you don't have to agree with my point of view at all, but you at least have to agree with I am who I say I am, period. Wolfie is a nameless, faceless multimillionaire telling you what to believe. So, will Wolfie ever come on Globebusters or my channel live to discuss these questions? No possible way. Offer's open. So I hope you can start to see why I don't worry about him, and neither should you. And, am I hiding my name from him? No. Am I hiding my other channel from him or my affiliations or who I work for or hiding my face or hiding my observations? No. So anyway, that's all I wanted to say about that. Iru, any final words before we go? And are we going to do this again next Sunday? You want to do it again?
Yeah, it will be perfect to fill up the gap until the Globebuster start again. So no, just the final word is like do your own research. This is not about beliefs. Is is what you can prove. It's not what how much you know. Is what you can prove about your knowledge.
Right.
So nobody's gonna prove that the Earth is moving. Nobody's gonna prove that the mechanical fluids take the external part of the container and stick to that container. Nobody's going to prove that the curvature exists geometrically speaking. So they only have a mathematical model made for their own purpose. So for me, that is not enough to believe the heliocentric model.
So when we do our own research, and that's what we're finding. We're finding there is no proof other than guys saying, well, it's mathematical. And why would they put a video camera on it? For your enjoyment? Well, no. But if it was there, then I wouldn't be here as a flat earther.
And I also study social engineering because you can apply when you do marketing, and you clearly see that the government and the institutions, they are put there to control you. So if you don't want to break that chain, I don't care what you believe, man. I mean, you don't understand how the world operates.
No, and that's
it's just simple as that.
More power to you. And if you want to keep making videos about us, go ahead. It just gets us more views, and that's all that we're looking for is people to see what we're saying, to at least have the opportunity to decide whether they believe in a globe Earth for the reasons that it's backed by tons of evidence, or whether they believe in the globe Earth because they were taught it from such a young age. Iru has the same outcome that I have. Once you look into it, you realize, oh shit, I don't believe in the globe Earth because there's evidence. I believe in the globe Earth because I better believe in the globe Earth or I'm considered dumb. Guess what? I don't care anymore. Consider me all the dumb that you want. To me, the people who believe in mathematical models of the outer universe without any video camera footage, who are simply told, well, why would they put a video camera on it for you? It's 2018. GoPros are $50. Get a life. But anyway, as Iru said, please do your own research, because when you do, you'll never again believe what you've been taught. So Iru, till next time, this has been 𝘎𝙤𝙢𝙀 and Iru. We'll see you then. Peace.
Peace.